will come to order. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 630. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 630 on the calendar for the day, the second engrossment, an act relating to education.
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. Before I start with the discussion today and talk about what is in the education finance bill, I first of all want to say thank you to a wonderful committee and members that I really had the honor to work with. And we had excellent deliberations, great discussion, always in a great, fair, bipartisan tone. And so the product that we have was a product of those discussions and debate that we have. And Representative Woodard, I really appreciate your leadership there in your role and the fairness and the help you provided. And so members, thank you so much for all the work you put on that committee. I also want to thank all those in the background, our partisan and nonpartisan staff who make all of us members look so good. And so thank you for all of your work and everyone who helped make things happen. Before we get started, members, I want to talk about kind of a goal that we had set out for this year, and that really was to pay back the money we owe to our schools and our students, also to be able to invest significantly in our students and their education, and also to create jobs and make for a better economy into the future. And in the next 24 hours, we're going to accomplish all three of those things. Tomorrow in the tax bill, we will be paying back not only the payment shift to the 90-10 paying back the schools, but also the property tax recognition shift. We are going to pay back all $850 million that we owe to our students in our school. And I want to thank Chair Lincheski for her efforts in making that work and making sure that we are paying back our students as we had promised to do and what the public wants us to do. And I want to also thank Representative Selzer, who had House File number 1 and was tenacious in making sure that we not only paid back the payment shift but also went further and paid back all that we owe back to our schools. So that's tomorrow, and that will happen tomorrow. Members, House File 630. This is an historic day in Minnesota, because what the debate today is really going to be about is who we are as a state and where we want to go in the future. And we know that it has been education that has defined our state and made our state the great state that it is today. And it's been education that will chart our course into the future. And so, members, it's today that we will pin our hopes and our dreams onto education and how that will take us into the future. And I believe House File 630 is a very bold proposal that will provide a very positive and significant impact on the future of this state and the future of our economy. And we do that by saying that we are going to put every kid in this state on the path to the world's best workforce. And members, that's not just rhetoric. That is a promise and commitment to the state of Minnesota and our future. And so, how are we going to get there? How are we going to create the world's best workforce? And as a committee, we had three basic goals that we want to attain. Number one, we said that whatever bill we put out, and House File 630 does that, we were going to change the lives and make a difference for every single student in this state. So no matter who you are, where you live, what's your family income, we were going to provide the hope so you could be successful in career and college down the road. We also said we want to make sure that the investments we put into this bill are going to move the needle on the dial so that we close the achievement gap. We make sure everyone graduates. We make sure everyone is literate by 3rd grade, to make sure everyone is ready for a successful career in college. Those were the goals that we set forward. So how did we get there? Members, we wanted to make sure we first set high goals. And we set high goals on making it to the world's best workforce. And then second, we said every single dime that we put into education, into this plan, is going to go to efforts and strategies with a proven track record of increasing student performance and closing the achievement gap. And then finally we said we're going to make sure that these dollars produce results. And we have set up an accountability system that will assure that our excellent staffs and our excellent schools will produce the results that these dollars have coming to them. So members, let's talk more specifically about what is in the plan and how we're going to get to the world's best workforce. We start out with $50 million in early learning scholarships. And this will allow parents, 185% of poverty level or less, to be able to get a scholarship and send their child to a daycare center, a Head Start, a school-based. It allows them to get to the starting line at the same time as all the other students. Representative Winkler authored that bill. We also had Representative Selzer and Representative Morgan, who allows to have some uses in compensatory and other areas to be used for early elementary or early ed. We then, for the first time in the history of the state, we're going to fully fund all day, every day kindergarten. So any student who wants to go to kindergarten now can, no fees. They are now in kindergarten. That was Representative Bernardi and Representative Joanne Ward authored that bill. That's $105 million that will go into all-day, everyday kindergarten. Currently, we have about 75% of our students are going to everyday, all-day kindergarten. About a quarter are in a half-day. But one thing we know is of the full day, there's about 10,000 students whose parents are paying a fee to go to kindergarten. This bill will save those parents about $26 million in fees that they no longer will have to pay. So you're not going to have to worry overnight whether or not you can afford to get your child to all-day, everyday kindergarten. We believe, and the studies are very strong, that when you start early, you can make huge gains in closing the achievement gap, make huge gains in the graduation rate. And isn't it smart to invest early on in preventing the achievement gap rather than later having to spend billions of dollars to try to close it? This gets us going. It serves as the springboard to getting our students onto the world's best workforce. Another big area in the financing is a 2% increase on the formula each of the next 2 years. That's about $315 million. This will go a long ways in providing our schools with the resources. And I've asked people, how are you going to use these dollars to reach our goals? They said they would hire back teachers to reduce class sizes. They'd use it for technology. They'd use it for more intervention, for reading and math for students. We had one person say they'd move back to a 5-day school week rather than the 4-day that they have right now. This really provides the dollars and the resources to get to our goals. And when you combine these resources with a new assessment model that Representative Breinert is going to talk about later on, what we do is we are able to align students all the way through with career and college. So when those students leave out of high school, they are ready day one for success in their career or college. No more remedial classes in college, no more tuition expenses by parents, wasted time by students on remedial. When they leave our high schools, they're going to be ready day one for career or college. Another big part of this education finance bill is the equity piece. There's about $30 million that goes to try to close the difference in the gap in the funding differences between higher and lower revenue districts. And in the last 10 years, that equity gap between the lower and the higher districts have actually increased 67% in the last 10 years. Members, what we do with this bill is not only stop that increase, but actually narrow and close that equity gap by 18%. And we do that by saying that school districts that have no or very low revenue, we bring them up to $300. It is aid the first year, levy and aid the years after that. That will go a long ways. And that was Representative Barrett and Representative Radenovich had bills that addressed that area. Another area, the property tax area, is the operating referendum equalization. Representative Runbeck, Representative Faust, Representative Hortman was instrumental in that part. And without going too far into the weeds on that, what that does is basically moves an equalization level up that's been frozen for almost 20 years. And it indexes in the future, so as land values go up, the equalization goes up. The net impact is that school districts now will receive more aid on their operating referendums and less will go into property taxes. And so it will be a property tax reduction for many of the school districts in the area. We also have an integration levy, which is Representative Mariani is going to talk about that. But we have a new program there that is very much based on achievement. We have included an extra $5 on the Safe School Levy. Representative Hertas worked on that. Representative Schoen, Representative Newton worked on that. And those dollars could be used if schools wanted to improve their security in their building. Might be video cameras, might be something with windows, also deal with school climate and safety. All of those things would be part of that. And then the last thing on kind of the financing part is there is $2 million in the bill for Head Start. Head Start is anticipating about a 5% decrease from the federal government. That's about $5 million. We heard a lot from the Head Starts around the state saying that this was going to result in a cut of teachers in classrooms. What we do here is fund about little over $2 million, getting to about half of the difference. And with that, the executive director of Head Start has said that they will be able to, with those $2 million, hold on to their teachers in classrooms in their communities. So we think that was very significant to do that. The final part I want to talk about is what I think brings everything together on this and make sure that the investment that we're putting into getting to the world's best workforce is more than just talk, and that we actually get it done. We know the world's best workforce. We set up some high goals. We're going to close the achievement gap for every student. We're going to make sure every student graduates from high school. Everyone is reading at third grade literacy. Every student is ready for career or college. And some may say, boy, these are ambitious goals. These are unreachable goals. But for this state not to strive to make sure that every single student succeeds would be a disservice to this state and to the students of this state. And if we want to set a graduation rate at, let's say, 98%, then bring me the names of the 2 students who we should give up on and not graduate. Our goals must be that every student achieves. So how do we get there? How do we do that? We have an accountability system in place that will actually get us to the goals. And here's how it works. School districts would be required to put together strategic plans for student achievement. They would actually, in a plan that they would hold a public hearing, get public input on, actually talk about what are data-driven, research-based ways in which we can progress towards these goals of the world's best workforce. And then every year they would have to come back before a public meeting and talk about, going back at least 3 years, how are they doing on reaching the goals of the world's best workforce. The public would have input. Again, it would really, I think, publicize and bring more public attention to the achievement gap, which is the key for all of this. If a school district isn't making progress on those goals, this bill also sets up, currently there are 3 regional centers of excellence. This would increase this to 9, which means they would be out throughout the state. These centers of excellence, working with the Department of Education, would help and coach schools that are not making progress to make sure they are making progress. It's not the No Child Left Behind, put a hammer on and put the scarlet letter on and make all this. It's coaching. As we all know, many of us were probably coaches, or we were in debate or speech or wrestling or football or volleyball, whatever. We were coached to improve performance, not punished. This works and coaches schools districts to continue to make progress. And ultimately, at the end, if we just have some school districts that aren't doing it, there are plans in place to make things work. There is ultimate accountability. And the key to this accountability is the regional centers of excellence in the Department of Education. Because if I'm in northwest Minnesota or northeast Minnesota or wherever, I don't want to have to travel to St. Paul for assistance and help. We would have these throughout the states, And right now, in the very short time that these regional centers of excellence have been in operation, and they've worked mainly with priority schools and focus schools, that in every single school where they have worked with, they have seen an increase in student outcomes. And already they're taking schools that were 3 years on this list, about 15% of them could move off the list now in 1 year. As they've worked, they use data-based approaches, coaching, teaming, 80% of their time is working within the schools. That's what we need. So members, why is it important that we get to the world's best workforce? Why does that make a difference? And that's why I think it's a historic day today. Because we're actually talking about a plan for the first time, puts dollars in areas where we know that work and will get results, and then we hold the schools accountable. We start early on with a plan, an assessment, takes them through and aligns it with college and career. We're moving the state forward, and as we always had when we moved the state forward, it's going to be through education. So what are the benefits if we get there? Back in February 19th, we held a summit where we talked with folks who came forward from all over the state, and they said that if we can close the achievement gap, and Dr. Stenson, our chief economist, has told us that as the baby boomers retire into the workforce in the next decade or two, our workforce growth is going to come to almost zero, which means the way we have to increase productivity is going to be in closing the achievement gap and having a more productive workforce. So if we can do that, folks from the Federal Reserve Bank, economists in Minneapolis, says that by 2027, which is our goal to get to the world's best workforce, that's when the kindergartners who start all day, every day kindergarten in 2014 will graduate. If we can get there, and then within the next 15 years, we would raise the gross domestic product by 1.8%. These are conservative numbers. In today's dollars, that's about $5 billion of increased economic growth. To put things in perspective, that would be like building 5 Viking stadiums every year, just to put things in perspective. That's the difference an increase in productivity would make. The Governor's Workforce Council says that by 2018, 70% of all of our jobs are going to require a post-secondary education. Right now, we're short of that by about 150,000 jobs, a lot of them in manufacturing. If we can get and close the achievement gap and have a more productive workforce, we put those people to work. And in that same study, they said if we get the world's best workforce, we're able to lower the unemployment rate from what it normally would be by 2 percentage points. It's significant. But even more important, you have reduced state costs if you get people more productive, and you also have the sustainable resources into the future to be able to fund the things we cherish the most: education, taking care of our most vulnerable, infrastructure. That's the key. So members, this really is about who we are as a state and where we're going into the future. And what this plan says to students and people around the state is that no ambition is too bold and no goal is too high. We can be the best. This bill will set us on that course to do that. So members, at this time what I would like to do is turn this over to Representative Mariani and talk about the policy aspects. But again, members of the committee and the public who have helped with this bill and putting it together, thank you so much.
Representative Mariani.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and thank you, Representative Marquart. And let me just start by, in fact, thanking my colleagues, including Representative Marquart, Chair of the Finance Committee, our House K-12 Policy Committee members, my colleague, Representative Erickson, who's our lead Republican on that committee. Representative Marquart, as you know, we ran a policy committee that fully engaged in debate and listened carefully to one another, so much so that at one point, when we were putting together the policy omnibus portion of this bill, you, as chair of the Finance Committee, had an amendment that was offered, and I think you and I were the only ones that voted for that amendment. In a bipartisan manner, our policy committee said no to their powerful chairs on that. But I think, members, that's really illustrative of the spirit and the approach to which we brought to this work, which was first and foremost focused on the best policy possible for all of our students in the state of Minnesota, and listening to the concerns and needs and ideas from members from both sides of the aisle. Members, I'm really proud of this bill. I'm particularly proud of our policy provisions in the bill. It really focuses, it really understands that the most valuable asset, the most valuable resource, the best meaning of who we are as policymakers are our state's students and our public in all our K-12, E-12 systems, focusing not only on our youngest prior to beginning school, but also focusing on students all along that pathway, our teens and our young adults who are adult learners. This bill recognizes that Minnesota's challenge is how do we create prosperity in a radically different, rapidly changing world that is diverse in many ways, culturally diverse, racially diverse, geographically diverse, that's interconnected in ways that the human race, quite frankly, has never been interconnected before, and is technologically focused in an increasingly complex way. And on top of that, how do we have a bill that understands that and responds to that in the midst of rebounding from the recession that we as a people have been rebounding from for the last year or so? House File 630 recognizes that challenge, and it's built intentionally to respond to it. And that means that we have to double our efforts to invest in our schools while at the same time doing some things differently. And Representative Marquart shared some of those ideas of how we're going to do things differently related to accountability in particular. And so some of those in terms of policy provisions in this bill is how do we create, actually the bill creates, a different student assessment system that propels our K-12 students to high quality career and college choices with rigor, and not just take their full measure of their worth by the mere act of passing one single test at one point in time. And so it's really building on our past efforts of introducing rigor into our testing system to open up an assessment system that arms students, empowers parents, informs teachers with achieving high quality outcomes for all students. The other thing we do different is a recommitment to racial integration by using our state resources to promote racial integration strategies that are measured and are also held accountable to increasing academic achievement for all students. We heard from school districts who have been pioneering this effort. A good example is the Osceola School District that has been able to move academic achievement upwards with all students, partly by using the important tools and resources connected with the Integration Revenue Program to couple with other programs like the AVID program that provides both during school and after school value-added instruction, pedagogical practices for students. And so we're making a recommitment to keeping our integration expectations and program and revenue sources going in this state for our K-12 schools, but doing that in a way where we're strongly coupling that with academic achievement. We're also approaching our teacher licensing exam so that it would not only be rigorous, we are definitely interested in rigor in terms of licensing, but that whatever the tool is that ensures that rigor is also a valid tool, one that measures the true skill of teaching and not just the ability of teacher candidates to fill in bubble tests. We're also focused on continuing to enhance the management and operations of our charter schools so that they're free from conflict of interest and that they're held to the standards of governance that are worthy of public support, and that we also include them in our statewide teacher evaluation expectations and systems. The bill also acknowledges that it's time for Minnesota to create a mature early childhood learning set of opportunities, because the most important learning, members, and you know this, the most important learning begins before children enter first grade. It also acknowledges that it's time for Minnesota to affirm the dignity of children everywhere in our state by committing both resources and guidance to stop bullying in our schools. Bullying which stops academic achievement and hurts us as a people economically, socially, as well as does damage to the individual students. And it's important to note what we didn't do this session. There was some anxiety on the policy front. Some folks thought that we would back out of our recently created teacher evaluation mandate and set of expectations. Some people thought that we might back out of our high-quality alternative pathways to a teacher license. We didn't do that, members. We stayed focused and true to the reforms that we've been steadily moving forward in this state. And so there is a strong will in this House of doing all that we can do to, in fact, have the world's best schools for the world's best workforce, and to have that work guided by good, sound research. When we began our hearings in January, we wanted to first focus on what our best outcomes should be for our schools. We invited the Irondale High School community to come and share how it was partnering with local vocational and academic programs and colleges in order to provide high school students with real world experiences to complement their high school coursework. These students are graduating with both a high school degree, high school diploma, and a career job skills certification, and even with enough college credits for an AA degree. To do this, the Irondale community needed to do things differently also, things that are embedded and inform the policy provisions in this bill. They needed to redesign high school and begin doing that, quite frankly, in middle school, using student assessments that empower students, informs teachers and parents about real-world pathways to success, and not just waiting until it's too late in their high school career to test them and provide guidance at that point. That philosophy of education guides this bill, members, to balance both inputs with outcomes. I am proud that both our committees have done good work on behalf of students in the state, but also on behalf of the future of this state. And I ask for your affirmation of this bill as we go forward in our debate and voting today. And Mr. Speaker, one of the major provisions, truly a major provision in the policy part of this bill involves our student assessment system. And I'm wondering if perhaps the Speaker might call on Representative Briner to just share very briefly what are the elements of that provision.
Representative Briner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. It's my privilege to say a few words to you today about an effort that has long roots in our community and our state. More than 5 years of work and much history behind that have gone into the assessment reform proposal that is represented in this bill. So why change our assessment regimen? A brief history. Remediation levels for incoming MNSCU students. That's a constant focus that many of us have had. These percentages have been used to support the need to stay the course with high school exit exams. However, these percentages have remained stubbornly in the 40+% area for more than a decade. Efforts to address this persistence have been a factor in the reform efforts represented in this bill. The second step is related to the first. Begin with the end in mind. This has been the mantra for high school redesign effort, a three-way partnership between the Department of Education, the Office of Higher Education, and the MNSCU system. Of course, the end is the student. Their career and/or continuing education, their hopes, their dreams, all that is needed to support them on their journey to the future. I'll say more about that in a minute, but back to the high school redesign work. This actually has its roots in work of the business community that identifies system misalignment as a major economic development issue. Several education communities have been moving forward with elements of this redesign, one of the most visible being Mounds View's Irondale High School. And in a bit, you'll have a section of handouts from me with some support letters, and you'll receive this roadmap from Mounds View, and I want to mention it now because it's not signed, because they're individual flyers themselves, but I do have a signed copy up at the desk so that you know that this is coming from me when you take a look at it. These schools who have already been taking up this assessment model are among the most vocal and strong supporters of the work that's represented in this bill. The third pivotal component in this work is the December 2012 report of the Assessment and Accountability Working Group, a broad stakeholder group of parents, educators, advocates, assessment professionals, legislators, and community members. They include a focus on multiple measures, transparency, timely results, alignment throughout the system, moving our high school assessments away from high stakes to a suite of assessments focused on career and college readiness, and anchored in a nationally normed college entrance exam. What does this mean for our schools, our families, our communities and employers, and most of all, for our students? I'll start by saying we are not doing away with testing or accountability. We continue with assessment throughout the system, but more focused and aligned with more predictive value to the earliest of assessments so that interventions are targeted and remediation customized. The suite of assessments that will encompass high school testing begins in 8th grade and includes assessments in reading, writing, and mathematics that are all aligned with state standard and the anchor assessment taken in 11th and/or 12th grade, which will be a nationally normed college entrance exam. Career and college readiness benchmarks will be integrated throughout the system. Students' interests, skills, and aspirations will be aligned with their academic journeys. Students and families will be able to plan for the future and maximize opportunities to prepare for career and college, or college, depending on their own personal directions, with appropriate internships, career certification opportunities, college credit-bearing courses, etc. Early diagnostic information will be linked with targeted interventions and customized remediation. This alignment of our assessment system is focused on 4 pillars. The first is opportunity for all. For the first time in Minnesota, every student will have the opportunity to take a nationally normed college entrance examination. It will serve as the anchor of our K-12 system and more broadly our P20 system. Secondly, rigorous expectations. We will have clear universal benchmarks throughout the system, empirically validated and relevant. Third, students will be engaged as their aspirations are integrated with their skills and abilities to shape a career path that may lead to an industry-recognized credential, an associate's degree, or a bachelor's degree, and creates the highest of motivated conditions. Fourth, the result will be better and higher achievement and outcomes for all students, schools, and our business community. An aligned educational system, supported by an aligned assessment system, is the foundation of meeting Minnesota's workforce needs and will pave the path to the world's best workforce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
There's an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A117.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with the A117 amendment, I believe that's what you reported, correct? The 117 amendment, is it, I'm sorry.
That's it.
Is it 117 you reported? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the A117 amendment is the enhanced academic achievement for early learners. This gives the schools the option to provide free all-day kindergarten and provide other K through 3 academic enrichment activities. And we also add funding taken from the MDE budget as well to increase that funding. So members, what this does is it takes the idea that all-day kindergarten is a good idea, that our schools need to make sure that our kids learn at a rate that allows them to read at 3rd grade. So what this allows us to do is our school boards can make the determination on where this money goes. It can go to all-day kindergarten. It can go to other programs as deemed necessary by that particular school district so that they can decide where the best use of this money is. So members, if you believe that our school districts and our school boards should have the flexibility to spend this money where it will make the most impact at a local level, then this is the amendment for you. So members, I urge a yes vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, I would ask you to oppose this amendment. We want those dollars going to all-day, everyday kindergarten, but also the 2% and 2% on the formula give school districts lots of resources to be able to put those dollars where they want, where they think they can best reach their goals. So, members, I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would urge support for this amendment. I have a school that if we were to go to all-day, everyday kindergarten, simply doesn't have the room to do that and ask for other uses of that money. So I would speak in support of the flexibility offered by Representative Woodard.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to have a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to add on to Representative Erdahl's comments, we heard in committee several times that some of our public schools are not prepared to be able to offer all-day kindergarten to their students. This provides the flexibility, in particular for those school districts, to be able to spend the money where it makes the most impact. So we do know that not all of our schools, we like to say this is all-day, everyday kindergarten, but in reality this is not fully funded. In reality, when we look at the funding for our all-day kindergarten that's in this bill, it actually funds it at a 1.0 level. Traditionally, we've looked at all-day kindergarten as each pupil counting as 1.115, which is the same amount that we calculate for 1st grade. That allows us to have the proper school class sizes. It allows us to fully fund 1st grade at that level. So today, this gives you an opportunity to actually fully fund all-day kindergarten in this particular amendment for those school districts that really don't have the capability of starting off with all-day, everyday kindergarten. So members, this provides the flexibility to do exactly what you're trying to do here, and that is provide our school districts with the ability to make sure their 3rd graders are reading at 3rd grade level by the time they've been through 4 years of education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. I know. It's on. It's just not on.
Woodard moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A114.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, based on our last vote, I'm going to withdraw this amendment. We tried to do this under the A117. It appears the body does not like funding additional options for our school districts. So at this point, I will withdraw that amendment.
withdraws his amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A98.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And under the A98 amendment, we're going to expand the applicability of early childhood scholarships to include kindergarten programs that charge a fee. So again, members, we heard over and over within our committee that we have school districts that are not going to be prepared because they don't have the space, they don't have the ability to hire the teachers, they are not prepared to do all-day kindergarten. So what you're doing by not voting for this amendment is you're saying those school districts, the kids in those school districts will not have the opportunity to engage in all-day kindergarten. So what this amendment allows you to do is to say in those school districts and in school districts throughout the state, those kindergartners who would like to go to a private school can do that as well, just like their early learning counterparts are able to. And by the way, just as their college counterparts are able to do through our state grant aid program, which has enjoyed broad bipartisan support in the last few years. So members, the early learning scholarships, we agree, is a good idea. But we are certainly missing out here on kindergarten, which has been determined as important. So members, please vote yes on this amendment. Allow our kindergartners throughout the state to have the same opportunities that our early learners have, as well as our college students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. I asked for a no vote on the A98 amendment. Just to be very clear, we are fully funding all-day, everyday kindergarten. It is at 1.0. And that means 100% of the formula. I don't know how much higher you can go than 100% of the formula. But it's fully funded. If you want to put money in for what the state has done to decrease classroom sizes, you can move that up. There's dollars in the formula aid to use it for decreasing school class size if you want. Members, I just ask that we keep the early education scholarship funding separate from the all-day K. So members, please vote no.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like a roll call on this one as well.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to talk about all-day kindergarten again here for a minute. So fully funding it would be fully funding it like we fully fund first grade. We fully fund first grade by saying it's 1.115. So I know that education finance can be a little complex, but to say that kindergartners are worth 0.115 less than a first grader doesn't seem to make sense to me. So fully funding all-day kindergarten is not something we're doing in this bill. This allows you to actually do that. This allows you to actually let kindergartners who wouldn't normally have the opportunity to attend all-day, everyday kindergarten to do that at the school of their choice. And I would remind members that kindergarten is still not compulsory. So it is very similar to early learning. First grade is compulsory in the state of Minnesota. That means that kindergartners are in the exact same category as early learnings. So there's no reason why we wouldn't afford this same opportunity to school kids who would like to attend all-day kindergarten but don't today have that choice and will not have the choice under this bill. Please vote green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 78 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A102.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry about that. And members, House file, this House amendment to our House File 630 is a little different take on the chair's world-class workforce. And so, members, I want you to note that this is going to be an approach that really does prove that the dream of Representative Marquart, and I think the rest of us, can come true. But, Mr. Chair, with that, I would like to alert you to the fact that I'd like to offer my A65 amendment to make this presentation more complete. My A65, 3 to the 102.
The clerk report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend her amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A65-3.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members, or Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, and members. This would, in our pursuit of a world-class workforce by 2027, require that we really put a focus on preventing remediation. As you heard Chair Marquart say earlier, remediation is going to be gone. But members, I assure you that having taught in over parts of 5 decades, this is something that's probably not going to happen 100%. We are going to have students who are going to need to be remediated. In fact, you probably know now that the debate that goes on is high school teachers saying, my students are prepared for college, and college professors saying, oh no, they're not. So we have this division going on. So the A65 amendment would allow students to file a claim with the department to recover costs of required remedial coursework in Minnesota public higher education institutions. And Mr. Speaker, I would like a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. And I love to focus on this part of the bill, which is how we're going to attain these goals. This right now is really not workable. The goals that we are trying to reach will be for 2027. So this is really kind of ahead of the game. I agree that this, I think, is good accountability. But members, I ask for a no vote at this time.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I have another amendment to my 102.
There's another amendment.
Marquart is moving to amend the Erickson S. amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A158.
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. What this does is there's a few changes in the A102 amendment that are made that I like. And so what I do is I pull that out on this bill and then delete the rest of it. So members, I've got a lot of paperwork here. I'm trying to. So the part here is to look at those graduating students, looking at rates and asking the department to look at remedial instruction. And also it says that a school board district or a school may seek assistance from the department directly without the need to first seek center support. And members, I'd ask for your support.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have 4 other amendments for 102, and I think, Mr. Speaker, that you owe me the privilege of offering those amendments before Representative Marquart interjects his amendment, because my amendments have a flow to my 102. So I please ask, Mr. Speaker, that we follow that routine.
Well, we're on the 102 amendment, or the 158 amendment. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for division.
Division's been requested. All those who support the amendment, please stand up. The amendment to the amendment. All those, you can sit down. All those opposed, please stand up. There's 67 ayes and 55 nays. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Representative Erickson.
Mr. Speaker and members, I withdraw the A102 amendment.
Representative Erickson withdraws her amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A116.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would actually like to offer the amendment to the amendment, which is the A123 amendment.
Can he withdraw that one? He needs to withdraw that one.
There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report that amendment.
Woodard moving to amend his amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A123.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the A123 amendment, I think we've come to the conclusion that early learning scholarships has some bipartisan support. So let's double down a little bit. Let's take the $6.5 million that we're using to increase bureaucracy, to increase the command and control at St. Paul over our local school districts, and let's use that money instead for early learning childhood scholarships. So that what this amendment does is it takes the money from the regional centers, climate center, and the MDE base budget and uses that money for early learning scholarships. And members, this amendment does not eliminate the ability for the Minnesota Department of Education to actually do these things. It just says we would rather provide an unfunded mandate for state government as opposed to an unfunded mandate for our local school districts. So I urge a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. Taking money away from the regional centers of excellence and the Minnesota Department of Education would really compromise the accountability that's in here. Minnesota spends $15.7 billion every 2 years on education. We have to make sure those dollars have accountability and that taxpayers know those dollars are being put towards results. Members, let's not compromise accountability. Let's not compromise the hard-working tax dollars we receive from people. Let's please vote no.
Representative Grunhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick point, and Representative Marquart, you ran an excellent committee, but I'll save my compliments till after all the amendments are done. Okay. But just on that note, the accountability comes with test scores, and building more government bureaucracy does not produce the accountability the public wants to see. They want to see academic results in reading, writing, and arithmetic and the other academic subjects. That's what builds accountability to the public, not building more government bureaucracy to micromanage our school districts and our school teachers in the classroom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly recommend supporting Representative Woodard's amendment. Thank you.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What I wanted to call your attention to is we have 3 regional centers presently, and they have functioned well. That is all we need. Those 3 regional centers were providing assistance to our schools who, under the waiver, are marked as priority or focus schools. And there were school improvement grants that came for closing the achievement gap, for raising the scores at these schools that were considered not meeting adequate yearly progress. So the 3 regional centers have worked very well. To expand 6, in my estimation, is going to be taking away from the classroom where we need desperately to focus on learning, to focus on teaching, to focus on involving parents. So members, I implore you to think carefully before you vote on expanding regional centers, because regional centers have served us well. We have 3. We can stay there and stay the course. Thank you.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as far as accountability, that's why we have school boards. Our school boards hold accountable the money that the state provides them, and then we need to hold them accountable for results. We need to stop operating as the state school board and allow our local districts and our local elected officials to decide what is best for the students in their area. Provide them the funding, yes, but let's let them make the decisions, because we know that that's where the money makes the biggest impact, not at the Minnesota Department of Education expanding its role, expanding its command and control. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call vote.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend the Woodard amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A133.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a very small, short amendment, and it basically takes money that is already going to the children's museums, but takes all of it together and allows it to be granted out so that museums, children's museums across the state have an opportunity instead of it just going to 2. And I would hope that you could support this. You know, frankly, depending on how the grant results go, it could be exactly how it is in the bill. But I'd like that option. That if there's a good program somewhere else, that they get the same consideration. And that's why I have this amendment. I hope you vote green. Thank you.
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Chair, members, I would rise to respectfully oppose this amendment. Representative Quam, I think I know what you're trying to do, which is you're trying to make sure that if we're providing state resources to these children's museums, that then we should be doing that across the board. The problem is that you're offering one way to do that here that has not been vetted at all. You know, some of the museums can come forward through grant programs through the state to ask for those. Some have not done that. The museum down your way, which is an excellent museum, is actually an extension of the museum up here in St. Paul. And so I think that there's more details here that need to be paid attention to before we start tinkering around with the formula, or not the formula, but the way in which we've distributed state funds in support of all of these good museums. There's nothing right now that bars any of them from coming forward and pursuing several streams, actually, that we might have in state government to support their work. And I would certainly, and I've been in contact with the Duluth, the Mankato, I haven't spoken with the Rochester folks, and obviously the one here in St. Paul. I think these museums are terrific. I think what we need to have is a smarter way to distribute the funds than what you're currently doing here as well. And Mr. Speaker, Representative Quam, if you can yield for a question, where are you pulling the funds from in order to distribute? I think it's about $1 million that you have in the amendment. What is the source of? Where in the bill are you finding those resources in order to then redistribute them out to these entities?
Representative Quam will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Mariani. During the debate on this bill in the Education Finance Committee, we were going over the section of where there were funds going to the state and to another specified children's museum. And I don't want to get into the, how should we say, ours, yours, etc. I would not be doing this amendment if it went to the state children's museum and then could be dispersed. But there is one other children's museum that's getting specified funding, and that is why I'm doing this to even the playing field. So it all comes from the same section where it says that it's funding the state and the other children's museum. Nowhere else but from the section where children's museums are funded.
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Quam, I get the spirit of what you're trying to do. The problem is that we don't know where you're pulling these funds from. The only possibility that has a nexus to museums doesn't have $1 million in it. And so I think members, before they're asked to vote to do this new distribution, ought to know where the funds are coming from, which then therefore means what are we not funding as a result of this redistribution.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I forget, I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. In reference to the specifics that Representative Mariani brought up on 16.29 through the bottom of that page, where it specifies that each year the Minnesota Children's Museum would get $260,000. It also specifies that each year the Duluth Children's Museum would be singled out to get $50,000. This is the section where it's coming from, and frankly, I didn't want to come out and say that, one of the area regional children museums were singled out and the others were left out. But in answering your question, I, reluctantly had to point out which one was getting money when Mankato and others were not.
Representative Mariani.
Well, Mr. Speaker, members, I would ask members to oppose this amendment. I share Representative Quam's desire to have these entities well funded. I think we need to approach that in a much smarter way than just offering an amendment here on the House floor, and being really clear where the funds are all coming from. There isn't enough money that's currently going into one or two museums to be able to do everything that Representative Quam wants to do here as well. We already heard a couple of amendments prior that were attempting to pull funds from the department itself, which is inherently part of the accountability system that's embedded into this bill. We need to be clear that we're not compromising accountability, and I'm not suggesting that's what you're wanting to do, Representative Quam, but we need to be clear that's not what we're doing in order to accomplish your goal. So members, Representative Quam, I would certainly work with you in the coming session to be able to do something better by all of these museums, because I think they do serve an important function in this state. But I think the way you're going about it here is probably going to create more problems than solve a good here. So members, I would ask your opposition to this amendment.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Quam yield for question?
He will. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Quam, as I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to vote on this bill, I wonder if you could, on your amendment, I wonder if you could just make it clear to me, is this going to help or hurt the Rochester Children's Museum? Because I do understand that the Rochester Children's Museum is part of the Minnesota Children's Museum, and I'm just not sure what this would do to the one that's down in our area. Thanks.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Liebling. Basically, it should help all, because what it'll do is allow for them to work towards having grants that get funded out of this pool of money. So if you are working hard and the community is active and you feel that you need and you have a good grant to support the funding for your children's museum, then you've got a shot. Instead of just happening to live around the one that gets earmarked funding and all the other kids don't have, no merit as to not getting that funding.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks, Representative Quam. Mr. Speaker, if he would continue to yield.
He will yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Quam, did you talk to anybody at the Rochester Children's Museum to find out how this amendment might affect them?
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, referring back to the previous legacy bill, I worked with the previous chair on some funding out of legacy for the Rochester Children's Museum. At that time, I did have conversations with them about funding, and I have had peripheral conversations. This amendment came up as we were going through the bill because, frankly, the final version of the bill wasn't available a great deal of time ago. So during that discussion, and we had a bipartisan discussion about we needed to look at how to more equitably, fund the different children's museums. And that's what precipitated it, along with some history, over the years, discussion with people associated with the Rochester one, but frankly, I'm not doing this just for one. I'm doing it for all and all future ones, so we have the precedence that it's merit and grant funding instead of earmarking that decides where the funds go.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Kwame. Well, I don't doubt your good intentions here, but I kind of like to know how it's going to affect my community. It seems to me yesterday we had like at least 2 hours of conversation about wanting to know how certain things affect our particular communities, and I don't doubt your intentions with regard to the whole state and whatever, but this one could really cut either way for the one museum that's in my community, so I think it's kind of troubling to have to vote on this. From what I understood your answer, you did not talk to them specifically about this amendment, so that makes it kind of troubling for me.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to correct the timestamp, Representative Liebling, the Morgan Marathon lasted 3 hours and 3 minutes. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
McDonald moving to amend the Woodard Amendment to House File 630 as follows. The amendment is coded A137.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment would help fund and provide free lunches to reduced priced lunch students. In committee, Representative Newton presented a bill to us and some testimony indicating that students were turned away for not having the money for lunch. Well, that shouldn't happen in the state of Minnesota. That shouldn't happen for our education system, that students are turned away because they didn't have any funds for lunch. So he had a bill to fix that. There was more testimony throughout the committee to close the achievement gap. The school lunch program was a big part of that, and that students are going away hungry or being turned away. So it's obviously an important issue, since there was testimony after testimony to indicate that that would help close the achievement gap. So my amendment does just that. It takes funds from the MDE base to fund those, is that right? Well, and the regional centers, yes, thank you. For the MDE base and the regional centers to pay for students that can't afford lunch, to help close the achievement gap. It's a very important piece of amendment for the Omnibus bill. I hope Representative Marquart, you will accept this, because you know, you've heard the testimony. Students should not be turned away because they can't afford a free lunch. And I'll tell you another thing about lunch, since I have the floor. We have I'm going to say we have a little epidemic in the school lunch nutrition program because of federal mandates. Our schools are now required to feed more fruits and vegetables. And although that's a good thing, they've taken away some of the protein and carbohydrates. You all know it if you've visited your schools like I did. Had a nice lunch at the Delano School by Chris Larson, our lunch lady. And they do a wonderful job. They work very hard. And remember when you're in school, folks, some of the highlights of your day, at least it was mine, was going to lunch. Although, well, you laugh. Now, have you eaten the lunch here? No. They have good lunches, but it was a great opportunity to visit with your friends, to have a good lunch, to fill your bellies, and because of that, we achieved great things in school. Well, kids right now are not getting the correct lunch. They're not getting their carbohydrates, they're not getting their protein because of federal mandates saying they must eat more fruits and vegetables. And what's happened is this. Kids are throwing food away by the tons. Throwing food away. They don't want to eat it. They're forced to take it, but they're throwing it away because they want carbohydrates and proteins. So this is a very important amendment. I'm sure that you'll agree that you'll want to vote for my amendment to help feed the children, to close the achievement gap. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative McDonald. That certainly school lunches is a concern that we all have. The bill that you have before us does have $2 million in addition for school lunches. But where the money comes from, again, and I cannot impress upon members enough, that this reduces accountability. And it is vitally important that we get to the world's best workforce. And without the regional centers of excellence and other accountability measures, we will not get there. So, members, please vote no.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I submit to you, Representative Marquart, that the regional centers of excellence are not some off-campus site in St. Paul or Minneapolis or Duluth or Rochester or wherever these centers are. Our regional centers of excellence are in every single district of every single towns of your districts. That's where our regional centers of excellence are. And that is where our funding should be. When we take funding out of our regional centers of excellence, which is our school districts, our cities, and put them in some bureaucracy in St. Paul or Minneapolis or wherever these centers are, it's ambiguous, we don't know where they are, then we are failing our students. And I've heard time and time again in our committee that when these students are going hungry, the achievement gap grows. And when they're going hungry and the achievement gap continues to grow, there's no excellence. There's no regional excellence. So, Representative Marquart, the regional center excellence, or excellence regional centers, are right in our own towns and each school districts. Let's feed our kids. Vote for this amendment. You'll be happy you did.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend his amendment to House File 630 as follows. The amendment is coded A154.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to withdraw the A154 amendment.
Representative Woodard withdraws the A154 amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend his amendment to House File 630 as follows. The amendment is coded A155.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for those of you that went because you didn't think we were going to talk about taconite today, we are going to talk a little bit about taconite today under the A155 amendment. The A155 amendment offsets any additional taconite aid and referendum increases in the tax bill, and those increases would go to meal program reimbursements to schools and also allow the intermediate districts in the metro area to increase the Safe Schools levy. Our taconite resources are something that is very important to the state. And if we're going to increase the taconite aid and referendum aid, we should make sure that the entire state benefits from that. And members, we heard in committee, and when there was a bill that we heard in committee about our intermediate school districts in the metro area who needed to increase their Safe Schools levy. And members, if you haven't been to an intermediate school district, let me explain what happens there. This is where some of our most difficult to teach kids go. This is where our teachers have to really be careful in their classroom, because what they're doing is dangerous. And members, if we have additional aid coming in from the taconite mines in the good areas of the Iron Range, then we ought to make sure that they're put to a very good use. And members, I propose that this is a very good use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Woodard, you and I have served together on the Education Committee. I've enjoyed your service. You're a good member of this body, but I would respectfully ask you to also withdraw this amendment from consideration, and would you yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Anzels.
Representative Woodard, do you know how many cents per ton the taconite companies pay in the taconite production tax?
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll start off with the first question that Representative Anzels asked me, and that was to withdraw the amendment. And I think we'll have plenty of time to talk about this in the tax bill tomorrow. So I respect my colleague, Representative Anzels, and I will withdraw the 155 amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Myra moving to amend the Woodard amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A160.
Representative Myra.
Mr. Speaker and members, Amendment A160 amends A116. It increases funding to the concurrent enrollment program. We saw this in committee in House File 1645. Fully funded, it's $8 million. However, only $2 million were appropriated in the Omnibus bill. My amendment would be to increase that by $3 million. I would really appreciate your support. And if you don't know already, the concurrent enrollment program allows high school students to take college courses in their own high school.
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members, and Representative Meyer, thank you for bringing that forward. I actually teach a concurrent class back at Dilworth, Glendon, Felton. Members, again, it's taking areas out of accountability, and also on the 2% and the 2%, $315 million new dollars going out to schools. They have those dollars for that. So, members, please vote no.
Representative Myra.
May I ask for a roll call, please, Mr. Speaker?
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you. Members, please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
McDonald moving to amend the Woodard amendment to House File 630 as follows. The amendment is coded A161.
Representative McDonald.
Well, you guys are quick. Mr. Speaker, I wish to withdraw that amendment.
McDonald withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Myra moving to amend the Woodard amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A166.
Representative Myra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, what this amendment does is it increases funding to the Reading Corps by $1 million for the biennium, $500 to the Math Corps, and $1 million to Reading Corps, $500,000 to the Math Corps, and $500,000 to the Parent-Child Home Visitation Grant Program. These three programs were all discussed in committee. Representative Seltzer had House File 1384, which is great and I fully support. And also Representative Morgan had House File 1003. These are great programs which will help us to achieve that world's best workforce. And Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, excuse me, I ask for a roll call.
Representative Myra requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members, and these are all very good programs. But members, again, it hits into our accountability, and you know, every taxpayer, even if your district is doing fine, how every district is doing really impacts you. So every single taxpayer needs a statewide accountability if we're going to hit the world's best workforce. So members, please vote no.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. To the amendment. Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right, so no amendments to the amendment, I suppose, on this one, on the A116. I would like to, before I forget, ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Woodard requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is very, very simple. What we're going to do here is just say the Commissioner must notify each district receiving aid under this section that this revenue will be provided through an equalized levy in subsequent years, just to make sure that our school districts understand what's happening here. The rest of the appropriations, you can look through them at your leisure. You probably already have. The rest of the appropriations are the same as in the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and members. In the equity piece, that narrows the equity revenue gap by 18%. The first year is all aid, the second year is levy plus aid. We do not need that notification. Members, please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend House File 630. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A103.
The member from Scott, Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the A103 amendment I would like to withdraw.
Representative Woodard withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Wills moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A106.
The member from Dakota, Representative Wills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this amendment, the A106, would allow school districts to be able to use the achievement and integration aid that's in the bill to be able to focus on academic achievement in our efforts to meet our 2027 goals that are laid out in this bill. So it doesn't move money from anywhere. It simply allows more flexibility in the use of the funding. And I wanted to draw your attention to what it would be doing here. As a member of the Education Policy and Education Finance Committees, it's been an honor to work with Representatives Marquart and Mariani, and a couple of the programs that we were looking at, I believe they could work in tandem quite well. So the number one goal of our committees this session has been to find ways to close the achievement gap. Minnesota has one of the highest achievement gaps in the nation between white students and minority students. And the Achievement and Integration Aid program is focusing on bringing integration between those white students and minority students. And with the goal of closing our achievement gap by 2027, I believe that school districts and our teachers need every tool available to them to be able to close this gap. So this would simply allow that particular form of funding to be available for that effort. So I believe that this is a good tool to allow all of our students the opportunity to succeed. So members, I ask for a vote in favor of this amendment.
Representative Marquart. Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members, and Representative Wills. And the privilege was mine to serve with you on the policy and the Finance Committee. You kept us honest many times when we improperly drafted amendments, and you were often there to catch wrong words and important grammatical mistakes that could have gotten us in a ton of trouble. But in addition to that, you were also part of a very good and lively exchange of ideas in committee, and I appreciate that. Members, I would respectfully oppose this amendment. I understand the intent behind it. I think Representative Wills' intent is a good intent, which is to continue to focus those achievement and integration revenues in a way that help close gaps. But unfortunately, the way that this amendment does that is it's tying it to the world's best workforce goals. And both of those programs, both of those initiatives, the world's best workforce goals and the achievement and integration program, both require school districts to submit plans, with the integration one very specific to the issue of both integration and academic achievement, submit those plans and then be measured against those plans, be held accountable against those plans. The world's best workforce also would require school districts to submit plans, not just school districts that receive the integration revenue, but all school districts, and will be held then accountable to those goals. And there's those four broad goals, including closing the achievement gap, and be able then to set up a situation where if districts are falling short of those goals, to be able to then tap and redirect those general fund, 4% I believe it is of the general fund formula, to help meet those goals. So they're not inconsistent with one another, they're just two different mechanisms at play here. And I think it's important for us, if we're truly committed, and I know we all are, to promoting integration in our schools, preventing racial segregation in our schools, that we continue to hold those schools accountable for those goals as well as academic achievement, and then with the world's best workforce mechanism, continue to have all districts held accountable to those goals, and then tapping into those general fund appropriations. So there really is no need to go into the integration revenue portion in order to meet the world's best workforce goals, because that one has its own process, its own mechanisms, its own accountability measures, as well as revenue that's tied to that. So members, I apologize for the lengthy explanation. I think it's well-intentioned. However, I think this amendment would do damage to the integration, the focus of our integration revenues in order to meet both the goals of integration and academic achievement as presented, as put forward by those school districts who are participating in that program. So members, I would respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Wills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Mariani, for those kind words. And I did enjoy working with you as well. And I wanted to point out in the language of the bill on page 74, it talks about the goals of the Achievement and Integration for Minnesota program. And on line 74.12, it talks about one of the goals of that program is to increase student academic achievement. And I believe that the integration funding would work very well with the our goals to have the world's best workforce. I believe that it would support that effort and not be in conflict with it, and that the goals that we want to meet for every student to succeed would be helped by passing this amendment. So I look forward to your support. Thank you.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A104.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A104 amendment revises the integration revenue section by renaming the revenue achievement gap elimination and focuses funding on promoting academic achievement and eliminating the achievement gap. So members, this is a very similar approach, but it changes a few things within the achievement gap elimination. And members, I ask for a green vote.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend his amendment to House File 630 as follows. The amendment is coded A144.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the 144 amendment to the amendment here is really the key. Because what we do is we take the existing base budget of appropriations for the alternative integration aid funding, and we fairly distribute this to districts eligible for integration aid. And what this does, members, when we look at integration aid and we look at the purpose of integration aid, we are changing the definition to include achievement. But it also still has a component to it of integration. We heard time and time again in committee that integration is just as important. So members, in our school districts in which integration is just beginning, in which we're starting to see kids of color in our school districts in outstate Minnesota, this ensures that that integration revenue helps them. And it really targets the money where it deserves to be, where we can really make the most impact. And members, there is a component of the integration revenue that we see today in this bill that has a grandfather clause in it that makes sure that certain school districts are held harmless. Those school districts will remain nameless on the House floor. But certain school districts are held harmless. And if we're really going to do this, if we really want to make an impact with the integration revenue and allow our schools to do what we're asking them to do, let's make sure that that money is targeted in those school districts where it can make the most impact. So members, please vote green.
Representative Mariani.
Madam Chair, members, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. And this was characterized as the key amendment to the A104 amendment. Members, several things here. What we're trying to do with the Achievement and Integration program, and this came out of a bipartisan task force a little under 2 years ago that was commissioned by this body, and it was split down the middle in terms of appointees from both parties. And their recommendations are embedded in this bill. Among those recommendations are the provisions that this amendment is attempting to strip out. The two districts, there are two districts that are the grandfathered in districts, if you will. Members, both of those districts have over 35,000 students in their district. Both of those districts have a long history of working this agenda, one facing pretty severe lawsuits at one time. Both districts have created very mature programs that deserve to continue to be funded. However, the task force also said that with the changing face of Minnesota, we need to move steadily forward in terms of distributing this formula to reflect the changes that are happening in our state. The revenue part of this program in this bill is our step toward that. And what that means is that for one of these districts with over 35,000 students in it, they're going to lose $3 million. Another one is going to lose $2.4 million. Under this amendment, the first one will lose $9 million, and the other one will lose $5.7 million. Now, we can get into a free-for-all in terms of cutting up and sort of, cutting our way toward some sense of our own notion of what's best for my individual district and not care about the mature programs that already exist in districts that are participating in this program, or we can do and honor the work of our task force, which is to approach this in an intelligent and fair way. Now, members, one of those school districts is my school district. You're not going to often find a member of the legislature who's going to bring forward a proposal that's going to whack $2.4 million out of their school district. I thought, our task force thought, that unless we make the pie bigger, and we're not making the pie bigger with the integration revenue program. Frankly, I think we should. If this program is truly needed and is being called for from increasingly manner from communities all over the state, then we ought to be not taking from Peter to pay Paul, if you will, but instead we ought to be expanding it. But we're not doing that. The task force was adamant that it wanted to move forward with the reform elements first, and then let the legislature have a look at the effects and have an intelligent conversation about growing the revenue component of this program. And so what that meant is that these two school districts are going to lose $5 million out of their revenue. So members, the distribution is already happening. The movement is already going forward. I would hope in the future we're coming back with a very successfully measured, because you have a program that's going to be measured strongly now, and we're going to put more money into this program. But this amendment goes way too far. And quite frankly, members, the other thing that this amendment does is it does back away. It does back away from our commitment to integration, to racial integration in the state of Minnesota. It reduces the racial enrollment disparity choices that some of these districts are offering. So members, for that reason alone, I would say oppose this amendment but frankly, you've got a very powerful logic here that is creating increased benefit to those communities across the state that are participating in the integration revenue program. Let's take this one step at a time. So, members, I would ask a no vote on the Woodard amendment.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Woodard requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just very briefly, and we've heard that the key element of the integration revenue we see today is this grandfather clause, this ability to just say, because you've received it in the past, you still receive it today. I think that's a key element that we need to address, and that's what this amendment does. Please vote green.
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members. I concur with Representative Mariani. I ask that members please vote no. Representative Mariani was on the task force, bipartisan, 6 appointed by Republicans, 6 by Democrats, looked at this program and said we need to have it in place if we're going to close the achievement gap. So what's in place right now, folks have talked about, they've deliberated, and in fact, we held a joint meeting with the Senate where we looked at integration aid. We also had a hearing in the Education Finance Committee where we had the proposal for the integration aid and the funding. Members, this amendment that Representative Woodard is proposing was never heard in committee. Never allowed people to talk about how it might impact various people around this state. And, you know, I think when folks elected us to come down here, they wanted us to be transparent. They wanted us to not do committee action here on the House floor, but done in committee where the public has the opportunity to testify. No one's had an opportunity to testify, and this issue has been out on the table for several months this year. There was no amendments, no bills brought forward, no hearings heard, no chance for the public to have a word on what the Representative Woodard's proposal may do. So just on process alone and trying to defend transparency and our public's right to weigh in on issues, please vote no.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll bite on that. Because in all transparency, we did have hearings on this particular bill. We had hearings on the integration revenue, the integration levy. We had discussions about it. We offered concerns about the way it was being laid out. Those discussions were had. So for those of you listening, this is fully transparent process. And hopefully, when it comes to K-12 education, you know, our staff likes to say you got this, members have this problem of going down and to the right to seeing how particular funding, you know, affects their districts. We have to get to a point, members, where K-12 education isn't about that. It's not about what it means for your particular district. It is about how it impacts kids in Minnesota. And if this plan helps impact kids in Minnesota, is a better plan for integration, actually helps the achievement gap, not only in Minneapolis and St. Paul, which, as has been accurately pointed out, is the worst in the nation, but it also helps the achievement gap that we suffer from throughout the entire state. So, members, this is a fully transparent amendment. We've had these discussions, and we have to stop this process of looking at how this affects our district. We had this long conversation yesterday. Representative Liebling brought it up today. It's ridiculous. We have to look at the overlying impact that these policies and especially the finances have on the kids of Minnesota, and that's what this amendment does. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Mariani, we've had a request from members that we keep our conversations in the alcoves or in the retiring room. It's getting a little difficult to hear in some parts of the chamber. Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, very quickly, Representative Woodard, that's exactly what that task force did. It spent months, long hours, heard from all stakeholders, left, right, Greater Minnesota, regional centers, urban core, suburban communities. We brought in some of the leading thought leaders from across the nation, left and right, to engage with us and have this conversation. What they came forward with is embedded in this bill. Your amendment runs absolutely counter to their recommendations. Members, if you believe in integration, if you believe that's important, you need to vote against this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you. So going back to the 104 amendment, and I like to see that we had some bipartisan support there, that we've got some common sense on the amendment to the amendment, even though it failed. And we've talked a little bit about the 104 amendment, and we've talked in depth here this afternoon about the integration revenue. I would ask that you vote yes on the overlying amendment. Thank you. And I would ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Woodard requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Mariani.
Madam Speaker and members, I'll be very brief. What I just said on the last amendment, I'll say on this one. If you believe in racial integration in our schools, if you want to prevent racial separation and segregation of our public institutions, vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A56-2.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is a continuation of a discussion on the integration program. As you heard Chair Mariani discuss earlier, the integration task force, which was created by the majority of the last biennium, did meet. And what I want to point out in this amendment is that we're missing the main charge that we sent to this task force. The main charge going out of this legislature was that achievement had to be number one, closing the achievement gap and ensuring that children were learning in our classrooms, regardless of color of their skin. The first and foremost importance of that task force was to come up with recommendations to ensure that learning would go on in these classrooms. And if you look at my amendment, my 56-2 amendment, you will notice that I have renamed, as you heard Representative Woodard say earlier, we have actually renamed this program to be the Achievement Gap Elimination Program. And I brought forth amendments like this in committee, members, so this is not new to committee members or to Representative Mariani. I am concerned that using the acronym AIM is misleading. So the Achievement Gap Elimination Program is, I think, more suitable for the name. But the most important parts of this amendment are spelled out in the clauses that follow in the amendment that are delineated in 1 through 6. And you will notice that school choice programs, innovation, academic instruction, and best teaching practices are number 1. Members, having an effective teacher in the classroom for all of our children is essential, but it is even more essential for our students who are caught up in the learning gap, in what we call the achievement gap. So, members, I ask for your support, and I believe I also have an amendment to this amendment. Madam Speaker, yes, I have the 157. Whoops, no, I'm sorry. I don't have an amendment to this amendment. Sorry about that. This is a standalone. So I would ask for a roll call, please, and ask for support.
Representative Erickson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Mariani.
Madam Speaker and members, this amendment, we have indeed seen this amendment or something like this in committee. We did, in fact, have the conversation that Representative Erickson said that we had, so we certainly have been transparent with that. This amendment was voted down in the policy committee. I can't recall if it was offered again in finance. And while not as harsh, if you will, as the previous amendment, members, let me just say the task force understood its purpose, its mission. It struggled with that language that we gave them, honestly. And where they came out in the end was they said to Minnesota, we believe it's false. We believe it's false to separate out our goals to strive toward integrated learning environments from our goals to enhance academic achievement of all students. And in fact, and throughout this year, through committees, we heard from local school districts, and I'll do a shout out to Osseo again, who said, here's how we do this. Here's how you can take this direction, these resources aimed at creating integrated learning environments, and match them with academic achievement boosting efforts. And look, and they laid out the data before us, and sure enough, they're moving that needle forward. It's probably too long a conversation to have here. I suspect that there's lots of social science literature being written about the importance of identity and the development of identity in young people, and doing that in a multicultural, multiracial society in a way that actually drives cognitive development, but that's what the literature is telling us. And so, members, the task force submits to you, and I do as well, that we should not separate out our goals of creating integrated learning environments from increasing student academic achievement. The two can, and frankly, in our society, should be done together. The way we structured the language in the bill keeps both of those moving forward, supporting one another, holding districts accountable to both of those goals, measuring them, having them engage with their public in that conversation, moving the needle forward for students. So members, at the very least, we don't need this language, but because we have fuller, holistic, better language in the bill. And again, while this is a smaller step away from asserting our purpose of having integration in our public schools, it is one step away from that. So members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. What Representative Mariani hasn't told you is that there were 2 minority reports submitted during this task force report process. And both minority reports, particularly one, did point out that this report, this decision that was reached by the Integration Task Force deviated from the charge that this legislative body gave them, and that was to work to close the achievement gap. That minority report focused on the fact that it's important to have this holistic approach, which my amendment does certainly do, because we're taking the subgroups and we're blending that, their mixture, their diversity with these important 6 points that I make in this amendment. But members, closing the achievement gap has to be based on what happens in the classroom between the teacher and the student. The students have to be learning, and that's what this amendment focuses on. And this is supporting the legislation that passed in the last biennium, directing this task force to come together and rework the integration program and integration aid, yes, with accountability. It is here in my amendment, and to be sure that we're closing the achievement gap and to focus on that. And members, I can't begin to speak, I guess, more passionately about how important it is to support this amendment and to move our children who are suffering in that area of lack of achievement to grow in their learning and to surpass what it is that I think the present proposal does not do. I ask for a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 74 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted.
There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Myra, moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A113.
Representative Myra.
Mr. Speaker and members, Amendment A113 gives parents a bit more choices. The star rating system is being implemented across the state. This amendment allows families to receive the full scholarship amount in the first 4 years of the phase-in, whether the parent selects a program with a 1, 2, 3, or 4-star rating. Mr. Speaker, I'd appreciate a roll call.
Roll call being requested. 15 hands. There will be a roll call. Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. I would ask respectfully to vote no on this amendment. The Office of Early Learning Director already has the ability to allow scholarships to be awarded to prospective facilities while they work towards a rating for the first 2 years. And ultimately what this does is really decreases the quality of what this program wants to do. So please vote no.
Representative Myra.
Mr. Speaker, I would request that you vote green on this, vote yes. And the reason is that the parent makes the final choice and the selection, and they are so important in the life of their child and their education. And also, it's just a phase-in. It's just the first 4 years where a parent would be able to pick a 1-star, 2 or 3 or 4-star. And we understand from our Education Finance Committee that the difference is quite substantial. A 4-star program would be able to receive $4,000, where a 1-star would only receive $2,000. So, members, I would respectfully request that you would support families and allow them to have the full funding in this phase-in period. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 74 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A112.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the A112 amendment deletes the continuing authority for Minneapolis and St. Paul to bond and levy for certain amounts without voter approval. And I see Representative Dabney standing there. But what this does is, over the years, the legislature has expanded this and has allowed Minneapolis and St. Paul to do this over and over. This year, the proposal is that they do this without end, that this is in perpetuity. And so, members, I would propose here that we ought to treat Minneapolis and St. Paul like the rest of our school districts are treated. And I understand that some members are going to defend their own districts, and I get that. But at the end of the day, this is something that we should protect the voters of Minneapolis and St. Paul the same way we protect the voters throughout the state. At the end of the day, voters should have the say in where that money goes and whether or not they're going to increase their own taxes. And when they do that, it also means school districts go to the voters, and every year, just like, or whenever the levy is renewed, just like we do every 2 years, we go back to the voters. And yeah, sometimes it's difficult to do. Campaigning is fun, but it's a lot of work, and we all do it because we enjoy it. But at the end of the day, we've convinced enough people that what we're doing here is right, even all members, regardless of what side of the aisle. You've convinced enough people that what you're doing is right. There's no reason why our school districts don't do the same thing, and that all our school districts are treated equally in this particular area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm going to ask you to vote no on the A112 amendment. In education finance, we recognize that different districts, different classes of districts have unique features, unique challenges. So we offer sparsity aid to those large geographic but small student number districts in greater Minnesota. We offer then on top of that sparsity transportation aid to those same districts. We don't treat each district equally. We recognize that they face unique circumstances and unique costs. The last biennium we invented small schools aid, not for small schools, but for small school districts, because we recognize that they face unique funding challenges. Members, the two Central City schools face unique capital challenges. They have many small school buildings. In Minneapolis, they often are 50 to 100 years old. They were built long before the internet was even considered. Wiring them, maintaining them, updating the HVAC system for greater efficiency and cost savings, things like that simply costs more. The districts are landlocked. They can't expand. They can't build a new building out on the edge of town, because the edge of town is also known as Richfield or Bloomington or Columbia Heights, and they've got their own school districts. This provision simply acknowledges the unique situation of the Central City Schools. I ask again for a no vote on the A112 amendment. Thank you.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess what we're hearing here is that Minneapolis and St. Paul are not funded adequately compared to the rest of the state. Yet when we look at the facts, that's not true. Minneapolis and St. Paul is significantly higher in our state aid per pupil than it is in outstate Minnesota, by the tune of almost $4,000 per pupil. So members, I can't imagine why, if Minneapolis and St. Paul have these unique needs, and by the way, my home school districts have unique needs as well that they deal with, and they go to the voters and they get the levy approved and they do what they're supposed to do. There's no reason why Minneapolis and St. Paul won't have that same success once they show the voters that what they're doing, and when they're increasing property taxes, that's right, increasing property taxes, that when voters approve that, they know that that money is going somewhere that's going to make an impact. There's no reason why Minneapolis and St. Paul shouldn't be required to do the same thing that the Belle Plaine School District does. Please vote green. And I'd ask for a roll call vote, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill or amendment. Clerk will close the roll. Being 64 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A71.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A71 amendment defines attainment. You will notice if you're reading through the 630 Finance Policy Bill that the word attainment is used a number of times, but with no definitive definition or descriptor of what attainment is going to mean for our students. Yes, we're working toward this goal of a world-class workforce by 2027, yet there's nothing in this proposal, this 630, that defines attainment. So my amendment A71 defines attainment for students required to demonstrate that based on recommendations that have come forth. And if you look at that amendment, you will notice that the definition is really patterned after what we expect and what the major college testing programs expect, and that's that a student has 75% or higher probability of earning a grade of C or higher in corresponding college courses offered for credit. So members, I would ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker, and for your support.
Requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Breinert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask members to vote no on this amendment. I appreciate the origins of the definition here of attainment, but the legislation as currently configured on lines 40, 31 to 32 specifically forbids a specified score. So you're unless that were further amended, that would contradict the legislation. And there's a specific reason for that. First of all, this definition is really a predictive benchmark and ought not to function as a test score. There's a number of predictive benchmarks that would occur, and if you look in the packet I handed out earlier, you'll see 4 pages from Dr. David Heisted, which show the new vision for statewide assessment in Minnesota and give you a range of predictive pathways depending on a student's past history score, career objectives, educational objectives, and those are the range of benchmarks that will be used in terms of guiding a student in assessment. So please vote no, members.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, Representative Breinert is referring to House File 630, indeed. But the fact of the matter is that House File 630, in spite of what you may read, does not have specifics needed for moving our students into the career in college level of learning. And ACT, SAT have scores that they designate by which you qualify for getting into various colleges and universities. So my desire to have a definition of attainment is most appropriate for signaling to our students that this is where you must be if you're going to take that next step, whether it's into college or career. So, members, I think that we lack specificity in 630 in spite of what you will hear on this floor, and that this definition is indeed needed. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. I know. There being 61 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A70.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is getting to be the Woodard-Erickson show, I can tell. If it's finance, it's Woodard. If it's policy, it's Erickson. And I'm honored, Mr. Speaker and members, to do that. This amendment, members, would put some, what I would say, substance behind what it is we're really trying to achieve, and that's that our students are learning as they proceed toward a career, college, or both. And members, this amendment, the A70, establishes a minimum testing expectation on statewide assessments for graduation. And Mr. Speaker, I have the A165 amendment that I would like to attach before my bill. My amendment is in its working order.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend her amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A165.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The goal of this amendment is to keep current high school graduation expectations for reading and writing, called the grad exams, and to set expectations for student performance on whatever new tests might be coming in the future. Other than setting state graduation requirements for student performance in reading, writing, and math, this amendment does not make substantive changes to House File 630. What it does is three things. It identifies expectations, because as you can see in this amendment, I am directing MnSCU to identify scores on the new exams which indicate students won't need remedial coursework if they enroll in either a certificate level program or a 2 or 4 degree granting program. Secondly, it meets the expectations that specifies students must meet or exceed these scores on the new exams to earn a diploma. Members, you will notice several of us wearing buttons today that say, "Don't dumb down the diploma." Students need to know that a diploma counts for something, and I will address more of that in my closing remarks on third reading. Thirdly, meeting expectations. It deletes this prohibition that 630 has that requires students to have a specific score or level of proficiency on the exam to graduate from high school. Members, I am committed to an examination that links student achievement with their future. And what I can do is point you to many examples of how achievement is rising in this state. And I'm hoping that you're reading this literature when it comes to you, because the Latino report, and I met with these folks a few weeks ago, is explicit in telling us how important this grad exam, and remember the math is on hiatus, but how important the grad exam in reading and writing has been to raise graduation rates and achievement rates. At Columbia Heights Senior High School, for example, Latinos in 2011, 70.7%, significantly above the state average of 50%. That's remarkable. 26% of the Latino students attend this Columbia Heights Senior High School. And to have achieved that, members, that shows that what we have in place is working. And why are we changing in the midstream? I do not know. Because these students are getting it. And they are showing us. At Hopkins Senior High School, more Latinos graduated than ever. At Wilmer High School, 79.75% high school graduation rate of their school, 55% Latino graduation compared to our statewide rate of 50%. Members, if you have read the Asian Pacific Students Report, this is also excellent news to report that what we have in place is working. 54.8% of Asian students, which is just under whites, proficient in MCA 2 and 3 math in 2011. Their proficiency in reading was 66.1%. And those are all increases. You can look through these booklets that I'm sure have been made available to you as they have been to me. But members, what is in place is working. So why are we prohibiting the further use of the grad in writing and reading? Members, I ask for your support on the A165 amendment, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Breinert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, well, we're to the heart of the matter. Cut scores, high-stakes assessments, do they improve student achievement? That's the heart of the question. I'll say the critical answer, in my estimation, was given by a group of community members, educators, assessment experts who worked for 7 months on the question of what to do next with Minnesota's assessment system, particularly the grad. All of the data that Representative Erickson has mentioned was looked at. But in all those cases, you need to notice how many students are not graduating and what happens to those who don't graduate, and who are they, and what responsibility have we taken as a state for their well-being. Those students spend 2 to 3 years chasing a cut score and then drop off, and they're either picked up in our adult basic education system, GED, alternative learning centers, but many of them aren't picked up at all. Whereas the assessment proposal in this legislation would guide those students much earlier to targeted remediation, customized interventions that would really address their issues and concerns and guide them. Now, are there benchmarks and standards in this legislation? You bet, but not a single cut score. Every student has different goals and objectives and needs. I'm going to let it go for now, maybe on the next question, but there's at least a half a dozen national research studies that clearly show that high-stakes exit exams have not improved student achievement. Thank you.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Breinert. I certainly respect all the work that you're doing and have done. But members, I do want to also inform you that African American students passed the grad exam, met state standards on their first try, and that increased 15 points between 2008 and 2012. That's something we have to celebrate, members. We have to celebrate that in spite of the fact that the other side of the aisle does not want this high-stakes test. It is proving to be valuable because the students are understanding that a diploma will mean something. So, members, I again ask for a green vote.
Representative Breinert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll have further discussion, I'm sure, about those data points, but that 15% is no different than the MCA data itself. Whether it's driven by the high-stakes component or the assessment process itself has not been studied. That data is simply raw data. It's a correlation, not causation, and we can't draw the conclusions that Representative Erickson was trying to draw from it. So please vote no, members.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk... Oh, we're back on the Erickson amendment. I'm sorry. Yes. The A70 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd ask for a roll call and ask for a green vote.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Now there's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A136.
Representative Erickson.
Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw that amendment.
Representative Erickson withdraws her amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 513.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I had a discussion and a meeting, a very energetic discussion and meeting with several teachers. And it was on the subject of testing, both for the diploma and for prospective teachers. And we kept going around and around and around because the two sides tend to speak cut score, and it's not fair. So out of that discussion, I said, what if? And my what if would cover on both, in that if you have multiple subjects or multiple tests that you're having the student graduating or the teacher taking, that you would take the aggregate or the addition of those targets or cut scores on the tests. You would take the accumulative scores by the student or the teacher, and if that accumulative score was at or above the addition of the cut scores, that would be another doorway or avenue for a diploma or for the teacher to move on. So this does not, I repeat, does not remove, change, or do anything to the existing avenue or doorway to a diploma or to the teacher moving on. It adds an additional, say a door number 2. And that way, because we realize that teachers and students both are individuals with strengths and weaknesses, and that if you are strong academically but a little bit weak in one subject, you should be able to receive your diploma. And a teacher that is teaching with a major in, and I'll randomly select majors of math, art, Phi-Ed, English, and they don't quite hit, and sometimes they miss by a point, the math proficiency. Well, if they far exceed in the other subjects and make up for that, then I think that would be a fair second doorway to proceed. If they totally blow it, their cumulative or combined would not allow them to proceed. Now, I brought these up together in the same amendment in order to have that discussion and show that I believe it's fair for both. However, Mr. Speaker, I move to divide my amendment between lines 1.8 and 1.9, so the first part would be end at 1.8, the second part would start at 1.9, and I make that motion.
It's divisible. We don't have to vote on that. Which part do you want to take first?
Mr. Speaker,
You don't have to move. You can just request that. So which part would you like? It is divisible, so which part would you like
I then request that we divide this amendment.
Which part would you like to take first?
I would like to take the second one first and state that there's been a great deal of contention over the testing. And frankly, both sides are working on, a solution. And I think this might be common ground that would allow for such a solution. It would not change any task force that's in the amendment, any other activities. It would not define a cut score, would not do anything except for say, you've got your procedure, whatever it may be. And if a teacher wasn't successful or prospective teacher wasn't successful, this would be a criteria in which they could look to move on. Again, their specialty, they're strong in it, and that overcomes a slight weakness in one of the other subject tests. So that is the intent of this, to come up with a long-lasting second door that's reasonable, that doesn't change 10 years from now. You come up with different tests or targets. It doesn't change that. And I wish that you would vote green on this.
Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and Representative Quam. First of all, I want to thank you for a couple of things. One, for bringing creativity to the legislative process. I think that it's probably the most understated skill that I think is required of being a good policymaker, and I appreciate your willingness to creatively wrestle with different ways to get at a particular issue. Particularly one as difficult as this one has been for us over the last few years. And second, I want to thank you for being transparent with me in terms of, we spoke about this language over the weekend when we were hanging out here on Saturday voting on another bill. And so I appreciate that. I have wrestled with this language. And I'm glad you're dividing it, because I think it's important to talk about each one of these very, distinctly. Members, I do think it is important, in my opinion, that as we're about to license our teachers, our professional teachers, that in fact we have a strong quality assurance assessment and mechanism that assures that these individuals, these professionals, are best equipped to be able to provide guidance to our students. And so I think, Representative Quam, you and I agree on the need to make sure that we don't just simply not provide that quality assurance. As I looked at your language, and I shared this with you, I was wrestling back and forth. You're correct. You're not interjecting in the work of the task force that's set up in the bill. We don't know what the task force is going to come back in terms of what that new quality assurance process and mechanism and tools will be. My only concern with your language is not with your desire to try to do something that is fair, because I think this is a fair approach if we use the current testing system. My only concern is that it may predetermine what in fact the task force will come up with in terms of a tool. And perhaps the task force comes up with a tool that doesn't talk about different exams with different sections. And so I think perhaps better language for us with that concern anyway, perhaps would have been some kind of language, and I shared this with you when we spoke on Saturday, offering a suggestion to the task force to consider this. And so I'm not ready to support this amendment at this point. What I am ready to do, however, depending on what happens here on the floor of the House, is to make sure that this kind of idea is before the task force when it does convene and deliberate over the course of this summer and fall. But members, I'm trying to be very cautious about not predetermining for a task force that we're asking to come back with their best ideas to sort of direct them in this direction with an expectation that this is really what we want, because they may actually come up with an even better idea. Having said all that, Representative Quam, I think this approach is better than our current approach. But at this point, I'm not ready to support your amendment.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, and I do appreciate the discussions I've had on both sides of the aisle, and frankly, this is such a important issue. I think it's to the teachers and to the students, but into the relationship that we have with our constituents and the parents. And I would hope that this is kept in mind, because it was offered as a solution to the many districts that have staff that we're having to do extensions to. And I wish it had been accepted, or that since I dropped it days ahead, there would have been an amendment that we could have come together on. But I do think that this would still work, and whenever the task force came up with its final outcome, that we'd have to do some legislation anyway. So I still think that this is a better thing to do, and ask for a green vote.
Representative Urso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to note that this is, although Representative Quam and I have talked about this, and like Representative Mariani, I think that there's merit in the idea. And I would like to see the task force take up this sort of idea as it considers what's appropriate for teachers seeking licensure. I would like to note that I don't think it would work as a short-term fix, because there are 3 subsets in the MTLE basic skills test. There's a reading test, a math test, and a writing test. And the writing test is scored in a different way than the reading and the math test. And so it would not be possible to simply add those together and accomplish what Representative Quam would like to do with this. So I think we need to take this idea forward to the task force and deal with it there. Thank you.
On the second half of the Quam A513 amendment, so it's lines 1.9 to 1.17, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The motion does not prevail. That half of the amendment is not adopted. Now on to the first half of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, this came from a discussion last week, and I'm really glad that I had that discussion with those teachers last week, because if it had happened Monday afternoon, we'd never be able to have an amendment to discuss. And basically, again, we've got some conflicting views that we need to guarantee that our diploma means something, that our state gives a diploma that when a student goes to another state, it is accepted, because we have a comprehensive test with a target. I know that before we had a comprehensive test, there were people that were going to other states and having to take their test before they could take or enter into a junior college or a state school, because any state that didn't have a comprehensive test, you had to do that. And that was because, as all states do, we struggle with remediation. How do we guarantee that the students are prepared and you don't have that cost to, everyone that you have when you have to go through the remediation? And so that is why I want to put forth that the different subject matters, if it's math, English, etc., that we require, and again, not stipulating what those cut scores are, what those tests are. Just say that if you have a cumulative score at or greater than the sum of the target or minimum or cut scores, that you then would achieve a diploma. And I ask for your support.
Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Quam, as I indicated, we did have this conversation as well on this issue on Saturday. And this one I was pretty unequivocally blunt with you, so no surprise here. I don't support this approach, and I would ask members to vote against this. We, as Representative Breiner has explained, we have a different, high-quality, rigorous, relevant assessment system that we're putting in place with our bill. This language does not jive with that approach. However, if I may just very quickly, members, also add that Minnesota's diploma does in fact mean something. Minnesota has high standards. We have legislated those standards. We have trained our teaching corps in our state to teach to those standards. There's nothing wrong with teaching to standards. We have districts that have developed curriculum around those standards. There are pedagogical approaches being reinforced with professional learning communities in all of our schools, all focused on those standards. We're not saying that those are not important. When you graduate from Minnesota high school, what we're saying is what we're promising, and obviously we're striving to get to this promise, what we're saying is that we have clear standards. They're highly rigorous standards. We are teaching to those standards. We are preparing you against those standards. Under our bill today, we are also saying, and we're going to provide you with a powerful assessment system that will make your dreams, your aspirations come true, allow you to plan for those with plenty of time throughout your K-12 career. And that assessment system is also a highly rigorous assessment system, which is tied to career and college readiness goals. So members, I just wanted to very quickly state that Minnesota's high school diplomas should mean something. They do mean something. They will continue to mean something long after our legislation is passed, if it's passed, and enacted. But members, back to the amendment, I would ask respectfully for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I hope everyone understands that my feeling, and if you've been on the committee, I have not treated education as, anything partisan. I've always treated it as something very important to my community, my family, and to the future of the communities that we all represent in this state. And the former and this amendment are both brought forward in the spirit of coming together with a reasonable approach and avoiding the continual this side, that side argument and butting heads. Because our children deserve us to step back from our common, marked out positions and viewpoints and come together, be creative, and find a way to get it done to have the best solution. And I think that this may not be perfect, but it is a better solution than the things that are bouncing back and forth. And I hope you give a green or up vote. Thank you.
So members, we are voting on the first part of the Quam amendment, lines 1.2 to 1.8. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A66.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is just a little change I hope you can agree to, all of us. That is, I think the Senate has changed the skills test to be labeled a college-level skills test. In statute it does not call it a basic skills. That's what the Board of Teaching calls it. So I think to be in agreement with what the Senate has done, at least what I thought they did once upon a time, perhaps it's changed since then, was to relabel this skills test that teachers must pass to receive license to be called a college-level test. And, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call and ask for a green vote.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker and members, I think this amendment is okay. Currently the approach is tied to college level knowledge and understanding. I think we're going to probably have to work to define that a little bit better. But frankly, I don't see a need to reject this approach, and we'll go into conference committee and we'll do some refinement of the language if this amendment were to go on. So, members, I would encourage a yes vote.
Representative Erickson.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Mariani, thank you. I'll withdraw my roll call.
Representative Erickson withdraws her roll call. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A61.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important amendment. This would prohibit the placing of a student with an ineffective teacher for 2 years in a row. It would also prohibit exemptions for rural schools that do not have without a teacher option. So I would ask for a roll call on this, Mr. Speaker, and stand for questions.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Breinert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Erickson, I do appreciate the concern for students that is represented in this amendment. Obviously, we want students with the most effective teachers possible. However, what I would say is I think it's premature and a bit of a prejudgment on the evaluation process itself. First of all, we put in more than a year's work on creating a very robust evaluation system. Anybody who wants to look at it is welcome to go on MDE's website, and you'll see how comprehensive it is. So, first of all, we've got that moving forward. We need to begin to pilot it. We need to begin to put it in place before we start deciding what categories will be evaluated in what manner. Because you're the lowest among teachers in terms of effectiveness, the assumption that's being projected is that you're an ineffective teacher. I think we need to let the data move forward, and we need to see it over a time period of 3 years before we put any consequences of this nature on. So I would please ask you to vote no.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just want to emphasize how important it is, the words of Representative Breinert, that this get nailed down soon. I've read numerous surveys over the years that have indicated that after 2 years of a substandard teacher, you don't ever recapture that momentum. Your education future is really dimmed, and from which you may never recover after 2 years of a bad teacher. So we have to get this figured out.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, last night here in our Twin City area, the Minneapolis Foundation sponsored a special event right here in St. Paul at the Fitzgerald Theater that featured Dr. Steve Perry. And I hope that many of you will take a look at this excellent principal from Connecticut. He's principal of the Capital Preparatory Magnet School in Connecticut. He has been profiled in Black America in that publication, and he came to speak to parents and teachers and concerned citizens about effective teachers every year of a child's life. Because without an effective teacher, learning is diminished by 50%. 50% if you don't have an effective teacher in the classroom. He's the author of Push Has Come to Shove, Getting Our Kids the Education They Deserve. Dr. Perry is one of these individuals who has a message about success and effective teachers, because in his magnet school, which is primarily made up of colored students, primarily low income, every student goes off to college. And so with his emphasis on an effective teacher and with great standards and testing that goes on, he is seeing the results that we all need to see here in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and throughout Minnesota. So members, with that said, I would hope that you would vote green on this. It is so important that we empower principals, there are school leaders, to be able to place teachers where they should place them, and to ensure that our students do not have an effective teacher at least 2 years in a row, if not every year. Thank you, members.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to be clear, because we've gone through these amendments fairly quickly, we've had some good conversations, but let's be clear on what we're voting on here and now. So we are voting on whether or not we are going to allow kids to have 2 years of ineffective teaching. It's not 1 year. It's not saying that we can't put them in front of an ineffective teacher. It's saying that we're not going to do it for 2 years in a row. It has nothing to do with the teacher and how we're going to interact with the teacher and whether that teacher is going to be coached and gotten better or whatever else we want to do that we have within our teacher evaluation process. What we're saying is the kids should not be in a classroom 2 years in a row in which we have an ineffective teacher. It's that simple. So be careful when you vote on this one and what you're saying to the kids of Minnesota. This has nothing to do with special interests, with folks worried about whether or not that teacher is going to be treated fairly or anything else. This has to do with the kids. No other amendment you're going to vote on today, except for possibly one that I have a little bit later, will have more effect on kids in the classroom than the amendment you're about to vote on now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge a green vote.
Representative Breinert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would ask you to consider that there are more positive ways to assure effective teachers in our classroom than a prohibitive amendment. And I don't think this is the approach to assuring an effective teacher in every classroom. Please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I believe Representative Faust was seeking recognition to change his vote. Did you get a chance to see that or not?
I didn't.
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, in a 67 to 67 motion, on which side may a member move for reconsideration of the motion?
The prevailing side.
Mr. Speaker, in that case, would the prevailing side, which side of the motion would be the prevailing, the yeses or the noes?
The noes.
So, Mr. Speaker, at this time, Representative Faust could move to move reconsideration if he wished.
He could.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend House File 630, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A59.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to call for a roll call and ask that we
Roll
take...
call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to bring forth the A157 amendment to get the A59 in working order.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend her amendment to House File 630 as follows. The amendment is coded A157.
Representative Erickson, to your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment to my amendment 59 would allow for the reassigning of teachers if everything in law is followed. And if you take a look at the language, notwithstanding other law to the contrary, if a school board and the exclusive representative of teachers do not agree to a plan providing for unrequested leaves of absence, because remember, we're looking for effective teachers in front of every student every year, the school board must base decisions affecting teachers' unrequested leave of absence and teaching assignments on teacher evaluation outcomes. And I know that the majority party is going to argue that this is premature, but members, we need to be thinking today about our students and their future. I ask for a roll call vote and a green vote.
Representative Dabney. Roll call's already on. Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this amendment is premature. We don't yet have the systems in place, even if this were a good idea, to implement this. First of all, the teacher evaluation system is not yet in place. As Representative Breinert has discussed several times today, what we need to do is put a comprehensive teacher evaluation system in place and then take it out for a test drive to see if it's valid. Before we even do that, we need to get a comprehensive principal evaluation system in place, because it's the principals who are going to evaluate the teachers, and if the principal is not effective, we can't rely on the validity of their evaluations of the teachers' effectiveness. This is premature. I'd ask for a red vote on the A157 amendment. Thank you.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Dabney. But you're assuming that teacher evaluations don't already go on. And they are. I don't think there's a district that you would contact today who wouldn't say they don't have a teacher evaluation in place. They don't have the one that is prescribed under our new law, for which we now have a default by the department, and quite a good one, I must say. But they do evaluate teachers, and so principals can make those decisions. In fact, a program in which I worked for many years called Teachers Helping Teachers, although we did not evaluate in the classroom, as I would visit to my colleagues, I did provide them with positive feedback, with suggestions for how they might be much more effective with their students. And so, members, teacher evaluation has been going on for a long, long time. It's just that it has not been something prescribed in law. So, members, I think that when I have this introductory phrase, notwithstanding other law to the contrary, that school boards and bargaining units, and here's the power of the exclusive representative of teachers, can agree on these things for the sake of our children, for the sake of our learners. Members, I ask for a green vote and for a roll call.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. On the Erickson amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A59 amendment is something that we did debate in a Policy Reform Committee last biennium, negotiating unrequested leaves of absence and not allowing for bumping rights if the teacher is not the best qualified to be teaching our students. It gives flexibility for school boards and the exclusive bargaining unit, the representative of the teachers, and I was a card-carrying union member for 35 years. It provides for that work back and forth, which is very good for us to consider as we look at closing the achievement gap, having a world-class workforce by 2027. Members, this provision in Amendment A59, which would allow the placing of teachers on unrequested leave of absence or recalling them, but not using bumping rights based on their seniority, is very good policy for us to consider enacting. As I said, we debated it last biennium, and it is going to put the most effective teacher in our classrooms. I would like a roll call on this as well and ask for a green vote.
There's already a roll call on. Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A59 amendment is premature at this time. We do not yet have the systems in place to validly identify for the purposes of layoffs. Secondly, the A59 amendment violates collective bargaining. It overrides the agreements that teachers, through their exclusive representative in the school boards, have already agreed to. We need that trust on the local level to develop rigorous, effective, and valid teacher evaluation programs. The A59 amendment violates that trust by overriding agreements that teachers and school boards have already arrived at. I'd ask for a no on the A59 amendment. Thank you.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, take a look at the effective date, Representative Dabney. So that's not going to affect what's going on currently. But members, this doesn't make a decision based on teacher evaluations. This is based on the seniority that we all have if we are part of a public school. If we have a contract with our school board to teach, we're part of a seniority system. And what I'm arguing here is that seniority not be made the primary reason for reassigning or for allowing a teacher to stay in a classroom if the teacher is found to be ineffective through the bargaining process. And that really is going on already, and this is to reinforce it. I ask for a green vote.
Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to urge folks to vote red on this. I'm one who's historically been supportive of examining seniority and ULA leave, but it is absolutely the wrong thing to do before you have an effective methodology for evaluating teachers, and I think Representative Dabney addressed that. We need to make certain that we do this in the proper way, in the right way, in the best way for our wonderful teaching staff in this state. And so I'd urge a red vote for now and encourage folks on the committees, of which I'm not serving this year, to continue a really robust discussion in the coming years.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So basically what we're saying under current law is that our evaluation system is, how long have you been there? When did you sign your contract? And that's how we determine whether you're an effective teacher or not. That is the only criteria that we're using. And what we're asking is that we use additional criteria that we all agree on means that we have an effective teacher. So moments ago, we had an opportunity, we were so close. We had an opportunity to ensure that we didn't have 2 years of ineffective teachers. You have one more opportunity this afternoon to say, look, we know that the number one criteria for ensuring success for a kid in the education system in Minnesota is the teacher that stands in front of them. And how well that teacher's doing. How well we coach them to ensure that they are the right person to be teaching in that classroom. And members, too often this is politicized and it becomes, well, you Republicans just don't like teachers. I love teachers. I'm married to a teacher. I love them. They are doing yeoman's work in our school districts and in our schools throughout this state. Republicans love teachers. Democrats love teachers. We want the right teachers in front of our classroom. And members, let's take this one step farther. We had a somewhat extended debate. When we talk about education, we tend not to get too extended on the House floor. But we had a debate moments ago about integration. One of the problems with integration in our system today is that if we have teachers of color entering into the system, they're the first ones to go. Members, we need role models in front of our kids as teachers. And if those teachers who are coming into the system are the most effective teachers, they're the ones that are the biggest role models, the ones that their kids can look up to, then let's put those in the classroom. Let's ensure that when these unfortunate events happen, that the number one criteria, or the only criteria we have today is seniority. Let's change that here today on the House floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased that the love is flowing here, Representative Woodard. And as a lifetime certificated teacher, I feel a special need to return the love to you as well. Members, this discussion about seniority is a valid one. It is an important issue, but it is a discussion that is better held in the real world between elected school boards and the collective bargaining agent. That's where these discussions should be held, not here. Secondly, I sense a disconnect between what this body feels should be mandated in all school districts in the collective bargaining process and that which really happens. My questions are, who would enforce such a thing? What are the consequences of an elected school board and a collective bargaining unit if they just choose to ignore this? Member, seniority is a long-standing principle of collective bargaining. It is an agreement in some cases. It is a disagreement in some cases. And that's the beauty of collective bargaining. Let local people make these decisions whether or not they want to include seniority in their policies or not. Please vote no.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's take a minute and look at the actual amendment. While the rhetoric is about getting the best teacher in front of children, the amendment is about layoffs. It's about when we underfund our schools, as we have for the last decade. It's about when we force schools to go to 4-day weeks, as has been happening over the last decade. It's about when we see ever-increasing class sizes, which we see across the state from underfunding the schools. Representative Marquart's bill is turning the tide on the underfunding of our schools that our schools have been struggling with the last decade. Let's not talk about laying off teachers. Let's talk about improving schools. Let's talk about supporting teachers. Let's talk about creating opportunities for kids to learn and grow and develop, and not put up a straw man that says what we want to get better schools is to lay off teachers who've committed their lives, their education, their training, and their long, long days to educating the kids of Minnesota. And let's look at the impact of this amendment, were it to go into law, violating contracts that teachers and school boards have voluntarily entered into across the state. And you know what happens when you violate a contract? You get sued. Representative Erickson's amendment would create lawsuits across the state, diverting money from school kids to lawyers' pockets. Members, join me. Let's put forward a positive vision of opportunity for children in our schools today, not a positive opportunity for lawyers in Minnesota. Thank you.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm reminded that when we hear that it's not about the money, it usually is about the money. And the deal is that the DFL tax bill has $2.4 billion, I believe, in tax increases, about $600 million in new fees, $3 billion coming into the coffers. We have a budget target of $550 million for K-12 finance. Why are we talking about layoffs? For gosh sakes, we're spending a ton of money here now in this bill. So there are no layoffs in this bill that I'm aware of. So I don't know why we're talking about layoffs. At the end of the day, we also know that we have school districts with declining enrollment. And unfortunately, when that happens, these decisions have to be made by school boards and by principals throughout the state. Members, let's put the most effective teacher in the classroom in front of our kids, no matter what zip code they're in, no matter where they live in this state, and this is our opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 77 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A73.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and this is a pretty simple amendment. This requires school board approval when joining PEPA or another health care plan, and most importantly, it preserves the collective bargaining for these benefits, and I would recommend a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion.
And I would request a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Simon votes aye. There being 61 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Newberger moving to amend House File 630 to first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 0514.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I just wanted to call everyone's attention to an issue that's a little off topic. Maybe we'll find it a little refreshing here. It has to do with charter schools. As you know, there's about 130, 150 charter schools throughout Minnesota. And most of them have been doing an outstanding job. There were some issues with a few. Like any group, you're going to have some bad apples. And to correct this problem, some language was added to the current bill. Basically does two things. The language says that if you cannot serve on a charter school board if you have a family member that works for the school. The second provision is you cannot serve on a charter school board if you have family members that contract for professional services, goods, or facilities. This amendment was supported by the Charter School Association. Had some conversations with them, had a good conversation with them. I think there was a communication issue that kind of broke down a little bit. Offered this amendment. What I'm trying to do is I just want to delete the first part that would still allow an individual to serve as a board member even though one of their family members works for the school. I don't have any problem with the contractual part. If you're a board member, clearly there'd be a conflict of interest and you shouldn't be contracting for goods or services. As we were kind of looking into this issue, I started to contact charter schools from around the state, especially up in the Arrowhead region. Some of you folks might want to listen up a little bit. The response that I got throughout, especially northern Minnesota here, was from these schools is that one, that they didn't hear about this, so there was a communication breakdown, and two, that if this goes through, if board members are not allowed to serve because their family works for the school, that this would be devastating and very damaging to a lot of these little tiny charter schools that have a very small volunteer base to begin with. One of the schools that I spoke to in particular, it's a tribal school. Their comments were they were the only school within 35 miles. They're the only community. This would really hurt them. Another one up there in the Brainerd region echoed the same sentiments. So suffice to say, members, we do have an issue here that does need to be addressed. There was a communication issue trying to get this message out, and I understand that happens at times. Mr. Chair, I also want to make it known, too, that if we do this, members, we're going to be holding charter school board members to a different standard. Currently, right now, as you know, a public school board member, you can be on a public school board, and you can have your entire family work for the school. That's not illegal. That's not wrong. So if we go ahead and do this, we'll be holding charter schools to a different standard. And I think what we're doing here in this attempt with this language is that we're going to be punishing the entire charter school community, all of the charter schools in the state, for the actions, the bad actions of a few. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Mariani yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mariani, because this is a sensitive issue and this did come up relatively recently, we're trying to work through this. Would this be something that you would be willing to just sit down and have some discussions with and come to a mutually disagreeable solution in conference committee? Would that be something you'd be open to entertaining?
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, members, and Representative Newberger, and thank you for, we had this conversation earlier today, and we thought it was very important that we get the issue out on the table and that you and I have this conversation in public here. Because I was convinced after our conversation that there are some important nuances here that need to be tended to very carefully. It's a constant reminder, members, of just how big and diverse our state is. What makes sense to me in St. Paul doesn't always make sense to a small greater Minnesota community where the relationships around many of our institutions are different than the ones we have here, where you have a lot of anonymity, etc. I would say very quickly just one thing, though. It is important for us to pay close attention to potential conflict of interest issues in all venues, but especially in charter schools. And one of the reasons for that is because, after all, we are committing public resources to the delivery of this particular vehicle of a public institution, because charter schools are public schools. However, they don't have locally elected school board members. So the accountability line between decision makers and the public is different than an elected school board member of an independent public school district. So it is important that we're paying close attention to these conflict of interest issues. If something like that were to arise here in St. Paul, well, you have a locally elected person who's going to be held accountable, at the voting booth. However, to get at your question, Representative Newberger, I am concerned that that without some fine-tuning of this language, we may in fact be creating unintended harm to certain public schools, and it sounds to me probably primarily in small communities like the ones that you're interested in. And so I want to make sure we get this right. If we move forward with this bill, you have my commitment to work on that and come up with some finer language. The only thing I would ask is for you to constantly ride my back on it, because I'm going to be balancing a lot of things. Presuming I'm on the conference committee, I'll be balancing a lot of things at that point. But you certainly have my commitment to come up with language that works both for the communities you're interested in and for the broader principle here of good, sound accountability with this sector.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Mariani. You've been more than gracious. This is an issue that does need to be fine-tuned. I agree. And I also want to just take just a brief moment to do a shout-out, because there are some outstanding charter schools in this state that are doing phenomenal things, and I just want to make that aware. And with that, Mr. Speaker, and the gracious accommodation of Representative Mariani, I withdraw my amendment.
Representative Newberger withdraws his amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A58.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while we're on the subject of charter schools, this amendment, the A58 amendment, allows authorizers to close low-performing charter schools after 3 years of low performance. Members, this is part of a bill that I've carried for a while now. This is my third year talking about this particular subject, and I think it fits very well in with the Chair's comments about 3-year plans for our traditional school districts. And I think this fits very nicely in with our charter schools as well. It ensures that our charter schools, who for the most part are performing above average, will remain that way, and that those charter schools who are not performing as we would expect will be able to, those authorizers will be able to close those. So members, I recommend a green vote and ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Woodard. So this will be a little awkward for me, because I think I'm actually on the bill from which this was drafted. We did hear this provision in Policy Committee. It actually generated a very healthy discussion. We had authorizers and charter school providers in that conversation. It flowed pretty freely between both parties, and we really dug into this. The committee, in the end, decided not to go forward with this provision, and I want to honor that. And frankly, I think there are some important issues that they raised. One, of course, is that there's nothing currently that in law that prevents authorizers from moving toward shutting down a charter school that is not effective. I have to tell you, members, I was particularly, maybe not harsh, but I was pretty pointed in my interaction with the authorizers and with the department in that committee on this question. As fate would have it, I think it was not even 2 weeks later, I got a call from an authorizer to inform me that, in fact, they were shutting down a charter school, I believe in North Minneapolis or north of North Minneapolis. And they were an authorizer who had attended our committee hearing. And they were shutting them down for a number of reasons, but one was for persistent, lack of student performance and the interventions necessary to address that. So we do have the ability for that to happen currently. I think it probably doesn't happen as much as it should, quite frankly, but it certainly most recently has happened in Minneapolis. The other thing is we wrestled with this whole issue of a school placed in the bottom quartile of all public schools, and really feeling that that was almost too big, too broad of a meat cleaver kind of approach. We don't know what that means. It could mean something really bad. It certainly sounds that way when you first read it. However, we don't think that that's the right kind of metric that we ought to be using if we're going to go down this road. And so the committee said, let's slow down here. Let's continue this conversation, but let's see if there might be a better, more pointed way for us to do this and direct this if we decide to go down or go on in this direction. So we're really concerned that we may not be using the right accountability metrics in the real world, although, it's pretty hard to argue just using popular rhetoric. Hey, if you're in the bottom of anything, you should either change or shut down. The other thing is, members, we do have the MMR system that the commissioner is using, waived under the NCLB in the state of Minnesota. That allows for direct intervention with our public schools as they wind up being rated against multiple measures and performance indicators for students. And so that approach is more about providing assistance and intervention as opposed to a strict fiat dictate that a school simply needs to shut down. So members, I think that Representative Woodard and others, including myself, who I believe was a co-author on this bill, I think we were on to something. I think we still are. I think it's just not ready for prime time. And so members, I would ask you to vote against the 858 amendment.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, one person's popular rhetoric is another person's common sense. All we're saying here is that charter schools who are underperforming for 3 years straight, we have kids in those seats, and those seats are not performing. I mean, the school is not performing. So it's time to move on, and it's time to, this is what happens in business. If things aren't working well and for you in business, especially after 3 years, you go on, you do something else, you do something more productive. And that's exactly what we're doing here, is we're saying the resources that we're putting into these schools are not the best use of our tax dollars if we have 3 years going and they're underperforming. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a common sense vote. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Grisha moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A147.
Representative Grisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in support of this amendment. In my area and as a former educator, local control is very important. And I've heard many arguments on the floor today. The opportunity for accountability, the closing the achievement gap, trusting our local educators who know the local culture the best. And if we don't do something like this where we allow our local schools to, when they get in a bind, our rural schools, when they get in a bind, sometimes we can stifle creativity and innovation. We can lock out those solutions that they're trying to find in some of our areas of the state. And so I urge you to support this amendment, which would give schools the ability to have a meeting to decide the best way to use their funds in an urgent situation. And sometimes out in the rural areas, when funds are tight, you get into statutory operating debt, or you get into a situation where you just need to get creative a little bit about solutions. This would give those school districts the ability to do that. This would give school districts the ability to work with the situations they have, to trust the administrators, to trust the school board, and to try to find solutions. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker and members, Representative Krisha, I respectfully would ask members to vote against the A147 amendment. This one really is not ready for prime time. And although I want to say you and I serve on the policy committee, I am not at all questioning, because I've gotten to work with you, your sincerity and your desire to both maximize the ability of locals to do right by their students and to get our locals increasingly focused on doing better for our students. However, members, the language here really needs some work. Urgent educational need. If we're going to put this in statute, we really should define what that is. The other issue here is that we're going to say that it's okay for a school district to then reallocate district revenues, presumably members, categorical revenues that we have prescribed, that we create and that we fund here, and we prescribe for certain purposes. Now a school district may be able to dip into those to be able to attempt to meet another purpose. As noble as that purpose might be, you can imagine pretty quickly you might have a scenario across the state where your decisions, our decisions here, in terms of directing the people's resources in order to meet particular goals, whether it's related to gifted and talented, say, or poverty or whatever, that those now will be used, consumed by a school district motivated by good things, but consumed for other purposes. And members, I think at the very least this would require us to have a much more deliberative discussion about what goes into the logic of our K-12 appropriations and the kind of guidance that, and expectations and accountability measures that we have of our school districts. So members, motivated by all the right reasons, Representative Krisha, I just don't think this is ready for prime time here today. And so members, I would ask you to vote against this amendment.
Representative Krisha.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for that, Representative Mariani. I too respect you after working in the committee, and we had some great conversations. But I urge a green vote on this. I was contacted by my districts, and as a former teacher and a former administrator, I know the folks that are working in these schools, and they're making the best decisions. They're making the best decisions for their local students. They're the school boards that we trust. They're the school administrators that we trust. And if we can't trust them to make the decisions about the money that we're sending them, then what does that say about us? We're about to send $550 million, and are we saying that we don't trust our local boards to make the very best decisions? In my district, I have one school district with a 33% Hispanic population. They're far different from the other side of my district, which is all Caucasians. And those two school districts are going to make very different decisions about how they use their money. And based on the demographics and the poverty levels, they need to be able to make those decisions. This also came about because of the ability to let the staff development waiver go. I have small school districts where when situations arise, they need to be able to use the money most efficiently. And again, I ask you this, as you think of your school administrators and you think of your school board members, would they oppose this, and who wouldn't we trust? Aren't they the best ones to make this decision? And are we afraid that suddenly they're going to start squirreling money away or doing things that we don't expect? That doesn't seem to make sense. These are our local elected officials, the school board members that we hire. We're sending $550 million out there. I think the local districts should be able to handle the little bit of money. I urge a green vote, members.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A148.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to move the 149 amendment to the amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk.
Woodard moving to amend his amendment to House File 630 as follows. The amendment is coded A149.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the A149 amendment to the A148 amendment resets the aid entitlement shift to 90-10 effective immediately and takes the $262 million that we currently have in aid entitlement shift and pays it back by using the $653 million that we currently have in budget reserves. So members, we talked about this in the very beginning. This was a long conversation during the campaign. It was a long conversation in the last session about paying back the shift. This pays back the shift. You have the ability here and now to pay back the shift, fulfill that commitment that we have. I know that we've talked as well on the House floor about the fact that we're going to increase taxes in the tax bill in order to pay back the shift. But members, we don't have to do it. Right here and now we can do it. And in the K-12 education finance bill, the premier bill for education finance, this is where we budget for K-12 finance. This is where we pay back shifts. This is what happens here in the education finance bill. So let's do this now. Let's pay back that $253 million. Good news is we continue to pay it back. We've gone from a 70 to about an 86.4 shift, and that's great. We are paying this back. Let's pay it all back now so we don't have to talk about this later. It frees up some time tomorrow when we talk about the tax bill. There'll be plenty to talk about tomorrow. Let's deal with it now. We could have dealt with it earlier in the year, but now is the time. You have one more chance before you raise taxes on hardworking Minnesotans to do what you said you were going to do and what we all want to do, and that's pay back the shift. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. If we can wait another 24 hours for Representative Linchewski's tax bill, not only will we pay the payment shift back of $262 million, but we'll pay it all back, all $854 million, every dime we owe our students and our school districts in 24 hours will be paid back. And I know everyone here has that as a top priority, and that's been a promise on this side and in this body overall, to make sure we pay back our commitment and our promise to our students and our schools. Tomorrow we're going to pay back all $854 million of the payment shift and the property tax recognition shift. Living up to that promise, paying back our kids and paying back our schools. So please vote no on this amendment and stay tuned within 24 hours for the tax bill.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker and members, this amendment is not good fiscal policy. It takes it out of the reserves. And let me comment a little bit about why we need to have a reserve. First of all, when we passed the House budget resolution, and I think Representative Woodward, I know he is, he's on that committee, knows that we did set the reserve. But why a reserve? It's there to meet emergency needs. And some of the things that we've had to deal with my time in the legislature on an emergency basis, tornadoes, flooding, forest fires, droughts, a downturn in the economy that's unexpected. That's the purpose of the reserve. If you don't have a good budget reserve, when you do things like the bonding bill, one of the things that they look at to see if you practice good fiscal restraint, good fiscal policy. And if you don't have a reserve, that's a strike against us when we're dealing with the bond houses. I was here when Governor Quee was in office, and with his budget, he spent down the reserve. In fact, he gave it as a tax cut. And he didn't feel we needed a reserve. He felt that there would be enough economic growth to cover the need for a reserve. Well, it didn't work. We had 6 special sessions. We would no sooner complete one special session and we would have another. When Governor Quee left office, he was asked what he might have done differently when he was governor of the state of Minnesota. He said, I would have a reserve. So we've had a reserve virtually ever since. We've sometimes probably not had as large a one as I would have liked. I did happen to, with Governor Arnie Carlson, serve on a special task force dealing with reserves for the University of Minnesota. And we thought it was good fiscal policy if we maintained, for a large institution like that, a 5% reserve. So if anything, we probably should be putting more into a reserve if we have that opportunity, and not less. So members, I would urge a no vote on this particular amendment. Let's stay away from the gimmicks that put our state at risk, our citizens at risk. Let's have no gimmicks.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Woodard Amendment really represents the kind of impulse to budgeting and to decision making that we should all try to resist. And Representative Woodard, I know you're in your second term and you haven't served as long as some members have. I'm not quite as long in the tooth as others are either, Representative Erdahl. But your amendment, Mr. Representative Woodard, really represents the cheap and easy approach to budgeting, the cheap and easy approach that has got us into the trouble that we're in. For the last 10, 12, 13 years, we've been unwilling to take the difficult decisions to align revenue with expenses. And no matter what party you're from, no matter what your walk of life, if you can't align revenue with expenses, you're in trouble. And so we've done things like have 2 state government shutdowns. We've drained our reserves. We've shifted costs to schools. I think probably the worst policy we've ever enacted is borrowing money against future revenue through the tobacco bonds. We have raided special accounts and special revenue funds. We have pushed costs to local government, resulting in higher property taxes. We have pushed costs to college students, resulting in dramatically higher tuition and increased student debt, which has been significant. And you might not agree with the DFL approach to resolving this problem. You might not think that we should raise taxes in order to balance the budget and finally clean up the state's books. But, Representative Woodard, we are doing it. Finally, after 12 years, the DFL is in charge, and we are going to clean up the state's books and put our house in order and make some key investments in our future. Now, I understand Republicans are not going to like our approach to doing it, but you have to admit that making the tough decision to actually align revenue with expenses and avoid the cheap and easy gimmicks is the way to budget. So, Representative Woodard, I'm a little bit surprised you're actually offering this amendment. Taking money out of the reserves and paying it to the shift is just another shift. It's just it's a shifty shift, a gimmicky shift, whatever you want to call it. It's taking money from from reserves that are important for fiscal planning and just moving it around in order to make a political talking point. And it's the failure of political courage to align revenue with expenses that put us in the difficult position that we are in today, which necessitates such a significant revenue increase that we see in Representative Linczewski's bill. If we do not align these things, we are going to be in trouble. So while our approach is to raise revenue, invest in our future, and clean up the state's books, might not be the ideal way from your point of view, you have to admit that we are doing it. We are creating a balanced budget and cleaning up our books. You should applaud that rather than making it worse. So I would suggest that maybe tomorrow you vote against the tax bill, you suggest a bunch of amendments to the remaining bills that we have that would dramatically reduce state spending, that would get the state budget in order like you'd like, but don't add more cheap and easy approaches to budgeting. That's what got us into this problem to begin with. And so we are finally getting our way back out of the hole, and I just wish that we weren't digging it further down like you would with your amendment.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A point of order. Under Rule 4.03H, I would ask that this amendment be ruled out of order, and I would call the members' attention to the Ways and Means budget resolution. And on line 1.6, it sets the budget reserve at $6,056,000. Well, it sets the number. I won't reiterate the number. And by tapping into the reserve, we're violating this rule. The reserve is fixed, doesn't go up, doesn't go down. By tapping it for this guilty pleasure of gimmicks, we are violating the budget reserve and therefore violating Rule 4.03H, and I would ask you to rule it out of order. Thank you.
Representative Woodard, what purpose do you rise?
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the K-12 Education Finance Bill. There's $52 million in shift that's been called a gimmick by Representative Winkler, although other people, including the administration, has said this is a tool in the toolbox. We've heard Representative Linczewski in committee the other day said the school shift is a tool in the toolbox. Sometimes it's a gimmick. I guess it depends upon who does it. But this is exactly what this bill is about.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Under what order of business are we? Is this advice?
We are on advice, but Representative Woodard, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Murphy, yes, it is, because what it talks about is the fact that we're talking about the K-12 Education Finance Bill. This is germane. It is exactly where it should be. There's shift in this bill, Mr. Speaker, that talks about $52 million in additional shift. There is no better place for us to talk about paying back the shift than the K-12 Education Finance Bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Scott, what purpose do you rise?
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Mr. Speaker, I think that I would encourage people to take the advice of Representative Woodard, that this is something that does fall under our purview here. And if you could inform me, Mr. Speaker, on the citing again that the minority leader or majority leader rose to.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Scott. I'm looking at Rule 4.03H. And we'll call your attention again to the Ways and Means resolution, budget resolution. And on line 1.6, the budget reserve is set. And taking from the budget reserves violates the rule.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I believe that this is that you should find in favor of Representative Woodard's advice. We're paying back the school shift. That's something that you folks promised to do, and I believe that we should follow through with that and ask you to find in favor of the Woodard advice.
So, members, having reviewed the amendment and listened to the advice of Representative Woodard and Scott and Murphy and reviewed the budget resolution, I find that the point of order is well taken. Representative Woodard.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to appeal the ruling of the Speaker.
Representative Woodard appeals the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. Seeing
Speaker.
15 hands, there will be a roll call. Members, the question before the body is whether the ruling of the Speaker should be upheld. A green vote would uphold the ruling of the Speaker. A red vote would not. Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice to the body. Members, in reading 4.03H, if you read that, it says, after the adoption of the resolution by the Committee on Ways and Means, an amendment to a bill is out of order if it would cause any of the limits specified in the resolution to be exceeded. Members, we're not exceeding the Ways and Means resolution for the reserves by any stretch whatsoever. So I would ask that you would find this ruling by the Speaker out of order to come back and vote on this, whether or not that you think this is the right priority for Minnesota. But let's vote on the issue.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, I would encourage members to uphold the ruling of the Speaker. That very sentence, 4.03H, the very first sentence, says that you cannot exceed the budget resolution by moving dollars from one part of the budget resolution to another. That's outlined by the budget resolution and the various omnibus bills. And in addition to that, when you go after the budget reserve, that is a fixed number. You can't take money that would move that up or down. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, this is a good ruling by the chair, and I would encourage people to uphold the ruling.
The question before the body is whether the ruling of the Speaker shall stand as the judgment of the House. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of information. Representative Carlson mentioned something about you can't move the reserve up and down. When I was a freshman coming in, we really didn't have a reserve. I think there's a little money in the cash flow account, so apparently that reserve money did get moved out. And, you know, so I'm confused by that. But as to this, the shift is the gimmick. Paying it off is a solution to the gimmick. It is part of the education bill already, and I think it is very germane, and I think it is, as mentioned, a gimmick is an accounting gimmick, and this just gets rid of that, because our people don't deserve to continue the gimmick.
The question before the body is whether the ruling of the Speaker shall stand as the judgment of the House. A green vote is upholds the ruling of the Speaker. A red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 60 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. We still have the Woodard amendment. I apologize, members. The underlying amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on the overriding amendment here, the A148 amendment, this doesn't pay back the shift. It doesn't move any funds away from the reserve that started out at zero when I came in here in 2011 and is now at over $600 million, plus the $350 million we have in the cash account as well. So it doesn't touch that. It doesn't pay back the credit card with existing money we have in the checking account. What it does is it says that we recognize within this bill, as it stands today, as you will vote for, even though you said you didn't like shifts, you will vote for it today if you vote for this bill. So what this does, it just conforms the statutory language and says we recognize that this is an 86.4% payment schedule that we have in this bill, not a 90-10. This is an 86.4. This is transparency. We've all talked about it. It's transparency, saying we know exactly what's in this bill and we know what we're voting for. So please vote green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Marquart.
Roll call, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The bill assumes that we are going to pay back to a 90-10 shift. Members, please vote no.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request a roll call.
Representative Woodard requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Now there is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A75.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is actually Representative Hertos's amendment.
Representative Hertos.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, the A75 amendment deals with school referendum revenue. And what this amendment simply does is, for any of you who have served in local government, on your councils and on your city council, oftentimes you hear taxpayers complain about the manner in which certain referenda are passed. And what this does is encourages school districts to simply conduct their referenda in an even-numbered year with the general election. And it doesn't prohibit them from having referenda in an off year. It would just require that it would have to be, under certain special circumstances, would be a mail ballot. So I think in the interest of, we've heard a little bit today about transparency and accountability. I think the voters need to be fully engaged in the decisions that they're making with regard to their schools. I think we get a better result when we do that. And certainly the complaint that we've heard in the local level is oftentimes levy referenda are floated at a time, a Friday before Memorial Day weekend or a Friday before 4th of July weekend. So I would urge a green vote on this, and it would also help lower some of the costs when they do float a referenda. It can be included in the general referenda, general election. Thank you.
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, I would ask for a no vote. It would be nice if we didn't have to go to operating referendums, but unfortunately the state has not kept up with funding, and so those are required. Members, this would take local control away. Many cities, in fact, over 100 of the 800 and some cities have their municipal elections on odd-numbered years. So, members, let's not take away this local control that will allow schools to vote to get to the world's best workforce. So, members, please vote no.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Marquart yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you. Representative Marquart, if a school board was going to go before the voters this fall when would they have to finalize their proposal? When would they have to calculate how much they're going to ask and have that language ready?
Representative Marquart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Quam, I don't know for sure what that date is. It's a certain time ahead, and that's all set up by law. So I don't know for sure what you're getting to for sure on this. They're allowed to vote once a year, and that is the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. So I don't know for sure what you're asking.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Quam.
Thank you. Would Representative Marquart stand for or yield to another question or two?
He will. Representative Quam.
Thank you. What I was getting at is, frankly, you have to, having been on a school board, not as long as some of our members, but been on a school board and had this process, you have to have the details and everything worked out ahead of time. There are legal constraints. And Representative Marquart, when does, this being the odd-numbered year, this being we're working on the budget, when does a school district get their detailed information and presentation from the Department of Education on the budget that would actually be passed in an odd-numbered year?
Representative Marquart.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Representative Quam, I presume we will know what is the education finance bill will become law no later than May 20th of this year. At that time, the Department of Education, I presume, will then notify districts of aid payments coming and so forth.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Marquart yield to an additional question?
He will. Representative Quam.
Thank you. Representative Marquart, it's been a while since I was on the school board, so things might have changed, but frankly, those meetings between the Department of Education and the school district officials are during the summer, which would be this following, which makes sense because generally the final, I don't see that we're going to be done with this process, as you said, much sooner. So they've got to be able to take that data, crunch it, and analyze it, and then roll it out to the several hundred school districts. So it would be this summer, and then they have to take that and do an analysis and look at what kind of question they could bring. Representative Marquart, isn't that too short of a time to hold informational meetings, to generate the question and have it in time for the November election if you don't find out your details from the Department of Education until the summer or early fall, to be able to handle that? Because frankly, a lot of the people are gone on vacation. I mean, there's a reason why we debate the starting of school and that date because of vacation, so that if they're going to get that information out, what is your opinion on timeliness of that?
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and members. Representative Quam, I think it's plenty of time. When you and I get elected, Representative Quam, they don't know for sure we're candidates until the August primary. And yet we expect people to get all sorts of information, town meetings. So I think if we can be elected in November, and without people knowing that we're official candidates until August, which is the primary date, I think school districts and folks are probably smarter than we are.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the yielding and the answering and response for Representative Marquart. Having been in the school district and been for a period of that time the treasurer of the school district, and being familiar with this process, I think it is too short of a time. I think that communication with your community is part of the reason you pass a levy. And if you don't know
until just a few weeks before the election actually what money you need. You can't come up with the communication and interaction with the community to do the proper job. So I'm going to support this amendment just because it makes sense to allow the districts to really understand their budget before they go to the voters. Thank you.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Madam Chair.
Representative
Hertas. I did not request a roll call.
I'm sorry, Representative Hertas. I just came up here and did not realize that. The clerk will close the roll and I'll do an oral vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Zerwas moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A99.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and members, earlier this year, I had the opportunity to come to the Education Committee with leaders from my school district and our superintendent, Dr. Bezek, to discuss equity in education funding and specifically the metro rate. The District 728 is in a somewhat unique situation of having a significant portion of our students reside in Hennepin and Anoka counties, and our district extends into those metro counties. We have schools in Hennepin County as well, and unfortunately, because of where our district office is located a few miles north in Elk River, we don't, under current statute, qualify for the extra 0.25%. And this amendment is requesting that since we face those same metro issues and a significant population, significant student population from our school is in the metro area, that metro rate be extended to our district. And Madam Chair, I'd request a roll call.
Representative Zerwas requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and members. And Representative Zerwas, thank you for bringing this forward. You gave an excellent presentation before the Educational Finance Committee, and Superintendent Bezek did likewise. It is an issue we need to address because it's not just Elk River, but I think there could be 7 or 8 other school districts that also could fall under that. So, members, I'm going to ask you to vote no, because right now this just carves out Elk River when there are at least 7 or 8 probably other schools that would also qualify for this. So it's an issue we need to address, but members, I would ask you to vote no.
Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that, Representative Marquart. And I appreciate your kind words, and how we were treated in the Education Committee was fantastic. I know a lot of members were interested in this issue, and I understand that it's a larger issue than just our district. Our district is in the midst of laying off as we cut down our budget by about $6 million. This doesn't come close to touching that, but if there's an opportunity to preserve 1 or 2 positions through this, that's something that we're interested in doing. And so I know it's an issue that has a broader solution, but for my area and for the folks I represent, this is a situation that we need to try to address this year. Thank you very much. I urge a green vote.
The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'm going to talk to the amendment, but I also want to talk about a spreadsheet I handed out to you, and it will be supplemental to the ones you got. Mr. Straw made this up, so I didn't sit home in my little workshop and make this up. But I was asking, how much do we really get from current law and the bill? And so if you look at the first column, the first two columns, they're kind of copied, not that good, but you can see the first two columns are what the current law gives us to the end of 2013. And then the next couple columns talk about if there was no Representative Marquart and he didn't write a bill, like It's a Wonderful Life, what would have happened if he never would have been here today under current law? And so those numbers are the next column, and in many cases they're just 2 digits or maybe 3 digits, and then there's an amount of money, which is the base. The next column is the sum of the Marquart bill and the current law. What I was trying to get at is how much money are we really getting per district spread out across the state each year going forward. So the percent would be the sum of current base funding plus the Representative Marquart's work, and the similar thing is true for 2015. And it's quite interesting, and just some caveats, and Representative Marquart would tell you that there's a lot of reasons that money can go up and down. If you got a one-time funding stream in 2013, you might have a reduction in the base, and you might have a very small increase, even though there's a significant increase in the bill. Anyway, so I was just curious, and actually just a novelty, is that Minneapolis actually loses money in the bill, which is curious. If you look at the Minneapolis one, they're the second listed by district. They lose $113 in the base because they lost some integration aid, and then Representative Marquart gives them some money to get them up to a smaller minus number, and they're minus 0.3%. So anyway, I'm not going to do any more math than that, Madam Speaker, but I want to talk to you about what happens to schools like Elk River, which is District 728. And they are struggling out there. And we've talked about this in Ways and Means along the way, and I do miss being on the committee. But like Elk River, which is 728 on page 7, under current law, they're going to lose $58 a kid because they lost a one-time compensatory pot of money. And so Representative Marquart finds a way to give them $112. So they have a total increase in their budget this year from last time of 0.6%. So I can't think they'd be very excited about that, but they did lose that one money. So if you're curious how they did in what 112 is worth, you can look back at the Marquart spreadsheet, which tells you that that's still below average. And the reason I bring this up, in specific to Elk River, is that they have not hit average funding forever. Well, maybe not forever, but just a really, really long time. And so, Representative Marquart, you told me, where the notes I had that you commented about, this was going to be like the bill to make the world a better place. Where the heck are those notes? Oh, here you go. I believe your aspirational goals here, but it's not going to happen in some districts. And so who we are as a state and where we want to go, education will chart our course, and hope and dreams. You said all those things. The people in Elk River don't have any hopes and dreams, Representative Marquart. The reason they got that pilot money, the reason we have all these little pots of money that just got left out, was because there's inequities that have persisted for a long, long time. And the base formulas we have don't work. And Elk River, bless their hearts, they're given an excellent education with the money they have. But it's probably not much above average. They don't have band, they don't have any extras, they don't have any money to supplement their athletic teams like maybe Minnetonka does, and some other ones that have just some outstanding indoor courts and turf. And bless them, I'm happy for those kids to have those opportunities. If you represent them, well, good for you. But geography shouldn't determine the outcome of a person's education. And unfortunately it does. If you ask some of the rural members where nobody lives there anymore, and that's too bad, you worked on sparsity, and that wears out after a while, and they have to consolidate and drive 30 miles to go to school or longer. And so geography does make a difference. And so there's a reason we have all these little pots of money to try to handle inequities. The Constitution guarantees us a free and appropriate and adequate education. And so I'm concerned, and so districts like Elk River, which I have just the smallest little corner of in Northwest Ramsey, and it's probably one of the finest parts of my district. It's just so gorgeous up there. A little 441 area, what do you call it, the phone numbers out there, and they go shop in Elk River, a fine place to raise your kids, but maybe not to be all you could be. And so what happens with these people that live in these districts that are habitually not getting the average is they have a hard time providing the opportunities that you aspire to. And so I don't even know how I'm voting on the bill. I thought I was going to vote yes. And I'm not trying to be clever. I'm more conflicted than I was. And so I printed up this spreadsheet seeing what does happen across the state. Where does the money go? And with the $550 million you have in your bill and the $759 million that's in the base funding increase, at least based upon the November forecast, there's about $1.2 billion or better in new money going into these schools compared to 2013. Another $1 billion and some change in the tails. And so you got $2.2 billion going into schools that you're taxing people heavily on for various things that I don't agree all the way with. But at least there could be a nice outcome. So people in Elk River and Black Duck and wherever could have a chance to be all the things that we could have them be. And so Representative Marquart, this is going to go to conference. And I know you to be a really good person. I'm not just saying that. You are an excellent human being. I've worked with you all over since you've been here on stuff. And I know you mean well. So I'm just bringing this forward on behalf of Elk River, which never gets anything. And they actually lost one of their little pots of hope they were hoping to keep to try to deal with their compensatory kids, the poor kids, the ones who aren't concentrated the way other districts are. And so you said you're not going to take the amendment, and I'm disappointed. There's other ways to help schools like Elk River. Some of the equity formulas, there's some kids that live in Elk River District that actually live in the part that could have got the Metro equity, but they're not in that pot either. And so I'm frustrated. But I'm hoping that as this goes forward, that you'll look at this spreadsheet I have and you'll think about it and talk to the Senate and find a way to look at ways to make your dream come true. You got a really good dream, and I like it. And I love education. I love helping kids. We did our human service work before, and we had to make some reductions there to make sure that education could be funded in a better way, which is why they're as good off as they are. So that's meant to be encouraging. I don't know how you're taking it, but that's my intention, Representative Marquart. So maybe you'll think twice and accept this amendment and help some of these Elk River kids that just want a chance to have band. So they could play the trombone as badly as I did, Representative Marquart. So thanks. I appreciate it.
Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Guam moving to amend House File 630, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 501.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this amendment, frankly, this country was founded on, some core principles and values. And this amendment covers two of them. The important freedom of speech and freedom of religion, and to ensure that those aren't infringed upon for our students in our schools.
Discussion. Representative Mariani.
Madam Speaker, members, my good friend Representative Quam, members, I'm going to urge you to vote no on this. Freedom of speech, expression, and religion is protected under our First Amendment. Our schools need to comply with that, but they need to balance that. Also making sure that they're not promoting certain or religious beliefs. We can spend hours here having the lawyers go at each other talking about the Establishment Clause of the Constitution. I think we can spend our time better here. So members, please, there's no need for this amendment. I would ask for your no vote.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to alleviate some of Representative Mariani's concerns, I had a handout. It's a letterhead of the ACLU. It also includes 34 different organizations from multiple religious affiliations and across the spectrum, political spectrum. And I also included notations in that in the 7 subdivisions of the amendment. I have noted where they correspond to some of the, 6 of the items here. And frankly, I wish we didn't ever have to worry about infringement of constitutional rights and the bullying of students into not, doing projects, dressing as they wish they would, as long as it's not offensive. But frankly, I've had a lot of constituents over the past few years that have had issues. We fortunately haven't had the instances of where students have had to change their T-shirt or had their Bible confiscated, because they were using it to read during the lunchtime or when they had a break time. I do remember back when this was more active. I had a friend, and she was denied a room in which to have her and other students meet in a Minnesota high school. The courts actually did take care of that, but it ended up being a bit of pressure and intimidation for those students. I want to avoid that. I want the students to grow up realizing that this country guarantees constitutional rights and freedoms. And that is why I put this amendment forward.
Representative Mariani.
Madam Speaker and members, Representative Quam, you've got some troubling language, in my opinion, in your amendment that really goes farther than what I think you shared here on the floor of the House. The language would require a public forum at school events for religious expressions. Members, think about this. So you have a high school graduation ceremony. Your child is graduating. But because of this provision, if someone insists, the school may very well have to provide that, have that forum be a place where a guest speaker or anyone else may get up and proselytize on a particular religious belief that runs counter to your own religious belief. And so your choice as a parent is, do I attend my child's graduation ceremony? Your child only graduates once from high school, and sit through a message that violates my beliefs and my principles, etc., or do I not participate in the graduation ceremony? So, members, that's exactly why we have the Establishment Clause, and that's why the Supreme Court has made the decisions that it's made relative to that. And so, we don't need to go this far. Rights are currently protected for students with expression and speech and religious beliefs. We have plenty of cases that have struck a careful balance in our society to make sure that schools are not shutting out those First Amendment rights, but at the same time that those First Amendment rights are not then being used to impede on other people's beliefs. And Representative Quam, I fear your amendment would greatly disturb that balance and is only going to be ripe for a ton of lawsuits to come forward. It's going to put our school districts in a position that, quite frankly, they don't want to be in. I strongly suspect there's not a public school district that's come to you or anyone else in this body and has asked for this kind of legislation. And so, quite frankly, I would encourage you to withdraw this amendment. But members, if we're going to vote on this, I encourage your no vote.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Frankly, my amendment protects the right of a student that was going to speak at an event. If they're a salutatorian, valedictorian, and they would normally be speaking at an event, that they can say who they are, what are the things that help them to be who they are and to succeed. And frankly, that freedom of speech should not be denied them. But I do understand that you have reservations, but I still believe that, frankly, we need to let our students know that they have constitutional rights and that we won't allow administrations and teachers and staff to infringe upon them.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Gruenhagen moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A89.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, what this does, members, is those of you familiar with special education, which I understand, and we have a current cross-subsidy of about $1.3 billion. And what this does is ask the task force, Representative Newton has a bill, that they'd also review the additional state mandates that we have here in the state over and above the federal requirements on special ed. I asked at a committee where this was shared, do we know the effectiveness of those additional mandates here in Minnesota, and do we know the cost of implementing them for our school districts? And the response came back, we neither know the effectiveness of those additional mandates and we don't know the cost. So I think it would be wise of us members to find out what those additional mandates are. I'm sure they're well intentioned, okay, but and also what the cost is, especially relative to the fact of what the cost of special ed is currently running in our school districts. I think I was going to yield to Representative Newton if he wanted to comment on this.
He will yield. Representative Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Gruenhagen. Yes, I think this is a good amendment, and I would encourage Chair Marquart and the members here to support it. Actually, the requirements where federal laws exceed state laws, or state laws exceed federal laws, are pretty well covered in the OLA report that we saw. And as far as the rest of this, I think that if Chair Marquart agrees, I think this is a good amendment. Thank you.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Representative Newton. And I also understand Representative Marquart is fine with this amendment.
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and members. And yes, I would urge a yes vote.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend House File 630 as follows. The amendment is coded A88.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an A90 amendment to my Amendment 88 that I'd like to offer.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Erickson's moving to amend her amendment to House File 630 as follows. The amendment is code A90-1.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And Madam Speaker, I'd like a roll call, please.
Representative Erickson requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is about special education mandate, and that's because we're on that topic right now. But what this amendment would do is not require states to have to comply with the paperwork or the timeline requirements that exceed federal mandates. And I've spoken with my special education teachers, and they tell me that if this could become law, they would save 15 hours a week on paperwork and time saving that they can spend with their students. So members, I ask for your support on the A90 amendment to the A88 amendment.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members, and Representative Erickson. There is a lot of interest in this area for sure. But members, I'm going to ask you to vote against this amendment. You know, the problem here will be the details involved in the paperwork. It's one thing to say, and I think Representative Erickson is probably correct. I think that there are some savings that can be connected and generated by reducing the amount of paperwork that exceeds standards that Minnesotans want to have. But members, just to do a flat-out bar here is really the meat cleaver approach to a very sensitive area of law involving the rights of some of our most individual or most vulnerable individual students who are only attempting to access equal access to or have equal access to our public education. We do have a task force that's going to be working on this issue. I know we've had task forces before. We just have to keep pushing ahead and be very discerning about the different requirements of paperwork. Some are critically important, some perhaps not, but to have just a blanket approach here, I think we're all going to be back offering bills and amendments if we do this to carve out all sorts of little exceptions for our constituents who have now been harmed by this. So members, let's slow down here. Let's not do this. I ask for your no vote.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. To the amendment, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This amendment A88 addresses the Legislative Auditor's report. I do serve on the Commission, and I have specifically laid out here in this amendment what it is that the Office of the Legislative Auditor recommended. This is a special education evaluation. So first of all, an independent analysis of proposed changes to state education special education laws. Secondly, special education teachers' compliance with legal requirements. Thirdly, the efficiencies to reduce paperwork. And finally, a recommended rule change to conform with Minnesota statutes. Members, I ask for your support.
The member from Anoka, Representative Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I would suggest that, as in the case of the amendment to this amendment, that this is a little premature. We're going to have the task force that will be reporting back to the legislature the 1st of February. And I think that from that point on, then we can decide which way to go. But I think this is premature. Please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Gruenhagen moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A86.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, members.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Madam. Sorry to jump the gun on you. What this amendment does, ladies and gentlemen, it's true educational reform. Okay? We have, and it's based on my experience as a school board member over the last 16 years and having been involved in special education situations. I, by the way, have a nephew who is a special ed student. So I have a very strong interest in this particular area. What this would do, it would empower parents to decide if they're not satisfied with the school district's IEP, that they could decide to leave the school district and take a scholarship worth about 80% of what they're currently spending on special ed, so the school district would actually save 20%. So this would address the $1.3 billion cross-subsidy that we currently see in special ed. So the parent could take the 80% and under the guidance and direction of the Department of Education and their local school district, they could seek alternative options for the education of their child. Those options would have to be certified by the MDE, and again, payment would not go to the parents directly. It would be paid by the local school district. The motivation for this, I'll just give you two cases, okay? One case, parents in my district were extremely frustrated with the school district. They had a 5th grade student who couldn't read. They took that child to the University of Minnesota and a number of other medical institutions to find out why their child couldn't read. They finally went to a local doctor in a neighboring community, and that doctor told the parents, there is nothing wrong with your child. I advise you to go into that school district and start chewing at one end and don't stop till you get to the other end. Your child should be able to read. So the parents came back to the school district. They wanted to take their child down to Sylvan Learning Center, which would involve about a 60-mile trip back and forth for the school district and additional expense. We sat in meetings ad nauseum with mediators, the special ed director, and on and on and on. And in the end, the parents went and got attorneys, an attorney, and of course the school district had an attorney. after spending how many thousands of dollars and wasted hours with attorneys, the school district finally said, okay, we'll take your child down to the cities. Under my bill, members, the parents were totally frustrated with the school district. If they would have had the financial means, and these were poor parents, they would have done it themselves. They told me that numerous times, but they didn't have the financial means. They both were working just to pay their regular living expenses. The result is, under my scenario, the parents simply could have signed a slip, been empowered with 80% of the money, and the result is they could have gotten their child down to the Silver Learning Center if the Silver Learning Center was an approved provider by the Minnesota Department of Education. The other thing this bill would do, members, is we literally have thousands of retired teachers out there, okay? And they could, and with tremendous experience. And by the way, I have a very high opinion of teachers, okay? I don't have a very high opinion of educational bureaucracy, I'll tell you that. I have never met a teacher, and I've met a lot of them, that did not want to do a good job in terms of teaching their students. I don't know if you have. I haven't, but I have met teachers who are totally frustrated with the educational bureaucracy that continues to micromanage the classroom and pull them in about 10 different directions at the same time. And I'll give you just two quick examples. Outcome-based education and the billion-dollar worthless profile of learning. All right? They're frustrated by the system. They're frustrated by a bureaucracy at the state and federal level that tries to second-guess their ability on how to teach the students. So back to this special ed. This would finally address, with true reform, some of the cost and frustration that's in the current system. It would allow parents to seek options, and if retired teachers became certified, they could, on a one-on-one or part-time basis, help address the needs of these special ed students. Members, we cannot continue just to fund the current system. In addition to the $1.3 billion cross-subsidy on special ed, we're also looking, I met with my area superintendents, and in terms of equity funding, which, by the way, I want to compliment Chair Marquart on, he did try to do something in that area. I believe it's about $32 million. Where are you, Chair Marquart? Oh, there you are. He did take that into consultation, but when I went and met with my superintendents, they brought up that the inequity between the metro and rural school districts is $311 million, members. Add that to the $1.32 billion cross-subsidy, and we cannot tax and spend our way out of this. You know, Representative Winkler, you said, well, we're going to be fiscally responsible and we're going to straighten this house out. Well, this education bill has $1 billion negative tails on it. $1 billion of negative tails. So I will be assuming that you will not be voting for this because we don't have the money in the budget to address that $1 billion shortfall. So members, the other thing about this amendment, it is judicial tested. This is patterned after Florida, and Florida's special ed scholarship went all the way to the Supreme Court and was ruled constitutional. So we have a constitutional basis for doing this, members. And again, this is real reform. It's not in the Senate bill. I did introduce it, but I didn't get a hearing for probably a number of reasons. But the point is, by putting it onto the bill, it'll allow it to go to conference committee where it can be vetted. It would also, and again, because it's real reform, it would put a large tug on me to actually vote for the educational bill. Did you hear that, Representative Marquart? Okay. with that, members, I will stand for questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
The member from Pine, Representative Faust.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. Would Representative Grunhagen yield, please?
Representative Grunhagen will yield. Representative Faust.
Sorry about that. The question is you brought up somebody wanted to go to Sylvan Learning Center, 60 miles away. Who pays the cost of driving back and forth there?
Representative Grunhagen.
In that particular case, the school district finally said they would pay that cost. If the parent were under my provision, they would have the 80% scholarship money, and if that was allowed, that expense would be covered by the money that they have for the special ed.
Representative Faust.
If he would continue to yield, please. And what happens if the 80% doesn't cover the cost of the Sylvan Learning Center and the driving the 60 miles back and forth?
He will yield. Representative Grunhagen.
That is the responsibility of the parent. If you look at the last paragraph in my amendment, the parent actually signs a release of liability to the school district. So they then assume the responsibility for the education of their child, subject to the oversight of the Minnesota Department of Education and their local school district, which actually pays the providers that are certified by the Minnesota Department of Education.
Representative Faust.
Well, thank you very much for those answers. It sounds to me like an awful lot of extra bureaucracy, but that's just my opinion, I guess. So anyway, thank you very much for the answers.
Representative Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Grunhagen. We got one amendment, but I don't think we're going to get this one. This is, as you call it, a scholarship. This is actually a voucher, and whether school districts pay 80% or 60% or 100%, what we're doing is providing public funds to fund private vouchers. And we have organizations like PACER and some of those who can intervene if parents have trouble in school districts. So we, and the IEP itself, the individualized education program, parents can insist that the school district perform, and if they don't, they can intervene with organizations like PACER. So members, I would strongly encourage a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Grunhagen, will you yield?
He will. Representative Murphy.
Representative, did the kid learn to read?
Representative Grunhagen.
Yes, quite a bit better than under the system that they were at.
Representative Grunhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like a roll call on this.
Representative Grunhagen requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Grunhagen.
Just a final comment, Madam Speaker and members. You know, when I got out of the Marine Corps, I got the GI Bill, okay? And you know what? They sent a check directly to me at that time. I'm not sure what the process now. But I could take that check, that government check for having served my country, and I could spend it at a Catholic college, a Lutheran college, any type of religious organization, or a secular college. I had no restrictions as long as it was a recognized college. That's all we're talking about here, members. We're simply saying, let's try to bring true reform on the special ed situation. We are not going to tax and spend our way out of this, members. The current educational bill has $1 billion negative tails on it. At what point do we say we must reform the system rather than just continue to pile more and more money on top of that system?
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to ask Representative Grunhagen to yield, but I just wondered whether he had to take a drug test first.
Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 51 ayes and 82 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Gruenhagen moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A95.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment does, members, it strikes the new Youth Council Committee from the Education Omnibus Bill. Now, I know this is a favorite of Chair Marquart. He brought this bill forward in last session. And just to make it clear, members, I am not against youth participating in the political, legal, or other, the mock trials in whatever activities that they want to participate in. What my concern is, members, is I've seen a movement in the last several years as a school board member that they at MSBA conference that they actually want students to sit on the school board and to vote on financial matters in the school district. And I have strong concerns about that. Here's the reason why. Because it's a privilege to vote on the finances of a school district and to represent your constituents. Also, the easiest thing to do is to vote to spend other people's money when you don't have to pay for the bill. And in our students' case, they don't pay the property taxes. They don't have to pay the taxes to make things work. And therefore, it's relatively easy to be supportive of a brand new school or a brand new program and just simply look at everybody else and say, yeah, please pay for that. And it's nothing against the student, but it's a matter of experience and where you actually have to write out the check in order to pay that. Some of the testimony I'll reference here is from last session, where Representative Marquart said this youth council would actually drop legislation, introduce it, and testify for it. Not in a mock trial basis, but in real legislative process. I'm all for a sample or an example, like a mock trial, or to do it on a example basis, but when they start initiating the legislation that will actually cost taxpayers additional money, that's where I have my concern. The final concern is we can do all the things that Representative Marquart wants to do without putting it in state statute. And one of the things I found is when you put something in, when you put a new program in government statute, it begins to grow. Okay? And pretty soon, money's tied to it, and the next thing you know, you got a program that has to be funded every year. So, members, I know that it's a key item for Representative Marquart. I just wanted to raise the issue of concern so that we think through this idea where people who don't pay the bills can actually vote to spend the money. And of course, it's one of the principles our country was founded on, limited government, because people understood that the easiest thing in the world to do is to vote to spend other people's money, regardless of the consequences. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to go on record that if I had a constituent come to me with a good idea for legislation, and I thought it was a good idea, I would go forward with it if they were 4 years old. It's up to us to decide in the end on what legislation we vote for and against. But there is absolutely nothing wrong with youth coming forward with an idea on something that affects them. I've had the privilege of teaching many youth, one of whom has a position now in our House Research Department, one of whom is a reporter for the Mesabi Daily News, and another of whom is an intern in the Senate. Well, she's the brother of somebody, the sister of somebody that I taught. And I don't think we need to discriminate against our young people's ideas just because they don't have the chance to actually vote on it yet.
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and members. And Representative Gruenhagen, I took your 889 amendment and then you do this to me. This hurts. This hurts. No, members, this was a bill that actually, I believe, passed off the House floor last session. And what it really does, it creates a youth council that gives youth an actual voice kind of under the dome. And it's a great way in which we can connect as legislators with youth and youth with us. And the way it would work is they would actually be able to advise, take a look at bills, advise. They would be able to come up with an omnibus youth bill that, of course, they'd have to go to a member to carry and so forth. But it runs through the Minnesota Alliance with Youth, which is a group that's been around starting with the Americas with Promise, or for Promise. And so, members, I think this is a great way to get youth involved, and I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Woodard moving to amend House File 630 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A94-1.
The member from Scott, Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think we're winding down. I believe this is our last amendment that I'm aware of. And what I'd like to do is just incorporate the A93-3, the amendment to the amendment, into the 94-1.
Representative Woodard incorporates the amendment to the amendment into his A94-1 amendment. Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So now the A94-1 amendment requires MDE to determine unfunded mandates and total costs. And also for school districts, they're not required to comply with the mandates enacted after January 1st of 2013 that's identified by the Minnesota Department of Education report on unfunded mandates. So members, this is your last opportunity. We've talked about this, we've talked about this, and we've talked about this. You've said it on the campaign trail, you said it here on the floor, I've said it on the campaign trail, and I'm saying it here on the floor. We are done with unfunded mandates. You can call it a gimmick, you can call it a tool in the toolbox. At the end of the day, this is where we draw the line in the sand and say no more. And we'll have the Department of Education figure that out, figure out what is an unfunded mandate. We'll allow the schools to apply for and ask for relief from those unfunded mandates, and they will not be required to do them if they were enacted after January 1st of 2013. And I recommend a green vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'd like a roll call.
Representative Woodard requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and members. And this is always a concern, is unfunded mandates. I don't think this is quite ready for prime time. It doesn't really say what is fully funded. For example, we're trying to get to the world's best workforce. So a school district could say, well, we can't afford to do this. It's not fully funded. And we're going to miss out on having great economic benefits into the future. So members, I would ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Did you request the roll?
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no more amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 630, as amended.
Third reading. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Marquart, Representative Mariani. It's been an honor to serve under you, even though I have far different visions for our students' future. But that's what makes this place great. I can have ideas, you have ideas, and together we can accomplish what I hope is the best for our students in Minnesota. First, members, I want to call your attention to the handouts you've received. You received a letter, a copy of a letter that was on University of Minnesota letterhead and Minsky letterhead, dated November 8th, 2011, addressed to Arnie Duncan. It was when we were applying for the waiver, and there had to be verification that our standards are career and college ready. This is indication that our math standards, higher than Common Core, are career and college ready standards. Secondly, I want to call your attention to the letter from Charlie Weaver, who heads up the Minnesota Business Partnership, and call your attention to the full final paragraph in which he applauds Representative Marquart for his goals for the world's best workforce, but asks that we consider building a stronger role for parents beyond the oversight of MDE. I think that is excellent advice, and I hope that you will consider that. The attachment, of course, shows the students passing the reading grad and the writing grad who are a part of all the subgroups that we have in our waiver. Thirdly is the letter from the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce signed by David Olson, and the bold print there encouraging us to consider adopting language that establishes a minimum level of proficiency on these proposed college readiness exams as a statewide expectation for high school graduation. Then the letter, a copy of the letter that was printed in the Grand Forks Herald, written by Tom Dennis, in which he appeals to us not to change the course that we are going down today, and that's, of course, the repeal of the grad in writing and reading. Finally, a letter that Representative McDonald just recently had distributed that was written by a Daniel Latier, dated April 15th, 2013. Members, read this, because he really makes a good point about why we probably need high-stakes testing. So, members, we began tonight with Representative Marquart asking us who we are and where we want to go. And he has laid out in House File 630 his vision and the majority's vision for the future of our students. I disagree with some of that vision. I think we should stay the course, and I don't have to repeat that I believe that, because you heard me say that a number of times tonight. But members, I think we're dumbing down the diploma, which you've heard me say already tonight, and we're rolling back high expectations for our students. Let me give you the reasons. Standards and benchmarks really are taken seriously by teachers if there is an ultimate a goal that students have to reach. Another is that standards and benchmarks with a high-stakes test based upon them really motivate teachers, and they hold schools accountable. Also, a high-stakes test increases emphasis on student achievement. I think we've seen that in the bar graphs that were handed out. High-stakes testing also provides for the same expectation for all of our students. And I think that's so important, even though I know there's disagreement from the majority party on that. I just believe that the same expectations for all of our students, because we never know what they may want to become. Maybe they have an idea in mind when they're a sophomore in high school, or for that matter, when they're 4 years old. But we don't want to discourage them from reaching the highest expectations they can. And also facing the same evaluations as all other students. It is not good, members, to divide them into categories simply because they may have a different vision for their future. Another that high-stakes testing does is it informs policymakers like we are. It provides data for us to make good decisions about the future in education. And we get those from the locals, and we get it from MDE. It monitors school improvement. That's what a high-stakes test does, which we are presently doing. Monitors school improvement. That's good. And finally, it identifies student strengths and weaknesses, which was always so important to me over the parts of 5 decades that I was in the classroom, to know my students' strengths and my students' weaknesses so I could adjust accordingly. And of course, because we're looking now at teacher evaluation, it's going to allow recognition of our schools and our teachers based on their performance, and as you know, 35% achievement will count toward their evaluation. I think that's important. You know, the other thing that I think House File 630 does is it lowers the standard for our teachers. I'm glad that we've accepted this phrase, college level, for the skills, but I think it would be wrong for us to go forth at the end of this session and repeal the tests that they must take, whether it's for licensure or for some other reason. Most colleges have their candidates for teacher education or their students who want to become teachers take those tests as soon as they enter the program anyway. Most of them pass on the first try. We're putting demands on our teachers in House File 630 that I think are just going to be too much. I think, in fact, that the increases that are provided in this bill will be eaten up by the extra work that teachers are going to have to do in this path to career and college readiness. Even though it's voluntary, tracking students into different careers, different courses, I think our teachers already do this. And I think for us to be sending out this directive, which is among about 30 new directives to our classrooms, is excessive. I think we need to be still for a while and let our teachers teach and our children learn. Moreover, it's going to take a lot of time out of the classroom when our teachers need to be teaching and checking for understanding, doing a variety of assessments that tell them, like they told me, about where their students are on that march to success. This proposal makes the Minnesota Department of Education a command and control center. There's just no question. There is so much in this 630, this education finance policy proposal, that just gives MDE too much control. And I think it makes us a statewide school board. You know, when you look at the world-class workforce that we want to have by 2027, those strategic plans, and I was on every one of them in the school districts in which I taught, they cost no less than $10,000 because you have to collect a lot of data. You have to get a lot of input. You have to set meetings. You probably have to pay mileage. I mean, who knows what all school districts might have to do to prepare these plans that have to be in place, and then for which they'll be penalized if they don't follow through. So it's more demands on spending. It's in fact going to be more testing. I've been doing a lot of research on the fact that we are looking at ACT, which is a test that is produced by Pearson. But members, Pearson and College Board are actively wedding or trying to wed states to take on their suite of tests. And so now we're going to have these large major organizations in testing taking over our testing, instead of looking to what we've already spent money on the last 5 years, $120 million, this year $20 million plus another $7 million, because now we're going to have to be writing some new assessments. Members, I think that's beyond what we should be focusing on right now. We should be focusing on the classroom and making sure that our students are learning and achieving. So, to look at a suite of tests, is a great idea, but maybe we're not ready for that right now. Maybe we should stay the course. So in summary, members, there are good things in this bill, but we already have in state law so many opportunities. Remember, we passed the innovation zones last session. We have some school districts that are taking those up. Representative Marquart has provided a little money to help them. But that's a great idea to build on because it gives freedom to our school districts, to our teachers. We have two districts that are far apart, members, that are going to become part of an innovation zone. And luckily, the commissioner has let up a little bit and she's letting them go forth. And that's good. That's what we want. We don't want this heavy hand of either the legislature or of MDE. So, to end this, in summary, it's great to have a workforce goal for 2027. I think setting the goal is terrific, but we have no solid requirement for academic competency for a student to graduate from high school. We have no cut score. And ACT, if they become our vendor, they're going to require, the College Board I should say, or Pearson, they're going to require that we have some kind of score in place to promote our students and even to provide for graduation. That's going to happen, members. There's no clarity in what preparation is required or incentives to encourage hard work by our students. That's one thing that we take pride in Minnesota, is that we have hardworking students who learn how to have initiative. So members, these are precious dollars that may be wasted on aligning with standards and benchmarks when they're already aligned, changing to different career and college ready tests, when I think the MCAs in language arts and in writing are serving us very well based on what we've seen happen over the last 3 to 4 years, from 2008 to 2012. We are seeing some great improvements among all our students, and I want us to look at all of our students, not divide them up by whatever ethnicity they may have as their background. Members, all of our students. So, I'm not going to vote for this bill. I'm happy to see more money go to our schools, but in the end, there's no way to provide for this new spending. So what we're doing first, members, spend, and then we have to find a way to pay for the new spending. And that will, of course, as Representative Marquart said, come in the tax bill tomorrow. But that's the wrong way to do it, members. We should have money in hand when we're going to do this new spending. And I know our school districts look forward to this. They probably are just looking for us to make the decision. But members, I apologize to my chairs, whom I have enjoyed very much, but I will be voting no.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I really want to thank my colleague, Representative Marquart, for putting together a wonderful bill that I'm going to enthusiastically support. This is truly transformative. It actually has kind of a Minnesota miracle feel to it, because we are really launching a workforce for the future in a very bold and innovative way in this bill. And I just wanted to revisit something that I talked about the last time we did an education finance bill 2 years ago, Representative Garofalo's bill. Recall that we were, I think, debating it in the very dead of the night, the wee hours of the morning. So there might not been a lot of people awake to hear this story or pay attention to it, but it's a compelling one. That evening we took a break, as I recall, and some of us scattered to go have dinner and then come back. I believe we reconvened at 9 o'clock in the evening to do the education finance bill in 2011. So I had a chance to go home and have dinner with my son Max, who I'm very proud of. He's going to be a graduate of Southwest High School in a few weeks, a great and wonderful high school in the city of Minneapolis. And I said to him, we're discussing the education bill on the House floor this evening. Is there anything you would want me to convey to my colleagues? And he didn't hesitate. He didn't flinch. He was right there. This wasn't a prepared Q&A with him. He said, "Dad, tell him I'd be getting a lot better education if I didn't have 40 people in my classes." And this is something that is a huge issue in my district, and I would imagine in districts across the state. He figured it out. The kids know what's happening. You can't get a good education when there's 40 plus kids in the classroom. And so this new money on the formula, this 2% and 2, Representative Marquart, I hope will make a dent in our class size crisis. It's a class size crisis in many districts in the state of Minnesota. And I know it's one in Minneapolis, and certainly in my district in southwest Minneapolis and parts of downtown. So kudos to you, Representative Marquart. I love this bill. One piece that I hope we can work on in the future, Representative Winkler introduced House File 336. There were 11 of us on a bipartisan basis that co-authored that bill. It had to do with increasing support for school nutrition programs, the school lunch program. We don't have the provisions of that bill in this bill, and I hope we'll be able to work on that in the future, because that's very important. Kids can't learn in large classes, but they also can't learn on hungry stomachs. So, members, again, to Representative Mariani, Representative Breinart, our whole education team, I applaud you. I thank you. This is a great bill. I'll be enthusiastically voting yes.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I just want to make a couple comments. One is I want to compliment Chair Marquart. You started out the K-12 Education Committee saying we want a robust discussion, and you most certainly ran the committee that way. And I will simply say you let me speak my piece, and I tried not to take advantage of that. I only said 5% of what I wanted to say, okay? And to the other members of the committee, I simply want to say we had disagreements, but we did it respectfully. And that means, I think, a lot to each one of us. And it's a good testimony to our students and also people in general in society that you can disagree at times and even sharply disagree, but you can still be respectful of each other. And I have to say this, I don't believe one committee member, regardless of party affiliation, that I didn't sense a great desire in that committee to help the children, especially in the goals that you set, Chair Marquart, addressing the achievement gap, which is a major problem in the state of Minnesota, and also in terms of preparing a workforce for the 21st century. Now, we disagree on how to get to those goals, okay? And I simply want to also say that I completely support Representative Erickson's concern about not having a cut score and watering down the grad requirement. I think we're seeing improvement. The other thing is, to me, it smacks of that fad social promotion, the direction we're going. Social promotion, and I think most of you are aware of it, regardless of your academic scores, you simply get passed on to the next grade because we don't want you to feel bad about yourself. Well, I got news for you, members. When they get to graduation and they can't read their diploma, that's when they feel bad about themselves. So we need to have a bar, a requirement for graduation. And if we fail to do that, we're failing our students. Since this was a K-12 education committee, I'll give you 2 reading assignments, okay? The first addresses the achievement gap. Please read the book. It was written in 1950, Why Can't Johnny Read? Okay? It was a blockbuster book at the time, and it will help you understand how the whole language methodology has become dominant in our public schools and is a major contributor to the reading problems that we have with our children, versus the use of intensive systematic phonics, which when that was used prior to the late 50s, early 60s in our schools, we had a 90 to 95% literacy rate in this country. Today, we're at about 60%. And the more whole language we promote, the worse the situation's going to get. And no amount of money in preschool or in kindergarten will change that, unfortunately. And the second assignment I would like you to read, it's a book written by the former president of the American Psychological Association and also a regional vice president of the APA. The name of the book is The Destructive Trends in Mental Health, The Well-Intentioned Path to Harm. I think most of us realize that psychology philosophies have become the high priest of public education. They have replaced moral absolutes and traditional education with feelings and self-esteem. And I'll just read a couple chapter titles for you to whet your appetite for the book. Again, this is the former president of the American Psychological Association. Chapter 6, Warning, Psychiatry Can Be Hazardous to Your Mental Health. Chapter 7, Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, What It Is and What It Is Not. Chapter 10, Pseudoscience, Non-Science, and Nonsense in Clinical Psychology, Danger and Remedies. Chapter 11, and this is an important one, members, especially in special ed, The Diseasing of America's Children, the Politics of Diagnosis. And finally, Chapter 13, and there's a total of 15 chapters. Chapter 13 is The Dumbing Down of Psychology, Faulty Beliefs About Boundary Crossings and Dual Relationships. Members, please read these books. I'm not an expert, but I spent years reading experts on both sides, and I think psychology's presence in education has had a very detrimental effect. Whole language is supported by the philosophy of psycholinguistic. Okay? Psycholinguistic. It supports inventive spelling and so-called creative writing. And it's one of the major reasons we have the achievement gap in our state, I believe. And we can solve that without spending hundreds of millions of dollars. The other reason I have a concern about this bill is similar to what Sandra Erickson said, is the centralized control. I don't think growing bureaucracy is going to raise academic scores in the classroom. Please leave the teacher alone. Give them goals to meet academically and quit micromanaging them. That's what we need to do. If they meet their goals, reward them. If they don't, then there should be consequences. We don't need all this bureaucracy and pulling the teacher out and substitute and training. They have staff development. They have plenty of training. We're just adding to the layers of the bureaucracy. And also, financially, we have $1 billion negative tails on this bill, members. It is not fiscally responsible. It is not living within our means and prioritizing our expenditures on our children. Thank you, members. Again, Representative Marquart, I appreciated your leadership. I disagree with some of the solutions. Thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, and members. I'd like to talk about a part of the bill that unfortunately wasn't amended on the floor. This is an issue that I raised in the Ways and Means Committee and was assured by the advocates would be addressed, and it wasn't. And this is related to the scholarship for the preschoolers. And if you turn to page 156 of the bill, starting on line 1, it talks about collection of data. And so remember, this is information about our preschoolers and their families and the daycares that they are attending. And it says, to the extent available, the director may collect data from participating programs on scholarship program recipients, including but not limited to demographic, socioeconomic, participation, and assessment data. Now, basically what those words say is they can collect anything they want. There's no parental consent, let alone notification, and there are no limits to the information that they can collect. This is some of the broadest data language that I have ever seen proposed. Now, why should that matter? Well, it should matter a lot, because when you have a child in daycare, in a lot of ways they become an extension of your family, and that you share very private information, medical information, information about family members, restraining orders, divorce decrees, visitation, any of that information collected by the child care provider. If you're a scholarship recipient, you are subject to this broad data collection standard in this bill. And while talking to the advocates for the program, I can recognize a need to maybe get some assessment data. They talked about a MARS test result. That probably makes sense so that you have some accountability in the program. But why on earth, in the first place, would language this broad be put into the bill? So members, if you vote for this bill, you are basically voting for the Director of Early Learning to have unfettered access to information on preschoolers and their family that are scholarship recipients. It's really remarkable and quite scary. And so we should be very concerned about this. I've had a discussion with Representative Winkler, the chair, or the author of this language, and with Representative Mariani. But we talk about how we can't have floor amendments. I took the advocates at their word that they were going to fix this. I wrongly made the assumption that there would have been an amendment posted yesterday by noon to address this concern, because it's not fair to put the members of this body in the position of having to vote for this language in this bill, because quite frankly they should be very scared of it. And so here we sit with this language of the bill. I have assurances from Representative Mariani and Winkler that they will work on it. But again, basically, what this language does is turn our preschoolers that are in a position of using a scholarship to gain access to quality child care, we're putting them in a position of being guinea pigs to be studied for who knows what. It's wrong. It should have never gotten to the floor like this. This should have been fixed before all of you were faced with the choice of whether or not you were going to vote for this bill with this broad language with virtually no protection for our youngest learners, their families, and the child care providers. And so both Representative Winkler and Mariani, I am going to take them at their word that they are going to work on this. But there should be parental consent for disclosure of information, and the data sets that the head of early learning has access to should be limited, and limited only to that data that's necessary for evaluation of the program. And before a parent signs up for the program, or maybe even applies, they should be informed of how much information will be collected about their child, their family, their child care provider, and for what purposes. This bill falls far short in that area, and I hope when it comes back from conference committee, we have robust language that protects the privacy of our youngest learners and their families, and limits the data collection to only those items that are imperative to the evaluation of the success of the program.
Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will confine myself to three things. First, before I forget, please vote yes on this. I'm very proud to have been a part of this, and there is hardly anything we do here that's going to have a greater impact for the future than helping our kids succeed. Secondly, I want to address the comment by Representative Erickson that we are dumbing down our teacher requirements. This is not true. We're establishing a task force to study what is the best way to evaluate the skill sets of our teacher licensure candidates. There is nothing in that proposal that involves dumbing it down. She made a statement that most people pass it. That's technically true. Most is kind of a loose term. Approximately 1/3 of our teacher licensure candidates who have been admitted to colleges, admitted to training programs, do not pass those tests on their first try, and our school districts are having difficulty hiring. They identify candidates and who then discover that they can't obtain licensure, and they are having difficulty retaining teachers who have already been proven to be effective in the classroom but have been unable to pass that hurdle. So we really need to address that. The second is that I am extremely happy that Representative Erickson brought up the letter from Charlie Weaver. You've all got a copy of it. If you've got it handy, if you look at the back page, there is a graph at the bottom. Actually, there's several graphs on 2 pages. The first of those graphs all have to do with performance on our high-stakes tests. And during this time period when we've been focusing on performance on our high-stakes tests, if you look at the bottom graph, what has happened is that our percentage of students needing remedial work in college has gone up. Nobody ever learned anything by taking a test. Please vote for the bill.
Representative Radinovich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to support this bill. It's a great honor and a pleasure of mine to do so. And I wanted to thank Representative Marquart and the rest of the members of the K-12 Education Committee, as well as Representative Woodard, who I thought was a great minority lead. We enjoyed a spirit of collegiality, and I think we had a lot of very robust discussions. The K-12 Finance Committee was my top committee choice coming into my first legislative session. And the reason for that is really the reason of why I became interested in politics. When I was an 8th grader at Crosby Ironton High School, which is the high school where my dad went and my grandpa went and my brothers and my cousins and my nephews all go to school, in 8th grade we had our first significant round of budget cuts. And in a town of about 2,200 people, when you talk about cutting dozens of teachers and programs and staff positions, the impact that has on the community is great. And for that first meeting, about 500 people came out to the cafeteria. They had to have the meeting in the cafeteria that night. And they sat in rapt attention as they listened to potentially what might be cut from their school district. And it was of great concern to everybody. And I remember some support groups tried to sell rubber bands to raise some money. And we raised sports fees. And we did all these other things to try and put a Band-Aid on our situation. We fought back, or we thought we were fighting back against these cuts. But then what was most disheartening was that every year after that, we found ourselves in that same position. And over the course of the 10 years or so that went on after that, my school district has cut every gifted and enriched opportunity for elementary and junior high students. It's cut choir and band opportunities. It's cut art classes. It's cut half of our technology education classes. And the problem that we face in these communities, frankly, is that this still happens. Right after I was elected, I was asked to attend a workshop board meeting for the Crosby Ironton schools. They're again facing cuts. And the way those meetings go is that they have a menu that they had on the overhead. And they would have things like all-day kindergarten. If we cut all-day kindergarten, we'll save $150,000 or $200,000. If we go to a 4-day school week, we'll save this much money. If we get rid of 2 sports, which is what they're actually going to do right now, we'll save X amount of money. And so every year, schools across Minnesota are making these decisions. There are 10 school districts right now in the state of Minnesota where they are on a 4-day school week. That's 10 districts in the state of Minnesota that had to go to 4-day school weeks. In the last 15 years, we've seen the difference between the 5th percentile of funding and the 95th percentile of funding for schools across this state grow from an 18% difference to a 32% difference. Members, I submit to you that Minnesota cannot afford to walk two paths when it comes to education, that we can't afford to have one set of opportunities for those students in particularly greater Minnesota and another for those in more well-to-do districts. The years of disinvestment have left us in this position. And while we are going to pass significant investments, $550 million in E12 spending this year, and a great deal of that is going to go toward equity. It's going to provide $300 for those school districts that haven't been able to pass levy referendums, which is the situation that's unique to a lot of my districts. And let me just say, I want to say something about that this reliance on the property tax wealth in our districts and not equalizing that over the course of time has been essentially what the problem has been. So while our spending hasn't kept pace with inflation, there are some districts that have the property tax wealth to levy their way out of the situation, and there are some that don't. And for those districts that don't have that option, we've been facing cuts over and over and over again. And so I'm very proud of the work that we did in the K-12 committee. I'm very proud to have a chair who took education equity seriously, who understands that in communities where Crosby, Arrington, 60% of the students are on free or reduced lunch. In Aiken, it's 70%. In Hill City, it's 70%. In McGregor, it's 70%. That those students deserve the same educational opportunities as students across Minnesota. This bill, unfortunately, after a decade of disinvestment, is not going to fix every problem. But members, this is a step in the right direction. I encourage everybody to vote green. And again, it's been a great honor to work with Chair Marquart. Thank you.
Representative Myra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to thank Chair Marquart for your respectful committee hearings. It was a joy to be on the committee with you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker and members, the first 6 years of my life, 5 of them were spent abroad, and so I spoke Spanish. I spent 1 year in Costa Rica and 4 years in Bolivia, South America. When I came to the United States at the age of 6, I really struggled with reading. I struggled and struggled and struggled as the years went by, and I was promoted despite my inability to read and being ignored in class, basically. In 5th grade, I entered the class with nil reading skills, but that year changed my life because I had an effective teacher. She saw potential in me. She told me I could learn. She gave me hope. She taught me to read. As I came to the legislature last session, I realized that I really did care very much about literacy and understood how horrible, the achievement gap that we have here in the state. And so I made a commitment to myself to study the area with no fear. No fear of what I might find, to go to as many conferences and read as many books on the subject and talk to as many individuals as I possibly could. It was my joy to participate in the Council of State Governments on early childhood development. In that course, I learned about ACEs, adverse childhood experience, and I also learned about brain development. I was one of 4 people selected from Minnesota to go to the National Conference of State Legislatures and be a fellow for a year. There were 4 of us from Minnesota. Unfortunately, I'm the only one who came back to the legislature. There were 25 in all from around the country. I have a great sense of responsibility from what I have learned, and I really want to share that with you. There's been a lot of discussion about full-day kindergarten and how effective it is. And so often I have heard individuals say, well, we've all seen the research and we know this. And I've taken it on as a challenge to challenge others. And when they say to me, we know the research is out there, we've seen the research, I've asked, will you please show me the research? I want to look at it because I really have a very deep concern about closing the achievement gap and dealing with issues of literacy. And actually, there have been many times where people have said, well, I know it's out there, and then they've not been able to get back to me with any information. In education finance this session, I have asked that question over and over again as well. First came up the Burnsville study. I saw it on the schedule. Burnsville is my area, and so I got the study and I read it before our session began on I think it was the end of January, and I actually read the whole thing. I went from beginning to end, and looking at the executive summary, it made it sound like the achievement gap was closed, but members, it wasn't. Looking at the details behind, the study was done by the University of Minnesota. On page 11, in fact, the comparison between Caucasian students and black students, there was a 27% achievement gap right after full-day kindergarten was completed, fall of first grade. And that achievement gap expanded, members. It went to, I think it was 33 or 34%. And for all the other minorities, the situation was the same. Comparing students that were spoke English and those were English learners, again, there was a big gap after having full-day kindergarten, and that gap increased. Comparing students on free and reduced lunch and those that were not, again, big gap after leaving full-day kindergarten, and then continued testing through fall of third grade. In committee, we also received the anecdotal information from North Minneapolis. And then at the end of February, we had a presentation done on full-day kindergarten. And the senator who was carrying the bill came to our House Education Finance hearing, and again said, there's all this research. And I said respectfully, please, I want to look at it. Will you supply it to me? And he did. This is the research he supplied. I would love to share it with you, but I don't want to have to cut down too many trees. But I was really surprised by the information he had in here. He gave me his notes, which was wonderful. But then also, there is a report done by the Northwest Regional Educational Laboratory talking about full-day kindergarten. And in this report, it says, what does the research say? Unfortunately, drawing conclusions from the existing research on full-day kindergarten is not easy, in part because kindergarten practices and student populations vary so widely from school to school. Many of the benefits associated with full-day kindergarten remain anecdotal or are based on single district studies that fail to control for family income level, mobility, parents' level of education, or other factors that may affect student performance regardless of kindergarten schedule. Isolating the effects of extra class time from factors such as class size, teaching methodology, teacher experience, and parent involvement has also proven to be difficult. A change in curriculum alone, when moving from half-day to full-day schedule, may be responsible for differences in academic achievement. Members, it goes on to say, another problem with the available research on full-day kindergarten is that there has been few studies in which students were assigned randomly to full-day or half-day classrooms being studied. Instead, particularly in pilot programs, students tend to be enrolled in full-day kindergarten voluntarily. Far from providing a random sample of the student population, this practice may tilt research in favor of full-day kindergarten simply because greater numbers of educationally advantaged children sign up. There was work done by James Elliker, an early childhood researcher out of Purdue University, conducted a 2-year evaluation of a Wisconsin full-day program and critically reviewed the research on full-day kindergarten. He came up with 5 conclusions. I'm only going to read the one that, well, okay, I'll read a couple of them. The second one is, there is tentative evidence that full-day kindergarten has stronger, longer-lasting academic benefits for children from low-income families or others with few educational resources prior to kindergarten. And then one other that I'd like to share with you, this is the real biggie. There is not current strong evidence that the academic achievement gains of full-day kindergarten persist beyond first grade for all students. I think this is stunning. As a committee, we set some goals out before we started our journey this session. We said that we wanted to work on improving academic achievement and closing the achievement gap. And we wanted to do it based on research. And here, what this report was saying that was given to me by Senator Clausen, there's trouble with the research. There was also, my school district told me about the Montgomery City memorandum, and that memorandum studied 2 cohorts, but 2 elements. And whenever you study or have research, it's not really good research if you're looking at 2 different things. Not only did it go from half day to full day, but it significantly reduced the size of the classes. The kindergarten classes were only 15 children, and the first and second grade classes were 17 children. That is huge. You don't know if the additional academic gains were the results of the children learning more from a full day, or if it was that they had more attention from their kindergarten teacher. So the question is, so how come you guys have all heard that there's wonderful return on investment? We hear that all the time, wonderful return on investment, specifically 16 to 1 return on investment. Where is that coming from? Where that's coming from is information from Art Rolnick and Rob Grunwald. They studied 3 different research or experiences, early childhood. But there's something unique about this. All 3 of them were early childhood. We're talking about 3 and 4 and younger. We're not talking about kindergarten. These were from birth to enrolling in kindergarten. So you can't really take the information from that and apply it to full-day kindergarten. There were 3 studies: Perry Preschool Program, the Abecedarian Project, and the Chicago Child Parent Centers. What they found is that helping children learn early on is really the key. I have a summary from Rob Grunwald. And in here, he says, and if I could read this to you, studies show that white children attending full-day kindergarten program make initial gains compared with children attending a half-day program. Gains tend to fade between the first and third grade. Meanwhile, several studies of early childhood education programs for low-income children aged 3 and 4 find long-term effects. He goes on to say, these findings are consistent with the science of child development. Reaching children at an earlier age will have a stronger impact than waiting until kindergarten. All 3 of those studies that I mentioned to you earlier had strong parental involvement. The Perry Preschool program had, according to Art Rolnick and his report titled Early Childhood Development, Economic Development with a High Public Return. On page 8, it says Perry Preschool goes on to program provided a daily 2.5-hour classroom session for 3- and 4-year-old children on weekday mornings and an 1.5-hour home visit to each mother and child on weekday afternoons. Huge parental involvement, members. The Abecedarian project started at birth and went through the enrollment in kindergarten. And the Chicago Child Parent Centers, as the name implies, had a lot of involvement from parents. So what does work? Where do we get the high returns, members? We get the high returns by having highly targeted programs for the neediest children, and we start earlier. The reason why I bring this up is this bill, House File 630, spends a huge amount of money, $105 million on all-day kindergarten. That's a lot of money. It truly is a lot of money. And members, I don't think we're going to be achieving what we really want. When I presented this information in education finance, it was kindly suggested to me to do a thoughtful review of this during the interim. Members, no, this is the time that we do the thoughtful analysis and we look at what is the best way of using these funds. $105 million. Members, that's 19% of our budget target. We have a goal, as stated in House File 630, of having the world's best workforce by 2017. This is contingent, our chair has said, on having all-day kindergarten. However, the research for getting those results is simply not there. I contend that it's a false hope. We're putting $105 million, and we're not going to be able to get the returns that we're hoping. We're thinking that we're going to get those returns, but they're not for the highly disadvantaged. It isn't early enough. It's an empty promise. Members, I would encourage you to vote red.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, you know, Representative Gruenhagen, I wanted to start by saying, you know, you mentioned that book that I hated in school, that one that says, "Why Can't Johnny Read?" I was going to do an amendment on the House floor this year, members, to change that "Why Can't Johnny Read" to something like "Why Can't Glenn Read?" or something like that. And I don't like that book, you know, I just hated that book. But you know what I do like, members? Is I like House File 630, Representative Marquart and Representative Mariani. And there's many good reasons why to like House File 630. You know, total funding or improved funding for our schools that's fair and equitable around the state of Minnesota, every corner in the state of Minnesota. That's a reason to like House File 630. An investment in our early learners when we know, Representative Myra just talked about the lack of evidence. We that have sit on early childhood and have worked on it for years know that that's a great investment in early childhood, in the earliest learners, and that's a great investment, and it makes a significant investment, House File 630. The assessment strategy, Representative Breinert, that you've worked on for years and years and years. I've watched you for 7 years, Representative Breinert, work on this strategy, and it's going to come to fruition. It's going to come to fruition and bring us the best workforce in the world because of that assessment strategy that we have now implemented in House File 630. So, Representative Breinert, you're not out here, but really, really good work. And there's a lot of other good reasons. trying to reduce class sizes and all that stuff that we know is so important in education. So Representative Mariani and Representative Marquart, great work. But I want to talk today about just one real quick thing. Representative Mariani, early in this session, I had a hearing in your committee with a young gentleman that was an art educator up in Pillager High School. And those of you that sat on that education policy committee heard that hearing, heard that young gentleman, that, you know, he just couldn't pass the Minnesota teacher license exam. And Representative Mariani and members, I was fortunate to 2 weeks ago go to that young man's art show with his students in our community. And if you could have seen the work that was produced by that young teacher and his students on display in our community, it was remarkable. That teacher had a learning disability and couldn't pass a portion of that Minnesota teacher license exam. And he was going to lose his job. And members, we've been losing too many great quality young educators in our field that we need in front of our children to motivate them, to inspire them, and to get them to do the best that they can to make a difference in this world. And I am so pleased, Representative Mariani, Representative Marquart, that you're going to now take the Minnesota teacher license exam and come up with a task force that's going to look at that and come back to us with a solution that's going to keep those great young teachers. Yes, all that other stuff is important, but we know to close the achievement gap, to make the gains that we want, to graduate 100%, we need to have the best educators in front of those children that we can. And attacking and correcting the Minnesota teacher license exam will help us do that. So thank you for your work on that specifically, and I've gotten many emails over the course of this session begging us to do just that. So members, great education bill, the best one I've been involved in 7 years, since I've been down here for 7 years. And thank you all the committee members, Republicans and Democrats, working on this together. I hope everybody in here votes green on this bill today, House File 630.
Representative from Pine, Representative Faust.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking Representative Mariani for the opportunity to serve in his committee, and he does a great job and lets everybody get input in, and I really appreciate that, so thank you very much. Representative Marquart, unfortunately I wasn't able to serve on your committee. I wish I had been, but even though I wasn't there, you still did a great job of coming up with a great bill, so thank you very much for doing that. About 20 years ago, I was invited to a long-term planning session for the Mora Public Schools. I was the president of the local chamber at the time, and so they invited me to go along. And we sat down and we spent several days analyzing the problems that we were as a school district facing. And one of the big problems that they identified over 20 years ago was the inequity in the funding between what the schools in our part of the state were getting compared to other parts of the state. And 20 years ago, that was an issue. And I believe that this is the first time in 20 years that issue is finally being addressed, and we are moving forward on that issue. Now, this is not fixing the problem as well as I wish it were, but thank you, Representative Marquart, for addressing that issue and moving us in the right direction on that. So thank you very much. And there's an awful lot of other very good things in this bill, but for me, that's extremely important. And for the districts in and around me, that's extremely important. So thank you very much.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Moran.
Thank you. So I rise today in support of House File 630, and my hope is that I can get the body to also push a green button. Where do I start? So we've had some really good conversation in Education Finance about House File 630, and I really want to thank Chair Marquart for his commitment. I also like to thank Representative Mariani, who has worked so hard to create a really good policy bill that we can bring forth, and also Representative Kathy Brainerd for hard work around the assessment. You know, early in the process, we set some really, the chair set some really good goals for us. He set some goals that was really about research, evidence-based, and then finally closing the achievement gap, because the goal was to really work around what is working. We've had many years following a grad test that, if we looked at evidence and research base, we would have to say so closely that it's not working. It is not working. Yes, we've had so many of our young students who are passing the grad test, going on to college and doing great work. But we only have one population who is doing that in a high number. And you know, when we talk about achievement and opportunity and success, it is not about one population being successful. It is about all of our kids, every last one of them graduating out of high school, achieving. Because achievement is not just about achieving in high school, it is about achieving in life. And that is what happens when you have the opportunity to be the best that you can be and have an assessment in line that is looking at your goals and your aspiration. It's bringing in the parents to align with the goal of their child. So I'm really, really excited about this bill and where we're going with this bill. You know, I looked back and I heard so many conversations about others raving about the grad test. You know, a grad test that had this cut score. You know, and we could say many things about the grad test and what we thought it is achieving or should be achieving or might achieve as we continue on that path. But then we have this new bill with this assessment process. So we have on one end this high stake testing called GRAD, and on the other end we have this assessment piece which talks about benchmarks. So we have grads, testing, benchmarks. And so I kind of like broke it down, and in my mind, this is the way I see it. We had the grad testing, which was a cut score. Regardless of how hard you worked every single day in school to achieve, you had to take this test. And if you did not pass the test, regardless of your success in the classroom, you were not permitted to graduate. Then we have the benchmark, which says, you know, we're going to look at your classwork, we're going to check in with families and students, you know, we're going to look at your aspirations, what you need to do, and then we're going to plan accordingly. The grad test, in my mind, was at a point of being very punitive. Benchmarks is about early intervention. Let's start early, looking at where you are, how we can support you, how we can ensure that you are on the right path that you need to be, whether that be post-secondary, maybe a 2-year technical school, or you may decide you just want to go straight out of high school into a workforce. But how do we align your need and your aspiration in school early so that you can be successful in school later in life? This is what this does. The grad test, from what I hear from all the experts, it wasn't aligned to anything. And in many ways we can say it's a failure because no one is looking towards that. We have the ACTs, we have many other avenues that colleges were looking for achievement in our students, but none of it was aligned with the grad. The benchmark is all about opportunities, success, and aspirations. And I think that's a place we want to be. That's a place we want to go. And I can only speak from a place of myself, for example, as a representative. I came into the House of Representatives as a freshman, ready to learn, ready to be engaged, ready to create laws and policies that I believe should be fair and equitable, that represent all of our voices, no matter where you live, whether it be the rural community, the metro community. My job is to make sure that we are creating laws that brings out the best in everybody, regardless of who you are, where you live, or your status in life. But let's say that I had to take a test after being a state representative in my first term, and I got a cut score that said, well, I'm sorry, you may think you worked really hard, you may think that you represented your district really well, but I tell you what, we have a test here, and you failed. I mean, the implications for the impact that has on me as a legislator, or being able to connect with my constituents, going back out to my community, is huge. And that is what we put on our students. We're saying, regardless of all the hard work and all the achievement that you have done through your 4 years, that you did not pass a test. And so I am sorry, you do not graduate. You know, I was just talking to a young lady outside who talked about a close friend of her daughter who was the valedictorian of her school. The valedictorian of a school. But she was unable, for whatever reason, to pass the reading portion of the grads. And so you know what happened to her? She didn't graduate. Something is wrong with a place where we are being so punitive and we don't see the strengths. That we only have one measure of measuring the success. I know Representative Gruhagen said accountability comes with test scores. I said accountability comes in many different ways and many different fashions. It should not be just about a test score. And I am just so excited about the path that we're going in right now and the direction that House File 630 is going to create a path where all our children have the opportunity very early in life from pre-K. There is so much evidence out there, as Representative Meyer talked about, the ACEs, the brain development. And what is that saying is that 90% of your brain is developed by 5 years of age. And if we know that, if we know the importance of engaging our youngest population early to create better outcomes for them so that when they enter kindergarten, they are ready and prepared. By 3rd grade, they are reading. So later on in life, they can be successful. We have, based on evidence, based on research, have put funding into pre-K, scholarships, full-day kindergarten, and are creating an alignment from that with this whole assessment process so that, again, we can intervene earlier so that we can support the needs of each and every individual student. You know, we have heard about, well, where's the research? We've heard the research over and over again. And so, giving students benchmarks to readiness really creates an alignment. And it really is about allowing families talking early with their child, with the teachers, with the schools, about that child's aspirations. Instead of having this one model, which was a grad test, that's supposed to fit all of our students. Something's wrong with those inequities. You know, I am a strong believer that I can't go out past this house or in this house and celebrate Minnesota as having one of the best educational systems. I can't celebrate that. There are too many of our kids who are failing. Because I truly believe that we all do well when we all do well. And it's not about celebrating one group of white students being successful. We need all our students graduating from high school. And it is up to the school to create that path so that our teachers, our administrators, us as legislators are in tune to what those needs are. And so as we talk about those who came in for support of this bill, they were the educators. They were the experts, all in line saying the grad aligned to nothing. And what we are putting in place, what Representative Brainerd and the other leadership and educational committee has put together is really going to lead to a better place of creating opportunities and closing the achievement gap. So I am really happy and excited to say that we can no longer say, what are our schools doing? This is a test. This is a way of asking or showing that our schools are not doing well, or our schools are doing well. We're going to move from worrying about what the schools are doing and come to a place about what are the students doing? How are the students doing? And put time, invest money, invest research into ensuring that our children are doing well. And so I won't talk much more about this, but what we've been doing is not working. It is not okay to have such a huge achievement gap in our educational system. It is not okay. It is not right. And I hope as public officials, as legislators, that we can look to the research and say it's a better way of doing this. We cannot continue on the path that we've been going, that we've been on. Now is the time. There is an urgency. There is an urgency right now to work towards closing that achievement gap. So again, I just want to thank so much the leadership for investing in education, for putting our mouths where how do we say that? For putting our money where our mouth is, and really investing in every child in the state of Minnesota. So please vote green.
The member from Anoka, Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairs and members, and I appreciate your patience. I do want to thank Representative Marquart and Representative Mariani and the members of our committee, as well as Representative Breinert for what she's been working on for over 5 years to help improve the success of our students. And I also want to thank our members and the people in the body of this legislature. It hasn't been mentioned tonight, but also Representative, or I should say Majority Leader Murphy, as well as Speaker Thiessen. There has been a true commitment to education. I'm so proud to be back because I really sense the value that the colleagues in this body feel about education and the belief that we can help provide opportunity for generations to come through education. It's an honor to be a part of this historic investment. We're working to close the achievement gap, raise student achievement, prepare our youngest learners, and improve student and college and career readiness for our students. I'm very, very proud and honored to be a part of a community that played a role in developing this bill. They came before the legislature to testify on the innovations and the bold things they're doing in the districts, from our students to our parents to our teachers, our school administrators, school boards, and parents. I represent a diverse school district, with being a medium-sized school district across the state, but actually small for the metro area. We have 2,900 students in one school, and representing the largest school, and it seems to go back and forth, but that's the Anoka-Hennepin School District with almost 40,000 schools. I find it intriguing that one of the school districts I represent actually has the most students living in poverty in that school district in the state. We have in one of our school districts English language learners of 1/4 of the student population. If you drill down in our kindergarten classrooms, nearly half of the students are English language learners. I grew up in the community that I represent, and it looks a lot different than it did when I grew up. In fact, it looks a lot different from 10 years ago, and your communities might be the same. In 10 years, in the community in which my parents bought their first home when they were 21 and 22 years old, 10 years ago there were 70% white students in that school district and 30% kids of color. We now have exact opposite, 30% white students and 70% kids of color. But you know what hasn't changed since I grew up is our community's commitment to education and the beauty and the promise in the eyes of those children in our community. One of the things that our school districts didn't do is rest on their laurels. We've been very proud of our school districts and have been very successful. With the challenges we face, we made changes. And I say we is because a lot of people brought together in the community, but it's our teachers and our parents and our staff who really did bold and innovative things. From Anoka Hennepin, we have Representative Newton, who served on the school board, implemented a compass program where he kept students in school even if they were having problems with discipline to make sure that they were learning and getting back in the classroom. From Columbia Heights, who was one of the first school districts to fund all-day K out of their general fund, because it wasn't to enhance learning, it was essential for them to have their youngest learners in all-day K. At Spring Lake Park High School, we're the first school doing a collaboration with Farmington and Representative Garofalo's district called an Innovation Zone Pilot, and we will be a model for the state in how we can do things differently and actually be out of the box and not even having to do some of the mandates because of that. So that's very interesting what's happening in Spring Lake Park. In Fridley, we're one of the handful of schools that have K-12 International Baccalaureate School, and that's because of the commitment of the community in passing school levies to support being a world and global school. And then we have Mounds View School District. I don't know if you know this, but the Secretary of Education came to our high school, Irondale High School, and met and saw all the innovative things that were happening in Irondale. Representative Mariani brought them into the policy committee. They also visited the finance committee. And they're one of those school districts where you can actually they're the first school district in the state where you can earn your 2-year degree from Anoka Ramsey right in the high school. This is focusing on the students that are in the middle, that often aren't at the top and they get left behind. They're in the middle. Maybe their parents haven't ever attended college. But this is a program creating equity where our students can start off college with a jump start. They know the rigor that's expected, and they also know what the outcomes are of the work that they do. If they are successful, and I don't know the exact number, of finishing a certain number of credits in their first year, they're very likely to graduate. So this gives kids a jump start. I really do appreciate all the work that people have put into this. Thanks to our caucus for their vision and the collaboration. And this really truly is a historic day for Minnesota. Building the world's best workforce will have far-reaching positive impacts for generations to come. Thank you, members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Member and Speakers. I'll make this very brief because we've been at this a long time and I know everybody's maybe getting tired. Mr. Speaker, I wondered if Representative Marquart would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Marquart, just a quick question in looking through the bill and consulting with the district that I represent in Eden Prairie, and a question. I know there was some question about language in the bill on the uses of capital, operating capital revenue and leases, and maybe leases and licensing fees that school districts pay for computer software, library software, other things. And I was wondering if you think that is an issue that is going to be addressed as this bill works through the process. And I know you maybe have been spoken to about that before, but the quandary that we have is our district has been using those funds for that purpose, and our district spends, we're a very forward-leaning district, like a lot of them are, with regards to purchasing technology. A lot of our kids are getting iPads and computers here over the next couple of years, and a lot of that software and that, you're not able to purchase it. You have to do a year-by-year lease, and that's about $1 million per year for my district. So I was wondering if that's an issue that you believe is going to be resolved a little more favorably through the conference process.
Representative Marquart.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Loon, that's a great question. And although in committee we didn't have a lot of discussion on that, it is an issue. looking at the whole works alternative facilities and the operating capital levies and the lease levy and all of those type of things. I don't know if that's something we're going to be able to do this year. I know it's something that needs to be addressed, and this bill certainly doesn't address all the concerns out there that we have. So, Representative Loon, I can't say we're going to do that this year or not.
Representative Loon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank Chair Marquart for that, and I certainly hope I would make a plea here that as this bill moves on through the conference process that you would see if we could resolve that, because again, I know it's not just my district, but many districts are in that same situation. It is a significant expenditure, and buying the hardware is one thing, but it's the software and those leasing packages and fees that you have to pay that really keep the whole system working. And I would certainly hope that we would allow those funds to be used for that purpose. But with that, I just, again, I want to thank you, Representative Marquart, Representative Woodard, our ranking member, for your hard work on this bill. Certainly as I'm looking through it, there's things that bode well for my district and maybe not as well in certain areas. Certain things included in the bill that are high priorities for me personally. The early childhood scholarships is something I've worked hard on. I'm very pleased to co-author that with Representative Winkler under his leadership this year. I think we've made some great strides towards beefing up our opportunities for our youngest learners to bring them into kindergarten prepared, and I think that's a great step. But I will say just a quick comment on some of the comments made today about what I feel is maybe a little less boldness. We do have quite a bit of additional funding for the districts, which is not a bad thing, but boldness on some of the reforms. And some of the comments made that some of these steps maybe are premature, whether it's requiring that a child not have an ineffective teacher 2 years in a row, or looking at maybe some reforms that allow the best qualified or most effective teachers to stay if there's the unfortunate instance of a layoff. And I guess my only comment would be, the life of a child in our K-12 system is very short. It's 13 years. 13 years. We don't have a lot of time to wait in making some of these reforms to make sure that we are doing our very best. And some of the elements were talked about with regards to competition. I've got a child in college and one in high school now, and with my oldest having gone through the whole process and now being in college, it is incredibly competitive. Much more so than I think when some of us maybe applied for college and to get into some of those top schools and that. And I just think we need to keep that in mind as we're looking for ways to make sure all of our children are successful. We want to make sure they all graduate and develop to their best potential. But I think we're perhaps being not bold enough with regards to having high bars and helping them achieve it. The goal as a school is to help those children achieve it by not having tough standards. It doesn't help our kids down the road because that competition factor is there. Whether we take it out for them in this current process with cut scores or not, they're going to face it. And I think our best foot forward on behalf of our children would be give them the tools to help them be prepared to meet those challenges successfully, help them rise to the challenge. So with that, I thank the chair for his time, and I thank the members.
Member from Scott, Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I would like to join my colleagues in thanking Chair Marquart and Chair Mariani for their hard work on this bill. I have, as I've stated on the House floor before, I have no complaints about how the minority has been treated in Chair Marquart's committee, and I'm sure the same is true for Chair Mariani's committee. So thank you for that. Thank you for your hard work. You've been very good for us, and we hope we've helped you in our efforts as well. So that's the nice part. So, before I begin, I also want to point out that there's a couple of letters on your desk as well from the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce and the Minnesota Business Partnership. And I wanted to point that out because a lot of what we're talking about in this bill is how do we create the world's best workforce. And these folks are the ones who employ the workforce that we're talking about, and their input is very critical to how we design our K-12 education system. And unfortunately, some of the ideas that they had that we felt were very good ideas are not in this bill. So what does this bill do? Well, unfortunately, we're preserving the status quo here. We're putting some more money in, there's no doubt about it, and the cost of that is increased taxes, and I don't think that those increased taxes are actually going to provide the benefits that we're looking for in this bill. In fact, when we heard testimony from educators and from administrators and from groups who are heavily involved in our K-12 education system in committee, they said, when asked whether or not the goal of 100% graduation rate and 100% achievement gap elimination by 2027 was feasible, they kind of laughed. And in fact, one testifier called it, well, that's kind of Star Wars. And if you go back and if you were to Google all of our plans for education in the state of Minnesota and how we were going to eliminate the achievement gap and how we were going to make sure everyone graduates, a lot of the same things we're doing in here, we're just doubling down on. So to think that we're actually going to make a difference with this bill, I think, is still an open question. In fact, we're repealing some high standards and expectations that have consistently led to high academic achievement on national and international exams. We got some things to be proud about. And in fact, we're beginning to close the achievement gap in graduation rates and some of our high school academic performance. And we've talked about that a little bit on the floor today. Those are the areas that we should continue. And when we talk about cut scores and grad rates, every one of us goes through a cut score every 2 years when we go through an election. People decide whether or not we're doing our jobs or not. And unfortunately, or fortunately, in real life there are cut scores. It's a moment in time, yes, but that moment in time is critical. I mean, that's like saying we don't believe lawyers need to pass a bar exam because that's just a moment in time. And unfortunately, we've also heard testimony from kids in college before our committees that say, gee, this diploma I thought meant something. Then I went to college and they tell me I've got to take remedial classes. Our diplomas need to mean something. And that's why it's important, we feel it's very important that if we're going to replace the grad with the ACT, that we have some cut scores, that we know how we're doing, that we've got some measurements. It's not just a feel-good measure and a pat on the back and an attendance record. Our diplomas need to mean something. And unfortunately, we're increasing bureaucracy in this bill, and we're doing it by, let's see, about $6.5 million. And we're saying that we're going to get to 2027 graduation rates and elimination of the achievement gap by doing two main things. One is all-day kindergarten. We got a lot of schools that do all-day kindergarten today. We still have achievement gap and graduation rate problems. And also by increasing bureaucracy in the Department of Education by expanding the reach of the Department of Education through expansion of the regional centers of excellence. And you know what? We've got our own Department of Education here in St. Paul. And St. Paul has struggled with the achievement gap and continues to struggle with graduation rates, yet we have the department based here. So I'm not so sure that taking it and expanding it into regional centers across the state are actually going to make the difference that we're looking for here. And let's also talk about what's not funded in this bill. House File 1. Representative Seltzer's bill, the number one priority of this House, the number one priority of the Democratic caucus. I've stated it as the number one priority of the Republican caucus as well, is to pay back the shift. This is the K-12 education finance bill, and it's not being paid back in this bill. And when you vote for this bill, as I assume a lot of people will, when you vote for this bill, you're going to expand the shift. Now, what we've heard is that we can assume it's 90-10, and if that's not a shift or a gimmick, I don't know what is. If we're going to assume it pays back 90-10, we're assuming it based on passing a tax bill that the governor has said he doesn't believe we ought to be paying back the shift. We have a Senate that doesn't pay back the shift. You guys are going to be in the minority. Good luck convincing the Senate and convincing the governor that we ought to pay back the shift. We could have sent a message here tonight by putting this in the K-12 education finance bill, the priority of this body, and it would have said something. It would have said what our priorities are, that we're going to fulfill our commitments. But we didn't do that tonight. We talked a lot about the special education funding gap. $1.3 billion. The governor tried to pay some of that back in his bill. We don't do anything with it in our bill. This bill doesn't pay back. It continues the special education gap. We had a couple of amendments tonight that would have at least alleviated some of the mandates on our schools, on special ed and other mandates. We had an option for scholarships for special education, some other opportunities out there that would have made a difference, and we decided not to do that here on the House floor tonight. We have unfunded mandates in this bill. We're going to hear a bullying bill in the next few weeks that has a local impact study that shows $52 million in costs. That's at least $52 a pupil that's going to cost over the next biennium for something that is going to have questionable benefit. It's an unfunded mandate. We've got reporting in this bill that has been termed as accountability when in fact it's a lot like No Child Left Behind. Quite frankly, it's not a bad idea. But No Child Left Behind has been denigrated by this state and by other states, and we don't like that anymore. It's no longer cool to have No Child Left Behind. But yet we're going to do that. And I understand coaching and all that's great. At the end of the day, we need to have results. And we've talked a lot about this. We know that we have the nation's worst achievement gap in this state, and that's a shame. And it's not going to, this bill is not going to do anything to fix that. If you believe that adding additional money on top of additional money is going to fix this problem, then this is the bill for you. But unfortunately, it's not bold. It's not beautiful. It doesn't do the things that we really need to do if we want to have a discussion about fixing the achievement gap and improving graduation rates. Finally, from a financial standpoint, there's $1 billion in the tails of this budget. $1 billion with a B in tails in this bill. So when you're voting for this, you're voting for another $1 billion in tails beyond what you're voting for in this bill. And it was mentioned tonight that what we have to do is we have to know what our revenues are, that we have to know what our expenses are, and then go after revenues. Our caucus believes you take the revenues and you figure out what you can pay for, just like you do around your kitchen table, just like you do in your small businesses, just like you do to live everyday life. You don't say, here's my expenses, now I got to go get the revenues. It's, what are my revenues? And then we go after the expenses. We've got it backwards here. And in order, by voting for this bill, you're saying that we need to increase taxes on an already overburdened Minnesota taxpayer. And I have no doubt that this bill will pass off the House floor tonight, but that's what we're doing. So members, I would encourage a no vote, and I really wanted to say a yes vote. But unfortunately, the bad outweighs the good in this bill, and I'm hoping that in the future we can really depoliticize this. And I do think that we're marching forward. Because if you've heard me talk about this bill, I'm not running around saying this is a terrible bill and Democrats must hate kids or they must hate teachers and they must hate the establishment. I said that you're doing some good things in this bill, but it doesn't go far enough, and there's not the reforms that we're looking for. We have to depoliticize this issue if we're going to move forward. And I look forward to working with my counterparts to make that happen in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Murphy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's been a pretty good debate today. When you strip away some of the rhetoric and the debate on some of the amendments, this bill is probably the largest contrast point between Democrats and Republicans of this session. It's a bill that clearly defines the difference between a Republican vision for our state's future and our vision for the state's future. And the difference, it's that Democrats believe in investing in education. It's a high priority, and we plan on paying for it. In the room today and across Minnesota, there's broad agreement among Democrats and Republicans for Minnesotans that investment in education is the right thing to do. Ensuring all of our youngest learners have access to all-day kindergarten to early childhood education is the right thing to do for our state's future. Increasing funding for our classrooms can reduce class sizes, and that's the right thing to do for our state's future. And paying back our schools is the right thing to do for our state's future. These things we all hold true, but here comes the difference. As Democrats, we aren't going to just talk about investing in kids' future. We're going to deliver on our promise to Minnesotans, and we're actually going to do it. We heard from Minnesotans that they wanted us to pay back our schools and make overdue investments in education, and we're going to follow through. We'll follow through today when we vote on this bill. I hope you will too. But also tomorrow when we take up the tax bill. A tax bill that asks the very wealthiest Minnesotans and corporations to contribute to our budget solution, something that hasn't been asked of them in more than a decade. Republicans have taken a different approach in the past. They've taken the easy road, saying yes to the education investments and no to paying the bill. We've done that at the expense of our kids and our state's future. So tonight it's our choice, it's your choice, whether to sit on the sidelines without offering an honest plan to pay back our schools as we have, or to find a way to fund the overdue investments we need to make. But Minnesotans expect more of us, and we're listening to them. And with the wind at their backs, our backs, and Minnesotans at our side, we're going to invest in our state's children and our state's future. And I hope you'll join us. Please vote yes.
Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And first of all, I want to thank you, the members, for our discussion in the chamber here today. Reasoned discussion, give and take, respect, exchanging ideas, putting out our disagreements, and agreeing to disagree. And I want to thank you for that level of engagement that we've had throughout this entire legislative session. It's been a privilege for me to have chaired the Ed Policy Committee and to serve on Representative Marquart's K-12 Finance Committee. Members, this bill is the real deal. This is the real deal. It addresses head-on the challenges that we have before us, and it does so with an incredible sense of optimism, an optimism that's rooted deep in sound research and rooted deep in what we know about Minnesota and what we know about Minnesotans. And that is that we believe in our future, we believe in our young people, we believe in our ability to be able to create for them the best school system possible to meet the huge challenges and opportunities that lay before us as a state. We're not going to answer all of those in one session. We're not going to answer all of those in one bill. The achievement gap, we didn't get there overnight. We're not getting out of it overnight, folks. But we are committed for the long haul, and we're committed to go where that issue needs to take us. And that issue needs to take us to embrace change. And I know change is difficult to embrace. I know that some of the hesitancy, some of the criticism we're hearing here is both genuine, but also the hesitancy to embrace something new and something different. Change includes using a student assessment system that empowers students and parents with roadmaps for their career goals, real stuff. That's why it's the real deal, Bill. As opposed to using a high-stakes testing approach which focuses on passing one test at one given point in time as a total measure of that individual student in our relationship with him or her. Change includes holding school districts accountable for the public, and they're big, the public investments that we make through the world's best workforce accountability process. Thank you, Representative Marquart, for having the guts to put that on the table, to break the cycle, really, that we've had in the state of just continuing to invest without a strong accountability system in place. Change includes making our Department of Education be a state department of education, one that assists our schools, Minnesota schools, and not just a federal compliance tool and mechanism. It's long overdue time that Minnesota reclaim its Department of Education. Many of you know that over the last decade plus, that department is primarily fueled by federal funds doing federal work. Good work, but superintendents, principals, teachers across the state are begging, are asking for a powerful, enlightened, helpful partner in our Department of Education to be able to work with them to make our schools better. This bill helps us do that. This bill also includes recognizing the vital link, and it's a vital link, between racially integrated learning environments and raising academic achievement. Interracial competency and student achievement are both sides of the same coin. They support one another. 1 out of every 4 K-12 students in our school system are kids of color. They get it. They know that. They understand that their future lies in their ability not only to cognitively master content knowledge, but to do so in a world that's going to beg of them to be leaders for a multiracial, multicultural reality. Change includes breaking open the opportunities for our youngest children, our youngest citizens to learn. Boy, I'll tell you, if we did nothing else but just greatly expanded the opportunity for early learning like we do in this bill, that is a game changer. That is powerful. That puts us on the path to prosperity. That helps to close gaps. Change includes moving our financing of schools more evenly across our state. Ask your schools all across the state. Ask them if this is a good bill. They like this bill. Is it the entire answer? Like everything else? No. But the direction is the right direction. Change includes making new investments also, as we're doing in this bill. This bill, members, is the real deal. Early learning, college readiness, career readiness, accountability, goals to strive for, goals that are measurable, goals that are inclusive, a statewide system to assist schools, a bill that believes in students, a bill that believes in our schools, believes that our schools can and will improve, and a bill that believes in Minnesota's future. It's worthy of your support. Thank you all for making it happen.
Representative Marquart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to thank everyone for the wonderful debate and all the committee members and members of this chamber who helped out so much in formulating this bill. Also, thank you to Representative Mariani for his wonderful work as chair on the policy committee, and as we were progressing, it just matched perfectly with creating the world's best workforce. So thank you so much. This really was a team effort. There's a lot of folks in here and around the state that had input into what we're doing tonight. And, you know, education has always defined us as to who we are as a state. And education has always charted the course for where we are going. And it's because of our great and excellent education system and our excellent teachers and staffs that we've taken a cold weather state like Minnesota and made it one of the top economic states in the nation. We rank number 2 per capita in Fortune 500 companies. And you talk with folks and they talk about why they can recruit folks as they do, because of the well-trained, educated workforce that we have. We're still number 1 in ACT tests. Our top math students score against the best in the world. But we do have cracks in the armor. As mentioned before, we have a huge achievement gap. Our graduation rates now are about in the middle of the pack. And if you look at, for students of color and students of poverty, graduation rates are the bottom in the nation. We can do better. We can do better. And every time that this state has faced challenges, leadership has come forward and said we can do better. When you had a father and 2 sons in Rochester looking at ways to provide health care to their neighbors, they said we can do better. And the renowned, world-famous Mayo Clinic was formed. when you had a alumni of the University of Minnesota look at how our agricultural economy was not living up to climate and conditions, he said we can do better, and the Green Revolution literally saved 1 billion people from starvation. What did a young mayor from Minneapolis say when he saw discrimination in his city? He said, we can do better. And he spurred a convention to put in a civil rights plank into the platform. What did a Democratic governor and a conservative legislature say when we had skyrocketing property taxes on homeowners and farmers? They said, we can do better, and the Minnesota Miracle was enacted. We can do better here in the United States. We just have to have the courage to make a great state even better. And we do that through this bill by creating the world's best workforce. And there is reform in this bill. Huge, huge investment in early education for the first time in the history of the state, matched with fully funding all-day, everyday kindergarten. First time in this state. We're going to have the springboard for folks and students to get to the world's best workforce. We're going to make sure that every student starts at the starting line at the same time. We have excellent investments to lower class sizes, and we have an assessment system that's going to make sure when our students leave high school that on day one they're ready for success and they're ready for career success and college success. So, members, the goals were very simple for this bill. It was to make sure that every single student has the hopes and dreams of succeeding, and that we would never give up on any single student, because that student might be the next Norman Borlaug, might be the next Hubert Humphrey, might be the next Dr. Mayo. That's why we have to make sure that every single student graduates. Every single student literacy rate by the 3rd grade. Every single student is career and college ready. So members, this education bill tells our students that no ambition is too bold and no goal is too high. Breaking away from the status quo is not easy. But let's tonight, here and now, begin the journey of putting our kids on the path to the world's best workforce. I ask for a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 83 ayes and 50 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1304. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 1304. On the calendar for today, the first engrossment, an act relating to transportation.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There's an amendment on this bill. Do we do that later, Mr. Speaker?
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Ward J, moving to amend House File 1304, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Remember, this amendment actually was passed in committee on this bill. Representative Simonson, thank you for the idea. and in the Transportation Policy Committee, we passed this amendment, and then it never got reported on the bill. So this is just kind of more of a technical amendment, just to bring it to either a 1-day or a 2-day permit. I'd ask for your support on this amendment, please.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, House File 1304 is a bill that someday some of you may also have the advantage of using in your own district. This bill comes from it's called the Brainerd J.C.'s Ice Fishing Extravaganza that has been operating for 23 years. Matter of fact, I hold in my hand a newspaper article that was just in our papers this last week, where the 23rd extravaganza now has topped over $3 million of charitable giving back to our community. So, members, what this bill does? It allows for school buses to transport the participants to the event. At this JC's extravaganza, the event, largest ice fishing contest in the world, 10,000 to 15,000 people, raising $100,000 to $200,000 annually, all to give back to charitable organizations in our community, and also organized by a nonprofit entity, Brainerd J.C.'s. So what the bill did, what the bill does, we transport the 10 to 15,000 people from the Brainerd International Raceway that some of you might be familiar with onto up to the Gull Lake where the extravaganza takes place. A couple years ago, a bus inspector, a state bus inspector, notified us that in fact we weren't properly licensing following state guidelines on this procedure. So this bill, House File 1304, allows for a 1 to 2 day permit where school buses don't have to be relicensed, reinsured. They need to be federally inspected, and a sticker to transport our folks. So, members, I'll stand for questions, and please give me a green vote on this.
There's no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1304 as amended.
Third reading. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. There's another bill at the desk. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 356 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd like to move the House language on this bill, which is contained in the engrossed version of House File 414.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hornstein moving to amend Senate File 359 as introduced as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert the language of House File 414, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded DEA 414.
Any discussion to that amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the reason for this amendment is that when this bill was heard in the Government Operations Committee, we had a wonderful hearing. I really appreciated the bipartisan support at the time. Representative Pepin had flagged a few concerns, and I agreed with her concerns, and we took some of the language out that she was concerned about and inserted language that was acceptable to both Representative Pepin and I. I thought it was a great example of some bipartisan problem solving. So the amendment you have is the amended version of this bill with the language that Representative Pepin and I worked out.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Hornstein. I think the House language is far superior to the Senate language, which does have some definitional issues and uncertainty in it. And so I just want to thank Representative Hornstein for being willing to work on this, and members, I urge a green vote.
There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 359, as amended.
Third reading. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. And just briefly, this bill designates April as a month for our state to very thoroughly and intensively look at issues of genocide education, which is so critically important. I think I've spoken a little bit in the past about this, but for the freshmen, you may not know this. This bill is very personal for me because both of my parents, who have since passed away, were Holocaust survivors. And so the issue of genocide is very close to our family. The need to educate others and to remember genocide so it never ever happens again is very near and dear to my community, and I think increasingly interfaith communities that are addressing these issues. And so, unfortunately, what happened in Nazi Germany has been now repeated several times. Genocide has been repeated several times. Of course, all of these issues differ from one another. No historical event is exactly the same. But no one can argue that there was a genocidal regime in Cambodia in the 70s and in Rwanda in the 90s and most recently in Darfur. And so all of these examples show that we must continue to be vigilant in understanding the causes and consequences of genocide and preventing this from happening. So many innocent people being killed simply because of who they are. And so in our bill we have a definition of genocide, and we designate the month of April as Genocide Remembrance and Awareness Month. And members, just to conclude, there are precedents. There are two other states that have such legislation on the books in California and Texas. And again, we are elevating the importance of this issue by encouraging events to honor survivors, inform about genocides past and present, and engage our Minnesota citizens in supporting efforts to prevent genocide in the future. And so, one final note as well. I am increasingly concerned about not only the denial of genocide, in the case that is near and dear to my heart, the denial of the Holocaust, but in ways in which it's trivialized. Oftentimes you'll hear if someone disagrees with a position you take, and we see this a lot in political discourse, someone you disagree with is a Nazi. Some organization you disagree with is employing Gestapo-like tactics. This serves to trivialize these important events that my family and others have had to endure. And so we have to be very careful in how we use our language, because when you call somebody a Nazi, I think you're cutting off all attempts at dialogue and mutual understanding. That sort of immediately builds a wall that's very difficult to tear down. And so, members, this is a very critical issue. I ask for your support. I thank the Government Operations Committee for hearing this, and I'm thankful for the bipartisan support we've witnessed on that committee.
Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hornstein, for your words. Members, we just finished the education bill. I recently had an occasion to talk to a group of high school students. My daughter was not one of them, but I talked to a group of high school students about a non-related subject, and one of them used the word Gestapo. And I said, "Do you know what that word means?" And they said, "Yeah, they're giving us a hard time. They're telling us what to do." So I explained to them what Gestapo meant. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us, as Representative Hornstein so eloquently said, to never let people forget what that said and to not let that be trivialized. For young people that are high school students in this country to not understand the significance of that word is shocking. And when we hear that, I think it's an incumbent upon all of us to make sure that we correct that and make sure that nobody ever forgets what that word means and what that word should never mean again.
Seeing no other discussion on the bill, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Representative Faust, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I learned earlier today that longtime state representative and longtime Pine County Commissioner Doug Carlson passed away yesterday. Several of the people here still remember him from when he was here, and I met with him many times, and he was a great guy. I always enjoyed visiting with him about the happenings down here and the stories he would tell about some people down here. And so he's a great guy, and we will certainly all miss him. He had served 9 terms in the State House between 1970 and 1990, and from the Republican side. But he was a great guy anyway. And with that, I will yield to Minority Leader Dowd.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Faust. I actually, Doug was a member here long before I served, but I actually got to be very good friends with Doug. In my years prior to being here, I served as a county commissioner in Isanti County, and for 6 years he served in the neighboring county of Pine County, and we actually got to be very, very good and very close friends, and very sad to hear the news that of his passing. And I know there's still a few people around here that remember him, and I know that they'll remember his sense of humor, and he was a very entertaining guy, and he'll be sorely missed by, I'm sure, the people that remember him here and those back in our communities that know him as well. So thank you for recognizing him, and I'll yield back to Representative Faust.
Representative Faust.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'd ask for a moment of silence in remembrance of Doug Carlson.
The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 791. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 791 on the calendar for the day, the first engrossment, an act relating to insurance.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House File 791 is an important piece of consumer protection. It provides stronger protections for consumers who purchase annuities in the state of Minnesota. This bill is needed also in part because of a provision in the Dodd-Frank Act. Minnesota law currently provides that annuities must be suitable. However, there's no guidance in state law governing what suitability means. And there's no requirement that insurers who sell annuities or brokers who sell annuities be trained in order to make sure that they know how to do a suitability determination. This bill provides clear upfront standards on suitability and increased consumer protections. In working on this bill passed last year in a different form and was vetoed by the governor, and the governor had a couple of concerns based on concerns raised by the Attorney General's office, and we have addressed those concerns in the amended bill. Members, the bill is a little bit complicated and a little bit boring, but I'm going to tell you a little bit about annuities so you can understand the debate. Annuities are a product that is both an insurance product and a securities product. It is sold by insurance agents, and it is also sold by broker-dealers. What the bill does is it sets forth very strong suitability standards for insurers who sell the product, and it also says that broker-dealers who sell annuities have to meet very stringent suitability requirements also. One of the concerns that the Attorney General had is that every time an annuity is sold, that there be an elevated review by a supervisor, and the bill provides that. Members, House File 791 is a very strong bill, and I hope you will support it.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hortman moving to amend House File 791, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A2 amendment deletes the first section of House File 791, and this is an additional concession to the Attorney General. And the reason why we are deleting Section 1 of House File 791 is we are leaving existing standards in place regarding suitability for insurers. We are making it absolutely clear we are not changing the responsibility that insurers have under existing law to be held responsible for the suitability of annuities that are sold to consumers. There are other changes we make in the A2 amendment to bring the bill closer to the version that the Attorney General's office would like, and I would like your support for the A2 amendment.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hortman moving to amend House File 791, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A2 amendment incorporated changes that were made in the Senate to take the bill more in the Attorney General's direction. The A3 amendment is yet another step that we're taking to move in the direction of the Attorney General on the bill. It removes an exemption that was there previously. I would appreciate your support.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all of... I'm sorry, members, there's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hillstrom moving to amend the Hortman amendment as follows. The amendment is coded 043.
Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would request a roll call vote.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there'll be a roll call. Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Hortman has done a really good job in attempting to tighten up some of the issues that both the Governor expressed in his veto letter, which is being passed out to you, as well as the letter that was written jointly by the Governor and the Attorney General when this bill was debated previously. Members, there's one piece that's still missing, and this is really the biggest loophole in the bill. There was 5 lawsuits in 2007 and 2008 where hundreds of millions of dollars ended up being returned to senior citizens because, in fact, annuities that were not suitable to our seniors were being sold. What this bill would do is it would keep the fact that insurance companies and the people who sell these would have to meet the suitability standard, except there is one gaping loophole, and that says that if you're a broker-dealer, you don't have to have the insurance company do this review. And in fact, I think that that is a problem, and I think that that is the gaping hole missing with the Governor's veto letter. And members, I would ask for your support of this amendment. We need to make certain that seniors are protected. Many of these senior citizens are investing their life savings. And when these sales are not suitable, what ends up happening is our seniors are stuck not being able to access the money that they need. And so while I really respect the work that Representative Hortman has been doing on the bill, I just don't think it's quite there, and I would ask for your support of the amendment.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I oppose the Hillstrom amendment, and here's why. There are 2 distribution channels for insurance companies to sell annuities to the public. One, they sell through insurers and insurance companies. Secondly, they sell through broker-dealers. Broker-dealers are regulated under the successor organization to the National Association of Securities Dealers. They are governed by federal law. We do not need to put into place a duplicative regulatory structure over this group of distributors who are already governed by federal law. There is no loophole. The bill requires that broker-dealers and insurers both meet the suitability standards, and the bill also provides that the insurer is ultimately responsible at the end of the day for any sale made to any consumer. The Hillstrom Amendment, I oppose it because it is commercially unreasonable. And I understand and respect the Attorney General's point of view on and respect the work that he did in getting the consent decrees against insurance companies that were acting wrongfully. However, what the amendment would do is basically prohibit the sales of annuities through the broker-dealer distribution network. It would be like saying that when you go to a car dealership to fill out a loan application, that loan application could only be processed by Ford Motor Credit in Dearborn, Michigan, and that the local dealership couldn't be authorized to complete the review of that loan application for you. It is simply commercially unreasonable and unworkable for every insurance policy that is sold in the United States of America for the insurance company itself to individually complete a review of that consumer's private financial information. And members, I would ask you to please oppose the amendment.
Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And members, I will refer you to Governor Mark Dayton's letter, veto letter. It states, current law provides without exception that both insurance agents and insurance company issuing a given annuity policy must make sure that the policy is suitable for a particular individual. What this is saying is now if you do it through a broker-dealer, you don't have to follow that standard anymore, and that's just wrong, and I ask for a green vote.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I hope everyone is listening carefully. I would have to disagree with my good friend Representative Hortman on one thing. She said annuities are boring. I actually think they're extremely exciting with what they can do for providing lifetime income for senior citizens. But with that being said, I hope members will follow Representative Hortman on this. Because there's no loophole here. It's very duplicative. If you're in the NESD, there are very, very strict suitability requirements, and this is certainly unnecessary. And I hope we can support Representative Hortman and put up a red vote on the board.
Any further discussion? Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. While I too appreciate the significant work that Representative Hortman has done on this bill, I urge members to vote yes on the Hillstrom 43 amendment. You got to know where the buck stops. And where the buck stops should be where the money is being made and where the company has responsibility for whether this product is suitable for that investor or not. Representative Davids, I'm not going to debate with you whether annuities are exciting or not, but it's certainly exciting when your elderly parent has been inappropriately sold an annuity. Not in a good way, but exciting just the same. With the graying of the population, we need to make sure that products sold are suitable to the purchaser. And ultimately, it's up to the company to ensure that. That's what the Hillstrom Amendment does. It assures us that the buck stops where the buck is made. That's where it should be. I urge members to support the Hillstrom Amendment. Thank you.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members, or sorry, Mr. Speaker, members. The buck does stop under the version of the Hortman bill that has already been amended, where the buck is made. The insurance company that is issuing the annuity is ultimately responsible if there's a suitability issue. They are responsible finally for whether that was a suitable product or not. Members, we have two sets of regulations that are contained in the Hortman bill. There are FINRA regulations, which are federal. There are state-based insurance regulations. If we create a standard in which if you're selling these products for a broker-dealer, you need 3 layers of review, whereas you're selling it through an insurance agent, you're creating 2 layers of review, you're just adding extra review steps without really adding any extra consumer protection. I really strongly would suggest to members that the market for these products will be very difficult if we adopt the Hillstrom amendment. And the fact is that a fixed term annuity is a good financial instrument for a lot of seniors. It has to be suitable, it has to be done correctly, but this would be one of the toughest, if not the toughest law in the country if we pass it in the Hortman version. And just to give you an idea, there are 28 states that have passed similar legislation. Not one other state has said that the FINRA regulatory scheme needs an extra layer of protection. And that states from, a cross-section of states, from Democratic states, Republican states, all sorts of northern, southern, east, west, all over the country. They have all agreed that we don't need an extra layer of protection. So, members, I would suggest that we have strong protection in place already through the Hortman amendment, or through the Hortman bill as amended. I don't think we need this particular additional amendment, which I think clogs up the market for these products which are good for seniors with a layer of protection that chills the market for selling them without really adding anything in the way of consumer protection.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Winkler, I've always wanted to say this. I completely agree with you. Representative Dabney, I think you're exactly right. We need to protect seniors, and that's probably one of our most important jobs in the industry. And one of the worst things that we could do is add another layer on. If you've ever gone through this process or seen it, there's probably no less than 15 pages right now in what we have to go through from an application and compliance standard. And I would say adding another layer would be completely onerous. Representative Hillstrom, because we go through a broker-dealer, let me give you just a quick snapshot of what I had to do last week to go through our annual compliance. And that's our continuing education. There were 5 things that I had to do. I had to go through a correspondence module that makes sure I understand what I can send out, what I can say on the phone. Anything that I do in multiple letters has to be approved by my broker-dealer. It went through an annuity module, which was about 134 pages, and had to take a test at the end. Another code of ethics test we had to go through. We have to do that every year. Then there's anti-money laundering module, which I need to do because of my broker-dealer. The last one is our annual compliance questionnaire. So we have to go all through this because of my broker-dealer. So believe me, when you say there's a loophole there is nowhere close to a loophole. It's oversight at its highest level. And finally, at the end, our supervisory branch and broker-dealer has to do an annual compliance meeting, which, because I'm missing it, that I had to go out to my broker-dealer this month, I have to have someone come from California out to our branch to go over all my records. So, Representative Hillstrom, I would suggest that we definitely have the oversight, and this is not needed. Thank you.
Representative Faust.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. About 4 years ago in my district, we had a meeting where there was about 75 to 100 people, constituents, most of them anyway, constituents of mine. They combined had invested about $3 million in a financial product that the ad in the paper said was guaranteed. And they lost every penny. People who had their entire retirement in there, they were planning to retire 3 or 4 years ago at the age of 65, are still working today because they lost every penny of their retirement. Now, those were not annuities, unfortunately. But the bottom line is that I don't think we can be too careful. If we're going to err on either being too cautious and putting too many restrictions in there and too many protections or not enough, I think we need to err on the side of too many rather than not enough. So I ask everybody to please support this amendment.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Hortman yield to a question?
Yes, she will. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, as I'm understanding this, the same annuity or annuities from the same company could be sold in one of 2 ways. They could be sold through an insurance agent, or they could be sold through a broker-dealer. And I see you're nodding, so maybe that's the answer that I need to my question. That being the case, it seems to me that what we're talking about here is that the insurance company has more responsibility if they sell through one direction than through the other. And I think that therein lies the problem. And I guess Representative Hortman, I don't need you to yield because you kind of answered my question by nodding. But where I'm coming down on this is with Representative Hillstrom, because it's not a matter of any distrust in the broker-dealer. It's not a matter of whether most broker-dealers will do a good job and get a suitable product to a senior. It's really a matter of what happens when that system fails. And who do you go to? And who does the senior go to? And how do we know who's responsible? If a company is selling a product and they're able to do these reviews if it's sold in one way, I simply fail to see why it's so difficult for them to do it when it's sold in another direction. Not with any disrespect to the broker-dealer, but I simply don't see why they should do less review when they sell it through an insurance broker than the other direction. And so I do think that this is a necessary protection, not because it's not going to necessarily stop the sale. It's a matter of who is going to be responsible after the fact and how difficult it's going to be to track down the responsible party. And for that, I think we need to hold the insurer responsible. They are in the best position to take the responsibility for the suitability of the product.
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, I want to thank Representative Hortman for carrying this challenging bill. It's a difficult spot to be in when you're carrying one that your own Attorney General is not terribly fond of. But a little bit of background, and that is there is kind of a fundamental difference with a bill like this. As a legislature, we try to prevent harm from occurring, and what Representative Hortman has done is drawn a very clear line around the sort of products that can be sold here in Minnesota. And I think that's the approach that the legislature appreciates and tries to take to prevent that harm from occurring in the first place. And that's why I think this bill is so good. A second reason is because it's the toughest bill in the country. There is nobody that touches this level of consumer protection anywhere in the United States. The amendment, what's troubling to me about the amendment, and I have the greatest respect for Representative Hillstrom, but when you do a major substantive amendment like this on the floor, my concern is that it actually reduces the level of protection for consumers. Now, how would it do that? And I'd love to explore that further in committee, but we're doing this on the floor. The reason it does that is because think of yourself when you're going through the committee process. And as you're moving a bill forward, we oftentimes have that issue of, well, we'll let the next committee deal with it, right? You know, so we pass through the first committee because we know that the end committee, which oftentimes, including this evening, Representative Nelson, is the final committee on pieces. The Commerce Committee is hearing a bill in about half an hour here, I hope. And you look forward and figure, well, it's that last. So when Representative Dabney talked about passing the buck and who's going to be responsible, I suspect what will happen is that if the broker-dealer knows that it's going to be sent off to Delaware or wherever it's going to be sent to be reviewed by the insurance company, they're actually probably going to do a little less review right up front at the site where it's being sold. Just like we do with committees, and things move forward through the first committee and the second committee, and sometimes the buck stops with that last committee. And we don't take as much responsibility early on as we should. And whether I'm buying a washer and dryer from Simon's Appliance in Inver Grove or a car from Mauer Chev, I would much rather have that heightened review take place right there where the product is being sold. And what Representative Hortman has added in is not only that review right there on site of that product, but then a second level of independent review on top of that. And to push that review someplace off 1,000 miles away and have that be the final call, well, that troubles me a little bit. And so I don't necessarily think that this increases. In fact, arguably it may decrease what is already within the four squares of the bill that's before us. Without a doubt, and I don't think even the Attorney General would argue this, the toughest bill in the country as far as consumer protection goes. There have been 30 other states that have adopted this now, the NAIC model, which is the Insurance Commissioner model. Nobody has been so strenuous in protecting consumers as Representative Hortman's bill. And so I commend you, Representative Hortman, and Representative Hillstrom, as much as I think your amendment is well intended. It troubles me greatly in that it may actually decrease protections, and therefore I expect to vote against it. Members, I appreciate your attention.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just want to be absolutely clear after Representative Liebling's speech that the insurer maintains responsibility for the sale of the product regardless of who sells it. And it is very clear several places in the bill that we absolutely are not creating any less liability for the insurer. If you all had the bill in front of you, you would see on page 1 that the current law, which we are not changing, states that an insurer, either directly or through its agent, must have reasonable grounds for believing that the product is suitable for the customer. So what Representative Hillstrom's amendment does is it does not deal with who's liable for mistakes should they occur. What it does is it micromanages a commercial process, which I think is unreasonable. And members, I'd ask you to reject the Hillstrom amendment.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have to say, Representative Winkler and Kelly and Atkins, you are right on. I mean, you really get it here, but I do have a question for Representative Faust, if he would yield.
He will yield. Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Faust, the group that gathered in your district that lost $3 million, what had they put their money in?
Representative Faust.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They were a product called viaticals.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if we want to talk about viaticals, I have written legislation to protect folks on viaticals. We can certainly talk about that all day long. That's not what we're talking about here. Because my next question is going to be how much did they put in? Because in an annuity in Minnesota, they're covered by the Minnesota Guarantee Fund up to $250,000. If somebody was putting their money in viaticals, that's extremely troubling. But that's not what we're talking about here.
Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Atkins, this language has been around as long as the bill was previously around. This was offered as amendment through the committee process previously. So this amendment has been talked about for some time. And members, let's make it really clear. If you look at the governor's veto letter that is on all of your desks, number 2 says that one of the reasons he's vetoing this bill is because it needs to limit the FINRA exception, which would provide a huge loophole for insurers regarding the annuities sold by securities brokers to senior citizens. I believe that you need to adopt this amendment to take care of this issue, and I ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 24 ayes and 108 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments. Oh, now to the Hortman amendment. Representative Hortman.
Please vote yes. This is a concession to the Attorney General.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. And there's no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 791 as amended.
Third reading. Any further discussion to the bill? Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, I would like to thank Representative Hortman, Representative Hillstrom, Representative Winkler, Atkins, Kelly, Davids. There are a lot of people that put a lot of effort into this. I worked a lot with Representative Hillstrom on this issue last year. I have a great deal of respect for her. We're all trying to do the right thing. We just have varying degrees of ideas on how to get there. I very much appreciate everyone's support, all of the people that have worked on this, both here and our staff and out in the hall to try to get a consensus. And I really appreciate the author, Representative Hortman, trying to bring this more towards the Attorney General's opinion. Members, I think this is a very good bill and will be good for protecting our seniors in the state of Minnesota. Please support Representative Hortman in the annuities bill and give it a green vote.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I too would like to thank Representative Hortman for her work on this. She grabbed this bill and studied it and analyzed it, and I think she's really done a very, very good job on it. Members, when this passes and is signed into law by the governor, it will be the strictest protection for senior citizens in the country. It'll be the strongest bill to protect our senior citizens in the country, because this is the business that I'm in. And I have to say this, I want strong regulation on annuity sales, because if you have a rogue agent or a rogue security dealer that is messing with people's money, that is a very, very bad thing. We don't need any more Bernie Madoffs around here. And I'll tell you what, this does not allow someone like that to make the thing work. Because when you are talking about someone's money, their retirement plans, their savings, I often think it's almost a sacred trust. It's not really sacred, but it's kind of a sacred trust. Because you are dealing with the assets that they have built up over the years, and they must be protected, and the Hortman bill is the toughest in the country. Normally, members, I chaired the Commerce Committee 6 years, and you would have an NAIC model, National Association of Insurance Commissioners model. Didn't matter who the governor was, didn't matter who the Commerce Commissioner was. You just did it. The National Association of Insurance Commissioners is a highly respected organization, and when they would come to you with something, you would just do it. This one really ran into some snags along the way. And I never really understood why, because the way the National Association of Insurance Commissioners came forward with this was very, very strong protection. But Representative Hortman put senior citizen protection on steroids here. So members, this should be 134-0 supporting this bill. This protects the senior citizens, and that's what we must do. Please vote green. And Representative Hortman, thank you. You did a great job.
Further discussion. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, members. I just want to reiterate that the Attorney General has all the tools in the toolbox that they have before this bill to hold wrongdoers accountable. And this bill is a substantial change from the one that was vetoed in 2012. We took all of the governor's suggestions in the veto letter. We took substantial input from AARP and the Legal Aid Society, and I worked very closely with the Solicitor General of the Attorney General's office to make absolutely as many changes as we possibly could in the bill to make sure it is the strongest consumer protection in the country. So please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 126 ayes and 7 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Without objection, we're going to revert to some messages from the Senate. Hearing no objection, the clerk will report the messages.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate File 924, an act relating to unemployment insurance, and Senate File 1270, an act relating to transportation. Signed, Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading of Senate bills.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 924, an act relating to unemployment insurance. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Jobs and Economic Development, Finance, and Policy. Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1270, an act relating to transportation. Earhart moves that Senate File 1270, House File 1416, now on the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rule 121 and 3.33, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Thursday, April 25th, 2013. Senate file numbers 1236, 442, 745, 422, and 1016. House file number 1118. Senate file number 663. House file number 841. Senate file numbers 769 and 840, and House file number 790.
Motions and resolutions. There's copies of the non-controversial motion on members' desk, online and at the front desk. If there's no objection, that motion will be taken first. Hearing no objection, that motion is adopted.
Pepin moves that House File 1684 be recalled from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration and be re-referred to the Committee on Governmental Operations.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is my motion. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the redistricting Met Council bill. We heard this bill in Government Operations, and we discussed 3 different maps, 2 of them put together by the LCC, 1 that was submitted by the Met Council, and 1 map was moved to pass, and that was the map 4 put together by the LCC, and the committee discussed it. And I believe it was, other than Representative Nelson, who at one point said he didn't really care about whether it was A1 or the A4 version of the maps. Other than that, the committee talked about it, and it was, I think, other than Representative Nelson, unanimous, or at least it appeared to be when I reviewed the tape. And I want to send it back to Government Operations because in Rules Committee today we heard it, and Representative Nelson came forward with an amendment, and the amendment, lo and behold, submitted the A1 map, the Metropolitan Council map, and Representative Nelson said that that was the map that the governor wanted. And it's frustrating because we could have discussed it more, we could have had more idea of if the governor's office would have come forward and said why it was important to do the A1 map. And part of the problem with the A1 map is there are some issues with population deviation. One district was 6% lower population, another was 5.33% above, and that's off the standard deviation of 3%. And anyway, the committee was pretty clear in deciding on a map, and then in Rules Committee, all of a sudden we amended it to a different map that was not fully vetted in committee. So members, I would ask for your support in re-referring this back to Government Operations to discuss it further.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and it wasn't unanimous. I voted against it in committee, although I did say in committee of the 2 maps, the 4 and the 1 were preferable, and after the meeting I got lobbied vigorously by the governor and the governor's staff for the other map, and that's why I brought the amendment forward. But it's in Rules, and we're going to have the hearing, I believe, on Friday or Thursday this week in Rules on the meeting, and we can take care of it there and move the bill in the direction it needs to go.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm one person who doesn't have a horse in this race, but I was in the committee because I don't live in the 7-county metro area, and I just want members, this body, to know just how important this mapping and districting is going to be for the 7-county metro area. We just went through reapportionment here in the 2010 census. This is another byproduct of that, and so what is going to be cast into state statute, and that many of you in this chamber are going to have to live with, is whatever that map turns out to be. And we deliberated quite extensively, and I know that there was angst with members who are part of the Government Operations Committee as to which maps were going to be the right maps. There were actually 3 different sets of maps that were introduced, and I'm a little taken aback when I learned today that in Rules it was changed after the committee spent just about an hour of the hour-and-a-half committee time going through this. And I think that we did a good job of deliberating, and if some changes need to be done, and by rules of this body, we said work needs to be done in the committee. And so this is clearly an example of we're sending something back to the committee when we've got some time to be able to do this. That's going to affect the 7-county metro area for a period of at least 10 years. That rises, I think, ladies and gentlemen, to a level of sending it back to the Government Operations Committee and letting those folks who have already started working on that hear some of the questions and concerns and bring it back to the body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Anderson, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, the Government Operations Committee had it right the first time that they passed the bill forward with the original map 4 of that we had as far as options go. Since we had the Rules Committee meeting here this morning, I had the opportunity to review some of the map details. And when you look at the map that was submitted by the Met Council, there's several portions of it that are not contiguous. They're non-contiguous, which is a big no-no when it comes to mapping and redistricting overall. And in fact, if you look at a very undetailed version of the map, in fact, Representative Nelson, for tomorrow's hearing, I would like a more comprehensive, detailed map. I'd like it district by district. This one that we have online does not do that. But if you look down by Prior Lake in the map, you can see it does a little jig. And that's because we've got non-contiguous territory. That is not a good way to do mapping, and you can see that across the nation. In fact, one of the premier experts in redistricting hails from Minnesota, and he would say this is probably the #1 no-no that you can have in map making overall. So I think the committee had it right the first time in choosing the map 4 rather than going with the map 1. There's a whole host of other problems with the map here. And the bottom line is these are decisions that shouldn't be made in Rules Committee. It should be made in Government Operations, where the folks that have been assigned to that committee are charged with this responsibility of reviewing the maps. Rules is not the committee that is there for taking in this kind of testimony. So I recommend that this goes back to Government Operations. It goes to the correct process. You actually review some of these concerns and go from there. So I would approve of the Representative Pepin's motion to send this back to Government Operations.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, and members. And as it came out of the Government Operations Committee, and the one piece that we're talking about in Prior Lake, just so that members know, the number 4 map, or excuse me, the number 1A map, the reason why there's that non-contiguous section there's a non-contiguous section of the town that's below I think it's Spring Park, that's below Prior Lake, and that's that little non-contiguous area that's on the map when you blow it up. That's part of that. That city is in the same district as the rest of the city. That's why it was done that way. But Mr. Speaker, I'm willing to take it back to Government Operations. I'm willing to take the amendment off, and we can go forward on the floor here with the map that's there, and then we'll fight it out in conference.
Representative Pepin.
If Representative Nelson's okay in sending it to GovOps, then I would remove the roll call, if that's the way I understood Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Representative Nelson.
I'll repeat what I said. It's going to be heard in GovOps, or excuse me, it's going to be heard in Rules. Get my committee straight. Take the amendment off, and we'll send it to the floor as it came out of GovOps.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Nelson. That would be acceptable to me.
So, Representative Pepin, are you going to withdraw your motion? If you could just say that into the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will withdraw my motion.
Representative Pepin withdraws her motion. We're on to announcements. Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, and I appreciate your patience in advance. For members of the House Commerce Committee, there will be a hopefully brief meeting immediately after session. The sooner we get there and have a quorum, the sooner we'll get done to take up a couple of bills. It is in the basement hearing room of the State Office building. I'll see you there 10 minutes after session.
Any other announcements? Representative Lesh.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Civil Law Committee will not be meeting tomorrow. Representative Paymar has more important things to do, so we're going to reschedule the meeting to Friday.
Representative Mullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Early Childhood and Youth Development Committee meeting is postponed indefinitely.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just an announcement. Session tomorrow at 10 o'clock. We'll meet and break for caucus. Rules at 9:30. And with that, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 10 a.m. Wednesday, April 24th, 2013.
Representative Murphy moves that when the House adjourned today, it'll adjourn until 10 a.m. Wednesday, April 24th, 2013. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Murphy.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves that the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until Wednesday, April 24th, 2013 at 10 a.m.